hello.
Do you smell what Barack is cooking?
Emily KKE. Thanks to tier 1.
We love you. You're very special.
And Lord Roland, thanks for the resub. 22 months, wow. Missed the first Bible study session, currently catching up, but I can make it to this one. Yeah, this one's like a direct sequel, so yeah, you might find yourself being pretty lost. Time to open my notes. It's a recap episode at the start of this season. No, not really. There's like one particular family that that the story is following to this point, mostly. And it was God's number one homie for whatever reason. He liked Abraham and his family the most. So we've been following along with that one. I will be starting today off with some coffee. It's like JoJo then. Yeah, there's one family. They go to Egypt. Kind of how it goes. I totally didn't put enough sweetener into the coffee. This is pretty tragic. I'll have to go and do that. I'll be right back. Okay. Your content never ceases to amaze. That's what they say about the Lord Jesus, and also we haven't got to that part yet. So forget I said that. That's spoilers for later. That's what they say about the Lord my God. Also. Anyways, I forgot what volume settings I used last time, so this might be really loud.
Exodus, chapter 1.
This is good.
These are the names of the sons of Israel who went to Egypt with Jacob, each with his family: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah,
Never really named
Issachar,
his kid Reuben.
Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, and
If we
Naphtali,
recall,
Gad, and
last
Asher.
time the reward for
The descendants of
following
Jacob numbered
the
70
reward
in
for
all.
following the Lord
Joseph was already in Egypt. Now Joseph and all his brothers and all
was that you
generation
got to have
died.
lots of kids.
But
So
the
Jacob has like
Israelites were
70
exceedingly
kids with
fruitful. They
like
multiplied
5 different
greatly,
women or something.
increased in numbers, and became so numerous that the land was filled with them. Then a new king, to whom Joseph meant nothing, came to power in Egypt.
Look,
He said to his people,
the Israelites have become far too numerous for us. Come, we must deal shrewdly with them, or they will become even more numerous. And if war breaks out, we'll join our enemies, fight against us, and leave the country.
So they put slave masters over them to oppress them with forced labor,
That's
and they
so-
built
oh, that's so
Pithom
sad.
and Ramesses as store cities for Pharaoh. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied and spread. So the Egyptians came to dread the Israelites and worked them ruthlessly. They made their lives bitter with harsh labor, in brick and mortar, and with all kinds of work in the fields. In all their
Oh, being
harsh
a slave
labor,
is so
the Egyptians
bad.
worked them ruthlessly. The king of
It
Egypt
would
said
really
to the
suck
Hebrew
if you were a
midwives,
slave
whose names
and-
were Shiphrah and
or if you
Puah,
condoned
When you are
the
helping
slave
the
trade
Hebrew
in
women
any
during
fashion.
childbirth on the delivery stool, if you see that the baby is a boy, kill him. But if it is a girl, let her live.
The midwives, however, feared God and did not do what the king of Egypt had told them to do. They let the boys live. Then the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and asked them.
Why have you done this? Why have you let the
It's like a
boys
Shakespeare
live?
play.
The midwives answered Pharaoh,
Hebrew women are not like Egyptian women. They are vigorous and give birth before the midwives arrive.
So God was
Still
kind to the
different.
midwives, and the people increased and became even more numerous. And because the midwives feared God, he gave them families of their own. Then Pharaoh gave this order to all his people.
Every Hebrew boy that is born you must throw into the Nile, but let every girl live.
And is.
Chapter 2.
I'll turn it down
Now
a
a
bit.
man of the tribe of Levi married a Levite woman, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. When she saw that he was a fine child, she hid him for 3 months. But when she could hide him no longer, she got a papyrus basket for him and coated it with tar and pitch. Then she placed the child in it and put it among the reeds along the bank of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. Then Pharaoh's daughter
Good luck
went
out
down
there.
to the Nile to bathe, and her attendants were walking along the riverbank. She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her female slave to get it. She opened it and saw the baby. He was crying, and she felt sorry for him.
This is one of the Hebrew babies.
She said. Then his sister asked
Slave.
Pharaoh's daughter,
Shall I go and get one of the Hebrew women to nurse the baby for you?
Yes, go.
she answered. So the girl went and got the baby's mother. Pharaoh's daughter said to her.
Take this baby and nurse him for me, and I will pay you.
So the woman took the baby and nursed him. When the child grew older,
And then
she
she
took
did
him
it.
to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. She named him Moses, saying,
I drew him out of the water.
One day,
Moses
after
sounds
Moses
like
had
Hebrew
grown up,
before dry
he
out.
went out to where his own people were and watched them at their hard labor. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his own people. Looking this way and that, and seeing no one, he killed the Egyptian and hid him in the sand.
What the fuck?
The next day he went out and saw 2 Hebrews fighting. He asked the one in the wrong,
"Why are you hitting your fellow Hebrew?"
The man said,
"Who made you ruler and judge over us? Are you thinking of killing me as you killed the Egyptian?"
Then Moses was afraid and thought,
"What I did must have become known."
When Pharaoh heard of this, he tried to kill Moses. But Moses fled from Pharaoh and went to live in Midian, where he sat down by a well.
Just saw a hate
Now
crime
a
going
priest of
down,
Midian
and then
had 7 daughters,
fucking
and they
killed
came
the
to draw
Egyptian.
water and fill the troughs to water their father's flock. Some shepherds came along and drove them away, but Moses got up and came to their rescue and watered their flock. When the girls returned to rule their father, he asked them,
"Why have you returned so early today?"
They answered,
An Egyptian rescued us from the shepherds. He even drew water for us and watered the flock.
"And where is he?"
Reuel asked his daughters.
"Why did you leave him? Invite him to have something to eat."
Moses agreed to stay with the man, who gave his daughter Zipporah to Moses in marriage. Zipporah gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom, saying,
"I have become a foreigner in a foreign
Gershom.
land."
During that long period, the king of Egypt died. The Israelites groaned in their slavery and cried out, and their cry for help because of their slavery went up to God. God heard their groaning, and he remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. So God looked on the Israelites and was concerned about them.
The covenant was the circumcision thing.
Chapter 3.
They all had to.
Now Moses was tending
said,
the flock of
make sure
Jethro,
to
his father-in-law,
cut all
the
your
priest of
foreskin
Midian.
off, so that way.
And he
that's
led
how,
the flock
that's
to
how
the
I know
far
we're
side
tight.
of the wilderness, and
And-
came to Horeb, the
And
mountain
then
of
Abraham
God.
said, "Bet."
There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. Moses saw that though the bush was on fire, it did not burn up. So Moses thought,
"I will go over and see this strange sight. Why the bush does not burn up."
when the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush.
"Moses, Moses."
And Moses said,
"Here I am."
"Do not come any closer.
God said,
Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground.
Then he said,
I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac,
Don't look behind
and the
the
God
curtain.
of Jacob."
At this, Moses hid his face because he was afraid to look at God. The Lord said,
I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and honey, the home of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. And now the cry of the Israelites has reached me, and I have seen the way the Egyptians are oppressing them. So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt.
Tight.
But Moses said to God,
"Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?"
and God said,
I will be with you, and this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this
These
mountain.
rocks are people.
Moses said to God,
"Suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' Then what shall I tell them?"
God said to Moses,
I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you.
What?
God also said to Moses,
Say
What?
to the
What?
Israelites, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of
I will
Isaac,
be what
and
I
the
will
God of
be.
Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my
Really
name
just tripped through that
forever,
one.
the name you shall call me, from generation to generation. Go, assemble the elders of Israel, and
The
say
Lord.
to them, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, appeared to me and said, I have watched over you, and have seen what has been done to you in Egypt. And I have promised to bring you up
Constantly
out of
referring
your
to himself
misery
as
in
the god of
Egypt, into the
these
land
guys
of the Canaanites,
who-
Hittites,
Are they like
Amorites,
celebrities?
Perizzites, Hivites,
Do people
and
know
Jebusites,
Abraham, Isaac, and
a
Jacob?
land
like,
flowing with milk and honey.
around the neighborhood?
The elders of Israel will listen to you. Then you and the elders are to go to the king of Egypt and say to him, "The Lord, the God of the Hebrews, has met with us. Let us take a 3-day journey into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God. But I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless a mighty hand compels him. So I will stretch out my hand and strike the Egyptians with all the wonders that I will perform among them. After that, he will let you go. And I will make the Egyptians favorably disposed toward this people, so that when you leave, you will not go empty-handed. Every woman is to ask her neighbor and any woman living in her house for articles of silver and gold, and for clothing, which you will put on your sons and daughters. And so you will plunder the Egyptians."
Nice. We just get
Chapter
all their
4.
stuff?
Moses
It's pretty
answered,
tight.
What if they do not believe
They're
me?
just gonna
Will
give us all the
listen to me
stuff?
and say, "The Lord did not appear to you."
Then the Lord said to him,
"What is that in your hand?"
"A staff."
He replied. The Lord said,
"Throw it on the ground."
Moses threw it on the ground, and it became a snake, and he ran from it. Then the Lord said to him,
"Reach
Yo,
out
he's
your
playing some
hand
parlor tricks.
and take it by the tail."
So Moses reached out and took hold of the snake, and it turned back into a staff in his hand.
"This,"
said the Lord,
"is so that they may believe that the Lord,
Yeah, we got a
the
magic
God
staff.
of their
It
fathers,
transforms into
the
a snake.
God of Abraham,
crazy.
the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has appeared to you."
Then the Lord said,
"Put your hand inside
God
your
communing with
cloak."
a literal murderer.
So Moses put
That
his
was the
hand
first
into
thing he
his
did.
cloak, and
Well,
when he took it out,
was
the skin
striking
was
back at the
leprous.
oppressors,
It had become as white
and God
as
thinks
snow.
that's tight.
"Now put it back into your cloak,"
he said. So Moses put his hand back into his cloak, and when he took it out, it was restored, like the rest of his flesh. Then the Lord said,
"If they do not believe you, or pay attention to the first sign, they may believe the second. But if they do not believe these 2 signs, or listen to you, take some water from the Nile, and pour it on the dry ground. The water you take from the river will become blood on the ground."
Moses said to the Lord,
"Pardon your servant, Lord. I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and tongue."
The Lord
I'm
said to him,
stupid.
"Who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Who gives them sight or makes them blind? Is it not I, the Lord? Now go. I will help you speak, and will teach you what to say."
But Moses said,
"Pardon your servant, Lord. Please send someone else."
Then the Lord's anger burned against Moses, and he said,
He said,
"What
"Don't
about
backtalk
your brother
me,
Aaron,
boy."
the Levite? I know he can speak well. He is already on his way to meet you, and he will be glad to see you. You shall speak to him and put words in his mouth. I will help both of you speak, and will teach you what to do. He will speak to the people for you, and it will be as if he were your
Warcraft
mouth,
EXP.
and as if you were God to him. But take this staff in your hand, so you can perform the signs with it."
Then Moses went back to Jethro his father.
We just got a key item in our
"Let me
D&D
return
quest.
to my own people in Egypt to see if any of them are still alive."
Jethro said,
Go, and I wish you well.
Now the Lord had said to Moses in Midian,
"Go back to Egypt, for all those who wanted to kill you are dead."
So Moses took his wife and sons, put them on a donkey, and started back to Egypt. And he took the staff of God in his hand. The Lord said to Moses,
"When you return to Egypt, see that you perform before Pharaoh all the wonders I have given you the power to do. But I will harden his heart, so that he will not let the people go. Then say to Pharaoh, 'This is what the Lord says. Israel is my firstborn son, and I told you, let my son go, so he may worship me. But you refused to
Can
let
God
him
not
go.
just Jedi mind
So
trick
I
the
will
Pharaoh into
kill
letting
your
us
firstborn son.'"
walk out?
At a
Why do we have to
lodging
go through
place
all
on the
these
way,
hoops?
the Lord met Moses, and was about to kill him. But Zipporah took a flint knife, cut off her son's foreskin, and touched Moses' feet with it.
Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me,
she said. So the Lord let him alone. At that time she said, bridegroom of blood, referring to circumcision. The Lord said to Aaron,
Go into the wilderness to meet Moses.
So he met Moses at the mountain of God and kissed him. Then Moses told Aaron everything the Lord had sent him to say, and also about all the signs he had commanded him to perform. Moses and Aaron brought together all the elders of the Israelites, and Aaron told them everything the Lord had said to Moses. He also performed the signs before the people, and they believed. And when they heard that the Lord was concerned about them, and had seen their misery, they bowed down and worshipped. Chapter 5.
Pretty weird.
Afterward, Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and said,
This
meaning
is
of the
what
Hebrew
the
for
Lord,
this
the
clause
God
is
of Israel,
uncertain.
says, Let my people go, so that they may hold a festival to me in the wilderness.
Pharaoh said,
Who is the Lord that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go.
Then they said,
The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Now let us take a 3-day journey into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God, or he may strike us with plagues or with the sword.
But the king of Egypt said,
Moses and Aaron, why are you taking the people away from their labor? Get back to your work.
Then Pharaoh said,
Look, the people of the land are now numerous, and you are stopping them from working.
That same day, Pharaoh gave this order to the slave drivers and overseers in charge of the people.
You are no longer to supply the people with straw for making bricks. Let them go and gather their own straw. But require them to make the same number of bricks as before. Don't reduce the quota. They are lazy. That is why they are crying out, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Make the work harder for the people, so that they keep
twirlingly
working
evil.
and pay no attention to lies.
Then the slave drivers and the overseers went out and said to the people,
This is what Pharaoh says. I will not give you any more straw. Go and get your own straw wherever you can find
Do it yourself.
But your work will not be reduced at all.
Yeah, why
So
didn't
the
they do
people
this
scattered
to begin
all over
with?
Egypt to gather stubble to use for straw. The slave drivers kept pressing them, saying,
Complete the work required of you for each day, just as when you had straw.
And Pharaoh's slave drivers beat the Israelite overseers they had appointed, demanding,
Why haven't you met your quota of bricks yesterday or today, as before?
Well, you see.
Then the Israelite overseers went and appealed to
It's
Pharaoh.
probably because of that
Why
thing
have
you just
treated
said.
your servants this way? Your servants are given no straw, yet we are told, make bricks. Your servants are being beaten, but the fault is with your own people.
Pharaoh said,
Lazy, that's what you are, lazy. That is why you keep saying, Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord. Now get to work. You will not be given any straw. Yet you must produce your full quota of bricks.
The Israelite overseers realized they were in trouble when they were told,
You are not to reduce the number of bricks required of you for each day.
When they left Pharaoh, they found Moses and Aaron waiting to meet them, and they said,
May the Lord look on you and judge you. You have made us obnoxious to Pharaoh and his officials, and have put a sword in their hand to kill us.
Moses returned to the Lord and said,
Why, Lord, why have you brought trouble on this people? Is this why you sent me? Ever since I went to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has brought trouble on this people, and you have not rescued your people at all.
Chapter 6. Then the
Does a
Lord
little
said
bit
to
trolling.
Moses,
Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh. Because of my mighty hand, he will let them go. Because of my mighty hand, he will drive them out of his country.
God also said to Moses,
I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob as God Almighty. But by my name, the Lord, I did not make myself fully known to them. I also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, where they resided as foreigners. Moreover, I have heard the groaning of the Israelites, whom the Egyptians are enslaving, and I have remembered my covenant. Therefore, say to the Israelites, I am the Lord. and I will bring you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians.
Slaves
I will
by any
free
other
you from
race
being
are fine.
slaves to them, and I will redeem you with an outstretched
It's just
arm.
we just don't like it when it happens to the Israelites.
I will take you as my own people, and I will be your God. Then you will know that I am the Lord your God, who brought you out from under the yoke of the Egyptians. And I will bring you to the land I swore with uplifted hand to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I will give it to you as a possession. I am the Lord.
Moses reported this to the Israelites, but they did not listen to him because of their discouragement and harsh labor. Then the Lord said to Moses,
"Dude, that's stupid. Why would I believe
tell
that?"
Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to let the Israelites go out of his country.
But Moses said to the Lord,
If the Israelites will not listen to me, why would Pharaoh listen to me, since I speak with faltering lips?
Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron about the Israelites and Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
Uncircumcised
and he commanded
of
them
lips.
to bring the Israelites out of Egypt.
I don't know.
These were the heads of their families. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn son of Israel, were Hanok and Palu, Hezron and Carmi.
Oh boy.
These were the clans of Reuben. The sons of Simeon
Oh boy,
were
here we go.
Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman.
In Exodus 6?
These were the clans of
Dog,
Simeon.
just,
These were the names of the sons of Levi, according to their records: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Levi lived 137 years. The sons of Gershon by clans were Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. Kohath lived 133 years. The sons of Merari were Malai and Mushai. These were the clans of Levi, according to their records. Amram married his father's sister Jochebed, who bore him Aaron and Moses. Amram lived 137 years. The sons of Izhar were Korah, Nepheg, and Zikri. The sons of Uzziel were Mishael, Elzaphan, and Sithri. Aaron married Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab,
we're
and
fucking
sister
our
of
aunt?
Nahshon.
That's pretty
And
tight.
she bore him Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. The sons of
Aaron and
Korah
Moses
were
are both incest
Asher,
babies. That's
Elkanah,
crazy.
and Abiasaph. These were the Korahite clans.
Yeah,
Eleazar,
pick the most
son of
basic
Aaron,
names out of the
married
Bible.
one of the daughters
Yeah.
of Putiel, and she bore him Phinehas. These were the heads of the
I don't know,
Levite
maybe a lot of these are
families,
more
clan by clan. It was
more
this
common
Aaron
in
and Moses
Middle
to
Eastern
whom the
cultures or
Lord
something.
said,
Bring the Israelites out of Egypt by their divisions.
They were the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, about bringing the Israelites out of Egypt, this same Moses and Aaron. Now when the Lord spoke to Moses in Egypt, he said to him,
I am the Lord. Tell Pharaoh, king of Egypt, everything I tell you.
But Moses said to the Lord,
Since I speak with faltering lips, why would Pharaoh listen to me?
Chapter 7. Then the Lord said to Moses,
See, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. You are to say everything I command you, and your brother Aaron is to tell Pharaoh to let the Israelites go out of his country. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and though I multiply my signs and wonders in Egypt, he will not listen to you. Then I will lay my hand on Egypt, and with mighty acts of judgment I will bring out my divisions, my people, the Israelites. And the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand against Egypt and bring the Israelites out of it.
Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord commanded them. Moses was 80 years
really
old,
playing,
and Aaron 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh.
Really just playing favorites.
The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
When Pharaoh says to you, perform a miracle, then say to Aaron, take your staff and throw it down before Pharaoh, and it will become a snake.
So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord commanded. Aaron threw his staff down in front of Pharaoh and his officials, and it became a snake. Pharaoh then summoned wise men and sorcerers, and the Egyptian magicians also did the same things by their secret arts. Each one threw down his staff, and it became a snake. But Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Yet Pharaoh's heart became hard, and he would not listen to them, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Pharaoh's heart is unyielding. He refuses to let the people go.
Other people can just do that?
Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he goes out to the river.
He had dark magicians show up and just do the exact same thing?
And take in your hand the staff that was changed into a snake.
What is it? Egypt be all the slavery? They have a magic
Lord,
department.
the God of the Hebrews, has sent me to say to you, let my people go, so that they may worship me in the wilderness. But until now you have not listened. This is what the Lord says. By this you will know that I am the Lord. With the staff that is in my hand, I will strike the water of the Nile, and it will be changed into blood. The fish in the Nile will die, and the river will stink. The Egyptians will not be able to drink its water.
The Lord said to Moses,
tell Aaron, take your staff.
Was the Nile already like putrid
and
and toxic
over the waters of Egypt,
at the
over
time?
the streams and canals, over the ponds and all
no, like
the
even
reservoirs,
if you boil water from the
and
Nile,
they will
it's
turn to blood. Blood will be everywhere.
even kind of dangerous to drink now.
Even in vessels of wood and stone.
Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded. He raised his staff
Did it really
in the
say stink
presence
in the
of
Bible?
Pharaoh and his officials, and struck the water
it wasn't
of the
written
Nile,
in English
and all
initially,
the water
so no.
was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water. Blood was everywhere
that a nearby
in
volcano
Egypt.
erupted?
But the
Are there
Egyptian
volcanoes in the
magicians
region
did the
in
same
Egypt?
things by their secret arts, and Pharaoh's heart became hard.
I didn't
He
think
would
that was
not
a
listen to
volcano
Moses and Aaron,
this
just
area.
as the Lord had said. Instead, he turned and went into his palace, and did not take even this to heart. And all the Egyptians dug along the Nile to get drinking water, because they could not drink the water of the river. 7 days passed after the Lord struck the Nile.
Pretty messed up.
Chapter 8. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Go to Pharaoh and say to him, this is what the Lord says. Let my people go, so
Somewhere in
that
the
they may
Mediterranean.
worship me. If you refuse to let them go,
Like further up?
I will send a plague of frogs on your whole country.
Dude.
The Nile will teem with frogs.
What the hell?
They will come up into your palace,
That's too many
and
frogs.
your bedroom, and onto your bed, into the houses of your officials, and on your people, and into your ovens and kneading troughs. The frogs will come up on you and your people and all your officials.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Tell Aaron, stretch out your hand with your staff over the streams and canals and ponds, and make frogs come up on the land of Egypt.
So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land. But the magicians did the same things by their secret arts. They also made frogs come up on the land of Egypt. Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said,
Pray to the Lord to take the frogs away from me and my people, and I will let your people go to offer sacrifices to the Lord.
The Jewish interpretation is this one big frog who would spit out smaller frogs. That's way
pray
cooler.
for you and your officials and your people, that you and your houses may be rid of the frogs, except for those that remain in the Nile.
Tomorrow.
I mean, would a bunch of frogs running around even be that
Moses
bad?
replied,
It will be as you say, so that you may know there is
Frogs just
no
like eat
one
all the
like
mosquitoes and the
Lord
flies and
our
stuff, right?
God. The frogs will leave you and your houses, your officials, and your people. They will remain.
Would the frog
only
problem
in the Nile.
not get rid of
After
the
Moses and Aaron
fly
left
problem?
Pharaoh, Moses cried out to the Lord about the frogs he had brought on Pharaoh. And the Lord did what Moses asked. The frogs died in the houses, in the courtyards, and in the fields. They were piled into heaps, and the land reeked of them. But when Pharaoh saw that there was relief, he hardened his heart and would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Tell Aaron, stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the ground, and throughout the land of Egypt the dust will become gnats.
They did this, and when Aaron stretched out his hand with the staff and struck the dust of the ground, gnats came on people and animals. All the dust throughout the land of Egypt became gnats. But when the magicians tried to produce gnats by their secret arts, they could not. Since the gnats were on people and animals everywhere,
the secret
magicians said to Pharaoh,
Egyptian magician arts.
This is the finger of God.
But Pharaoh's heart was hard, and he would not listen, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Get up early in the morning and confront Pharaoh as he goes to the river, and say to him, This is what the Lord says. Let my people go, so that they may worship me. If you do not let my people go, I will send swarms of flies on you and your officials, on your people and into your houses. The houses of the Egyptians will be full of flies, even the ground will be covered with them. But on that day I will deal differently with the land of Goshen, where my people live. No swarms of flies will be there, so that you will know that I, the Lord, am in this land. I will make a distinction between my people and your people. This sign will occur tomorrow.
And the Lord did
maybe
this.
the
Then
Lord doesn't
swarms
love
of
everybody.
flies poured into Pharaoh's palace and into the houses
See, it
of his
seems to
officials.
be
Throughout
pretty
Egypt,
vindictive
land
here
was
against the
ruined by
Egyptians.
the flies. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and
Which
Aaron
version?
and said,
New
Go
International
sacrifice
Version.
to your God here in the land.
But Moses said,
That would not be right. The sacrifices we offer the Lord our God would be detestable to the Egyptians. And if we offer sacrifices that are detestable in their eyes, will they not stone us? We must take a 3-day journey into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord our God, as he commands us.
Pharaoh
Why don't we
said,
sacrifice
I will
anymore?
let you go to offer sacrifices to the Lord your God in the wilderness, but you must not go very far. Now pray for me.
Moses answered,
As soon as I leave you, I will pray to the Lord, and tomorrow the flies will leave Pharaoh and his officials and his people. Only let Pharaoh be sure that he does not act deceitfully again by not letting the people go to offer sacrifices to the Lord.
Then Moses left Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord. And the Lord did what Moses asked. The flies left Pharaoh and his officials and his people. Not a fly remained. But this time also Pharaoh hardened his heart and would not let the people go. Chapter 9. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Go to Pharaoh and say to him, This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. Let my people go, so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go, and continue to hold them back, the hand of the Lord will bring a terrible plague on your livestock in the field, on your horses, donkeys, and camels, and on your cattle, sheep, and goats. But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and that of Egypt, so that no animal belonging to the Israelites will die.
The Lord set a time and said,
Tomorrow the Lord will do this in the land.
And the next day the Lord did it. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but not one animal belonging to the Israelites died. Pharaoh investigated and found that not even one of the animals of the Israelites had died. Yet his heart was unyielding, and he would not let the people go. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
Take handfuls of soot from a furnace, and have Moses toss it into the air in the presence of Pharaoh. It will become fine dust over the whole land of Egypt, and festering boils will break out on people and animals throughout the land.
So they took soot from a furnace and stood before Pharaoh. Moses tossed it into the air, and festering boils
if I was Pharaoh,
broke
I
out
probably
on
would have had
people
these guys
and
put to death a
animals.
long time ago.
The magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils that were on them and on all the Egyptians. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not listen to Moses and Aaron.
I probably would
just
have
as the Lord had said to Moses.
stopped dealing with their bullshit.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Get up early in the morning, confront Pharaoh, and say to him, This is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. Let my people go, so that they may worship me. Or this time I will send the full force of
Why
my
is God
plagues
making
against
Pharaoh
you
not let them
and
go?
against your
Yeah.
officials and your people, so you may know that there is no one like me in all the earth. For by now I could have stretched out my hand and struck you and your people with a plague that would have wiped you off the earth. But I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I might show you my power, and that my name might be proclaimed in all the earth. You still set yourself against my people and will not let them go. Therefore, at this time tomorrow, I will send the worst hailstorm that has ever fallen on Egypt, from the day it was founded till now. Give an order now to bring your livestock and everything you have in the field to a place of shelter, because the hail will fall on every person and animal that has not been brought in
manufacturing
and
an
is
excuse
still
to
out
fuck
in
with
the
the
field,
Egyptians.
and they will die.
Those officials of Pharaoh who feared the word of the Lord hurried to bring their slaves and their livestock inside. But those who ignored the word of the Lord left their slaves and livestock in the field. Then the Lord said to Moses,
that's where I keep my
Stretch out your
slaves.
hand toward the sky, so that hail will fall all over Egypt, on people and animals, and on everything growing in the fields of Egypt.
When Moses stretched out his staff toward the sky, the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightning flashed down to the ground. So the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. Hail fell, and lightning flashed back and forth. It was the worst storm in all the land of Egypt since it had become a nation. Throughout Egypt, hail struck everything in the fields, both people and animals. It beat down everything growing in the fields, and stripped every tree. The only place it did not hail was the land of Goshen, where the Israelites were. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron.
This time I have sinned,
he said to them.
The Lord is in the right, and I and my people are in the wrong.
He says, all right, bet.
Pray to the Lord, for we have had enough thunder and hail. I will let you go. You don't have to stay any longer.
Moses replied,
When I have gone out of the city, I will spread out my hands in prayer to the Lord. The thunder will stop, and there will be no more hail, so you may know that the earth is the Lord's. But I know that you and your officials still do not fear the Lord God.
The flax and
We're
barley
going to
were
give you
destroyed,
another one just
since the barley
for
had
fun.
headed, and the flax was in bloom. The wheat and spelt, however, were not destroyed, because
Spelt?
they ripened later. Then Moses left Pharaoh and went out of the city. He spread out his hands toward the Lord. The thunder and hail stopped, and the rain no longer poured down on the land. When Pharaoh saw that the rain and hail and thunder had stopped, he sinned again. He and his officials hardened their hearts. So Pharaoh's
Was it
heart
actually
was
stopping
hard,
these guys
and
from
he would
leaving?
not let the
They're
Israelites
enslaved,
go,
probably like
just as the Lord had
threat
said
of
through
threat
Moses.
of death.
Chapter 10. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Go to Pharaoh,
Dude,
for
like-
I have hardened his heart, and the hearts of his officials, so that I may perform these signs of mine among them, that you may tell your children and grandchildren how I dealt harshly with the Egyptians, and how I performed my signs among them, and that you may know that I am the Lord.
So Moses and Aaron went
That's
to
really
Pharaoh
messed
and
up.
said to him,
He's
This is what
actually
the Lord,
using them
the
as an
God
excuse
of
to
the
flex
Hebrews says.
at their expense.
How long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, so that they may worship me. If you refuse to let them go, I will bring locusts into your country tomorrow. They will cover the face of the ground so that it cannot be seen. They will devour what little you have left after the hail, including every tree that is growing in your fields. They will fill your houses and those of all your officials and all the Egyptians, something neither your parents nor your ancestors have ever seen from the day they settled in this land till now.
Then Moses turned and left Pharaoh. Pharaoh's officials said to him,
How long will this man be a snare to us? Let the people go, so that they may worship the Lord
He says,
their God.
I'm trying.
Do you not
I
yet
can't.
realize
I don't
that
know why. I
Egypt is
just can't
ruined?
let them go.
Then Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh.
Go worship the Lord your God.
He said,
But tell me who will be
For
going.
some reason, I
Moses
just
answered,
can't do it.
We will go with our young and our old, with our sons and our daughters, and with our flocks and herds, because we are to celebrate a festival to the Lord.
Pharaoh said,
The Lord be with you, if I let you go, along with your women and children. Clearly you are bent on evil. No, have only the men go and worship the Lord, since that's what you have been asking for.
Then Moses and Aaron were driven out of Pharaoh's presence. And the Lord said to Moses,
Stretch out your hand over Egypt, so that locusts swarm over the land and devour everything growing in the fields.
Moses is just a bug summoning
Everything
wizard,
left by the
honestly.
hail.
So Moses stretched
He
out
just
his
keeps
staff over
summoning
Egypt,
more and more
and the Lord
bugs.
made an east wind blow across the land all that day and all that night. By morning the wind had brought the locusts. They invaded all Egypt and settled down in every
We haven't
area
mentioned
of the
insects
country
at
in
all
great numbers.
to this point in the story.
Never before had there been
before
such
the
a
gnats,
plague of
yeah.
locusts, nor will there ever be again.
Talked about other kinds
They
of
covered
animals,
all
but
the
never any
ground
bugs.
until it was black. They devoured all that was left after the hail, everything growing in the fields and the fruit on the trees.
Collective
Nothing
punishment,
green
very
remained on
cool.
tree or plant in all the land
Yeah,
of
for
Egypt.
real.
Pharaoh quickly summoned Moses and Aaron and said,
I have sinned against the Lord your God, and against you. Now forgive my sin once more, and pray to the Lord your God to take this deadly plague away from me.
Moses then left Pharaoh and prayed to the Lord. And the Lord changed the wind to a very strong west wind, which caught up the locusts and carried them into the Red Sea. Not a locust was left anywhere in Egypt. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let the Israelites go. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Stretch out your hand toward the sky, so that darkness spreads over Egypt. Darkness that can be felt.
So Moses stretched out his hand toward the sky, and total darkness covered all Egypt for 3 days. No one could see anyone else or move about for 3 days.
No light at all.
Yet all the Israelites had light in the places where they lived. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and said,
Go, worship the Lord. Even your women and children may go with you.
Yo, even
Only
the women?
leave your flocks and herds behind.
But
the
Moses
women
said,
can get in on this
You
one?
must allow us to have sacrifices and burnt offerings to present to the Lord our God. Our livestock too must go with us. Not a hoof is to be left behind. We have to use some of them in worshiping the Lord our God, and until we get there, we will not know what we are to use to worship the Lord.
But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he was not willing to let them
Come
go.
on.
Pharaoh said to Moses,
Get out of my sight. Make sure you do not appear before me again.
Why do you
The
do
day
this?
you
Come
see
on.
my face, you will die.
Just as you say,
Moses replied.
I will never appear before you again.
Well, we're finally threatening him
Chapter
with
11.
death. Probably should have done this a long
Now
time
the Lord
ago.
had said to Moses,
I will bring one more plague on Pharaoh and on Egypt. After that, he will let you go from here, and when he does, he will drive you out completely. Tell the people that men and women alike are to ask their neighbors for articles of silver and gold.
The Lord made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people, and Moses himself was highly regarded in Egypt by Pharaoh's officials and by the people. So Moses said,
And then we
This is
we
what the
Jedi mind
Lord
tricked the
says.
entirety of Egypt,
About
I guess.
midnight, I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn son in Egypt will die. From the firstborn son of Pharaoh who sits on the throne, to the firstborn son of the female slave who was at her handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle as well. There will be loud wailing throughout Egypt, worse than there has ever been or ever will be again. But among the Israelites, not a dog will bark at any person or animal. Then you will know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel.
Bruh.
All these officials of yours will come to me, bowing down before me and saying, Go, you and all the people who follow you. After that, I will leave.
Then Moses, hot with anger, left Pharaoh. The Lord had said to Moses,
Pharaoh will refuse to listen to you, so that my wonders may be multiplied in Egypt.
Moses and Aaron performed all these wonders before Pharaoh, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let the Israelites go out of his country.
Come on, man. Come on.
Chapter 12. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron in Egypt,
This month is to be for you the first month of your year. Tell the whole community of Israel that on the 10th day of this month, each man is to take a lamb for his family, one for each household. If any household is too small for a whole lamb, they must share one with their nearest neighbor, having taken into account the number of people there are. You are to determine the amount of lamb needed in accordance with what each person will eat. The animals you choose must be year-old males without defect, and you may take them from the sheep or the goats. Take care of them until the 14th day of the month, when all the members of the community of Israel must slaughter
Dude,
them
this is
at twilight.
what ritual are we
Then
performing?
They are to take some of the blood and put it on the sides and tops of the door frames of the houses where they eat the lambs. That same night they are to eat the meat roasted over the fire, along with bitter herbs and bread made without yeast. Do not eat the meat raw or boiled in water, but roasted
I didn't grow up with the
over a
NIV,
fire
so this is the
with
driest
head,
shit on earth.
legs, and internal
What
organs.
is it?
Do not
you have a
leave
spicier
any of it
version,
till
or
morning.
what?
If some is left till morning, you must burn it. This is how you are to eat it, with your cloak tucked into your belt, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand. Eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. On that same night I will pass through Egypt and
boil it,
strike
man? Come
down
on.
every firstborn of both people and animals. And I will bring judgment on all the
And no
gods of
leftovers?
Egypt. I am the Lord. The blood will be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. No destructive plague will touch you when I strike Egypt. This is a day you are to commemorate. For the generations to come, you shall celebrate it as a festival to the Lord, a lasting ordinance. For 7 days you are to eat bread made without yeast. On the first day remove the yeast from your houses, for whoever eats anything with yeast in it from the first day through the 7th must be cut off from Israel. On the first day hold a sacred assembly, and another one on the 7th day. Do no work at all on these days, except to prepare food for everyone to eat. That is all you may do.
I don't think people
Celebrate the festival of unleavened bread.
I don't think
because
people
it
do
was
that
on
anymore.
This very day that I brought your divisions out of Egypt. Celebrate this day as a lasting
is this like a
ordinance
finite
for
thing?
the generations to come. In the first month you are to eat bread made without yeast, from the evening of the 14th day until the evening of the 21st day. For 7 days no yeast is to be found in your houses.
Damn,
And anyone,
no yeast.
whether foreigner or native born, who eats anything
Passover,
with
is
yeast
it
in
not?
it must be cut off from the community of Israel. Eat
You still do
nothing made
Passover?
with yeast.
I see.
Wherever you live, you must eat unleavened bread.
Then Moses summoned all the elders of Israel and said to them,
Go at once and select the animals for your families and slaughter the Passover lamb. Take a bunch of hyssop, dip it into the blood in the basin, and put some of the blood on the top and on both sides of the doorframe. None of you shall go
I love
out of
when
the door of
God
your
tells
house
somebody something and then they
until
go and repeat
morning.
it verbatim.
When the Lord
a
goes
few
through the
paragraphs
land to
down.
strike down the Egyptians, he will see the blood on the top and sides of the doorframe and will pass over that doorway, and he will not permit the destroyer to enter your houses and strike you down. Obey these instructions as a lasting ordinance for you and your descendants. When you enter the land that the Lord will give you as he promised, observe this ceremony. And when your children ask you, what does this ceremony mean to you? Then tell them, it is the Passover sacrifice to the Lord, who passed over the houses of the Israelites in Egypt and
That's why they call it
spared our
Passover.
homes when he
Wow.
struck down the Egyptians.
Then the people bowed down and worshipped. The Israelites did just what the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron. At midnight,
Well,
the Lord
I've never
struck down
participated in
all
this
the
and I'm
firstborn
fine,
in
so.
Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on the throne to the firstborn of the prisoner who was in the dungeon, and the firstborn of all the livestock as well. Pharaoh and all his officials and all the Egyptians got up during the night, and there was loud wailing in Egypt, for there was not a house without someone dead.
Fucking
During
Jesus
the night,
Christ.
Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said,
Up! Leave my people, you and the Israelites. Go, worship the Lord as you have requested. Take your flocks and herds as you have said, and go! And also bless me.
The Egyptians urged the people to hurry and leave the country.
For otherwise,
They said,
we will all die.
So the people took their dough before the yeast was added, and carried it on their shoulders in kneading troughs wrapped in clothing. The Israelites did as Moses instructed, and asked the Egyptians for articles of silver and gold, and for clothing. The Lord had made the Egyptians favorably disposed toward the people, and they gave them what they asked for, so they plundered the Egyptians. The Israelites journeyed
Give me
from
the loot.
Ramesses to Succoth. There were about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. Many other people went up with them, and also large droves of livestock, both flocks and herds. With the dough the Israelites had brought from Egypt, they baked loaves of unleavened bread. The dough was without yeast, because they had been driven out of Egypt and did not have time to prepare food for themselves. Now the length of time the Israelite people lived in Egypt was 430 years. At the end of the 430 years, to the very day, all the Lord's divisions left Egypt, because the Lord kept vigil that night to bring them out of Egypt. On this night, all the Israelites are to keep vigil to honor the Lord for the generations to come. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
These are the regulations for the Passover meal. No foreigner may eat it. Any slave you have bought may eat it after you have circumcised him. But a temporary resident or a hired worker may not eat it. It must be eaten inside the house. Take none of the meat outside the house. Do not break any of the bones. The whole community of Israel
you can't break the bones.
Must celebrate it. A foreigner residing among you who wants to celebrate the Lord's Passover must have all the males in his household circumcised. Then he may take part like one born in the land. No uncircumcised male may eat it. The same law applies both to the native-born and to the foreigner residing among you.
What's the old circumcision? I think it's like it's just like a.
And on that very day, the Lord brought the Israelites.
That's how you know you're on the in-group. It's like getting branded, I guess.
Chapter 13. The Lord said to Moses,
Consecrate to me
so if you're a foreigner, you have to have cut wiener.
Every womb among the Israelites belongs to me, whether human or animal.
Then Moses said to the people,
Commemorate this day, the day you came out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery, because the Lord brought you out of it with a mighty hand. Eat nothing containing yeast. Today, in the month of Aviv, you are leaving. When the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Hivites, and Jebusites, the land he swore to your ancestors to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, you are to observe this ceremony in this month. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast, and on the 7th day hold a festival to the Lord. Eat unleavened bread during those 7 days. Nothing with yeast in it is to be seen among you, nor shall any yeast be seen anywhere within your borders.
No
on that
yeast.
day tell your son, I do this because of what the Lord did for me when I came out of Egypt. This observance will be for you like a sign on your hand
last year that Bible
and a
study is so
reminder
important
on your
that Pin Maker
forehead
sells
that
special
this
Bible
law of
study
the
packs
Lord
of
is to be
pins.
on your lips.
Incredible.
For the Lord brought you out of Egypt with his mighty hand. You must keep this ordinance at the appointed time, year after year. After the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites and gives it to you, as he promised on oath to you and your ancestors, you are to give over to the Lord the first offspring of every womb. All the firstborn males of your livestock belong to the Lord. Redeem with a lamb every firstborn donkey. But if you do not redeem it, break its neck. Redeem every firstborn among your sons. In days to come, when your son asks you, What does this mean? Say to him, With a mighty hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. When Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed the firstborn of both people and animals in Egypt.
What does it mean to give over the firstborn to the Lord?
This is why I sacrifice
that,
to the Lord the first male
sacrifice
offspring
them?
of every
It's really
womb,
not.
and redeem each of my firstborn sons. And it will be like a sign on your hand and a symbol on your forehead that the Lord brought us out of Egypt with his mighty hand.
When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them on the road
Redeem
through the
each of
Philistine
my
country,
firstborn
so
sons.
that was shorter. For
What does
God
it mean
said,
to redeem?
If they face war, they might change their minds and return to Egypt.
So God led the people around by the desert road toward the Red Sea. The Israelites went up out of Egypt ready for battle. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, because Joseph had made the Israelites swear an oath. He had said,
God will surely come to your aid, and then you must carry my bones up with you from this place.
After leaving Succoth, they camped at Etham on the edge of the desert. By day the Lord went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to guide them on their way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light,
Redemption of the
so that they could
firstborn of
travel
male
by
and not
day
by
or
Caesarean
night.
is a mitzvah
Neither
in
the pillar
Judaism
of
whereby
cloud
a
by
Jewish
day,
firstborn
nor the
is
pillar of
redeemed
fire
by
by
use
night
of silver
left its
coins.
place in front of the people. Chapter 14. Then
right.
the Lord said to Moses,
Tell the Israelites to turn back and encamp near Pi-hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea. They are to encamp by the sea, directly opposite Baal-Zephon. Pharaoh will think the Israelites are wandering around the land in confusion, hemmed in by the desert, and I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will pursue them. But I will gain glory for myself through Pharaoh and all his army.
Dude,
and
like,
the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord.
So the Israelites did this.
He's like...
When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled,
mind controlling the
Pharaoh
guy
and his officials
so that way he
changed their
can
minds
flex
about
how
them
awesome he
and
is.
said,
What have we done? We have let the Israelites go, and have
Why are
lost
we
their
using
services.
these people?
So he had his chariot made ready, and took his army with him. He took 600 of the best chariots, along with all the other chariots of Egypt, with officers over all of them. The Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, so that he pursued the Israelites, who were marching out boldly. The Egyptians, all Pharaoh's horses and chariots, horsemen and troops, pursued the Israelites, and overtook them as they camped by the sea near Pi-hahiroth, opposite Baal-Zephon. As Pharaoh approached, the Israelites looked up, and there were the Egyptians marching after them. They were terrified and cried out to the Lord. They said to Moses,
Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you brought us to the desert to die? What have you done to us by bringing us out of Egypt? Didn't we say to you in Egypt, leave us alone? Let us serve the Egyptians.
Making
it
up
would
a
have
guy
been
and
better
getting
for
mad
us
at him.
to serve the Egyptians than to die in the desert.
Moses answered the people,
Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you.
It's time for God's most epic prank.
Still.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Why are you crying out to me? Tell the Israelites to move on. Raise your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water, so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, so that they will go in after them, and I will gain glory through Pharaoh and all his army, through his chariots and his horsemen. The Egyptians will know that I am the Lord, when I gain glory through Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen.
Then the angel of God, who had been traveling in front of Israel's army, withdrew and went behind them. The pillar
This
of
is
cloud
a pronounless
from in
world, by
front
the way.
and stood behind them,
Whenever we
coming between the armies of Egypt and
these
Israel.
long ass, you could have just
Throughout
said
the night,
when I
the
gain
cloud
glory
brought
through them,
darkness
but
to the one side,
how about
and
we
light
just
to the other side.
how about we
So
just
neither
repeat
went
this
near the other
long-winded
all night long.
list
Then
over and
Moses
over again?
stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind, and turned it into dry land. The waters were divided, and the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground, with a wall of water on their right and on their left. The Egyptians pursued them, and all Pharaoh's horses and chariots and horsemen followed them into the sea. During the last watch of the night, the Lord looked down from the pillar of fire and cloud at the Egyptian army, and threw it into confusion. He jammed the wheels of their chariots so that they had difficulty driving. And the Egyptians said,
Let's get away from the Israelites. The Lord is fighting for them against Egypt.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Stretch out your hand over the sea, so that the waters may flow back over the Egyptians and their chariots and horsemen.
Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and at daybreak the sea went back to its place. The Egyptians were fleeing toward it, and the Lord swept them into the sea. The water flowed back and covered the chariots and horsemen, the
Is
entire
Moses
army
culpable?
of Pharaoh that had followed the Israelites into the sea. Not one of them survived. But the
How many
Israelites
people did we
went
just
through the sea on dry ground, with a wall of water on their right and on their left. That day the Lord saved Israel from the hands of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians lying dead on the shore. And when the Israelites saw the mighty hand of the Lord displayed against the Egyptians,
You literally
the people
put them in
feared
this
the Lord
scenario.
and put their trust in him.
You set them up.
And Moses his servant. Chapter 15.
Actually, set
Then
them up.
Moses and the Israelites sang this song to the Lord.
Music
I
time.
will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. Both horse and driver he has hurled into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my defense. He has become my salvation. He is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a warrior. The Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his army he has hurled into the sea. The best of Pharaoh's officers are drowned in the Red Sea. The deep waters have covered them. They sank to the depths like a stone. Your right hand, Lord, was majestic in
Sea
power.
of reeds.
Your right hand, Lord, shattered the enemy. In the greatness of your majesty, you threw down those who opposed you. You unleashed your burning anger. It consumed them like stubble. By the blast of your nostrils, the waters piled up.
This is one of the oldest
surging
passages
waters
in the
stood
Bible.
up like a wall.
Exodus
the deep waters
15,
congealed
the
in the
song.
heart of the sea. The enemy boasted, I will pursue, I will overtake them, I will divide the spoils, I will gorge myself on them. I will draw my sword, and my hand will destroy them. But you blew with your breath, and the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who among the gods is like you, Lord? Who is like you? Majestic in holiness, awesome in glory,
We're still,
working wonders.
we still haven't
stretch out
accepted
your
the
right hand, and
monotheism
the
yet,
earth
have we?
swallows your enemies. In your unfailing
We're still
love,
talking
you will
about
lead the people
this
you have
God
redeemed.
is
In your strength,
is
you will
among
guide
many,
them
but
to your
this is the
holy
best one.
dwelling. The nations will hear and tremble. Anguish will grip the people of Philistia. The chiefs of Edom will be terrified. The leaders of Moab will be seized with trembling. The people of Canaan will melt away. Terror and dread will fall on them. By the power of your arm, they will be as still as a stone until
I didn't know
your
the
people
detail
pass by,
of
Lord,
the story
until
of the plagues and
people you
of
bought
the Red
pass
Sea.
by.
I didn't know that
You will bring them in
the Egyptians
and
were getting
plant them
mind
on the
controlled the
mountain
entire
of your
time
inheritance.
to be. I thought
The
they were just
place,
like,
Lord, you made for your
you know,
dwelling.
being the
The
oppressive class
sanctuary,
and trying
Lord, your
to
hands
enslave the
established.
Israelites, but I didn't
The
know that they
Lord
were being forced to do
reigns
so.
forever and ever.
When
So that
Pharaoh's
way
horses,
God could flex.
chariots, and horsemen went into the sea, the Lord brought the waters of the sea back over them. But the Israelites walked through the sea on dry ground. Then Miriam the prophet, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women followed her with timbrels and dancing. Miriam sang to them.
Sing to the Lord.
To hear
for
the
he is
lamentations of their
highly
women.
exalted.
Oh, we haven't gotten to
Both
lamentations
horse
yet.
and driver he is hurled into the sea.
Then Moses led Israel from the Red Sea, and they went into the desert of Shur. For 3 days they traveled in the desert without finding water. When they came to Marah, they could not drink its water because it was bitter. That is why the place is called Marah. So the people grumbled against Moses, saying,
Marah means bitter.
What are we to drink?
Then Moses cried out to the Lord, and the Lord showed him a piece of wood. He threw it into the water, and the water became fit to drink. There the Lord issued a ruling and instruction for them, and put them to the test.
Does he just know this is going to happen, or is
If
he
you listen
has he
carefully
ascended?
to the Lord your God, and do what is right in his eyes, if you pay attention to his commands and keep all his decrees, I will not bring on you any of the diseases I brought on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you.
Then they came to Elim, where there were 12 springs and 70 palm trees, and they camped there near the water. Chapter 16.
Tight. I'm gonna go potty, and it's time for drink 1, everybody. Thank you guys for watching. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll go next. yeah. Exodus is a lot more trolling than I assumed originally. He has a lot in common with other trickster spirits and other cosmologies. He was a trickster in Genesis too. Yesterday, whenever we read Genesis, he was being a little Abraham and Isaac. That's a huge prank. What's the deal? The Garden of Eden? That's a prank. Why does he do that? I was a little curious about this, but apparently someone got circumcised and said that sex feels better.
Communism is based...
It's hard to say. I've only ever had the one. Yo, YOLO, thanks for the tier 1. Also, in the Garden of Eden, the serpent is not the serpent's not necessarily Satan. It was just a talking snake. But also, women have caused nothing but problems to this point in the Bible. They actually just there to mess things up. Okay.
The whole Israelite community set out from Elim and came to the desert of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai.
Desert of Sin?
On the 15th day of the 2nd month after they
the
had come
Sahara?
out of Egypt. In the desert, the whole community grumbled against Moses and Aaron. The Israelites said to them,
How many named women?
If only we had died by the Lord's hand in
there was
Egypt.
Hagen,
there
the
we
slave,
sat around
there
pots
was
of meat
Sarah,
and ate
there
all
was
the food
Eve.
we wanted. But you have
there
brought
was
us out into
Rebecca
this desert to starve this entire
and Rachel.
assembly to death.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
I will rain down bread from heaven for you.
Yo,
the
raining
people are
bread?
to go out each day and gather enough for that day. In this way, I will test them and see whether they will follow my
Make sure
instructions.
to take just enough.
On the 6th day, they are to prepare what they bring in, and that is to be twice as much as they gather on the other days.
So Moses and Aaron said to all the Israelites,
In the evening you will know that it was the Lord who brought you out of Egypt. And in the morning you will see the glory of the Lord, because he has heard your grumbling against him.
Bacardi Superior
Who are we
and Exodus.
that you should grumble against us?
Moses also said,
Just as
You
the Lord
will
would have
know
wanted.
that it was the Lord when he gives you meat to eat in the evening, and all the bread you want in the morning, because he has heard your grumbling against him. Who are we? You are not grumbling against us, but against the Lord.
Then Moses told Aaron,
Say to the entire
Don't
Israelite
backtalk
community,
me, because that's actually an
Come
affront to
before
God.
the Lord, for he has heard your grumbling.
While Aaron was speaking to the whole Israelite community,
Is the
they looked toward the
when it
desert,
falls, if not,
and
that would
there
hurt
was
a
the
lot.
glory of the Lord appearing in the cloud. The Lord said to Moses,
I have heard the grumbling of the
he doesn't have
Israelites.
Apocrypha.
Tell them, at twilight
What is
you
Apocrypha?
will eat meat, and in the morning
That Old
you
Testament?
will be filled with bread. Then you will know that I am the Lord your God.
That evening,
Am I gonna have to look
came
up some
and covered the
DLC from
camp,
some other books?
And in the morning there was a layer of dew around the camp. When the dew was gone, thin flakes like frost on the ground appeared on the desert floor. When the Israelites saw it, they said to each other,
What is it?
for they did not know what it was. Moses said to them,
It is the bread the Lord has given you to eat. This is what the Lord has commanded. Everyone is to gather as much as they need. Take an omer for each person you have in your tent.
The Israelites did as they were told.
Omer?
Some gathered much, some little.
3 pounds.
And when they
Or
measured it by the
1.4
omer,
kilos.
the one who gathered much did not have too much, and the one who gathered little did not have too little. Everyone had gathered just as much as they needed. Then Moses said to them,
"No one is to keep any of it until morning."
This is
However,
the most unrealistic
some of them
thing I've
paid no
heard
attention
in the
to
entirety of
Moses.
Exodus.
They kept part
No,
of it
nobody
until
knows
morning,
exactly how hungry
but
they
it
are.
was full of maggots and began to smell. So Moses was angry with them. Each morning everyone gathered as much as they needed, and when the sun grew hot, it melted away. On the 6th day they gathered twice as much, 2 omers for each person. And the leaders of the community came and reported this to Moses. He said to them,
"This is what the Lord commanded. Tomorrow is to be
We're
a
doing
day
Bible
of
study on a
Sabbath
Friday.
rest,
Yeah, funnily
a
enough, whenever you go to
holy
open the
Sabbath
Bible
to the
on a day
Lord.
that isn't Sunday,
So
it actually
bake what
doesn't
you want
like
to
burn
bake
your
and
hands,
boil
or
what you want to
you open the
boil.
pages and you get struck
Save
with
whatever
blindness.
is left and keep it until morning."
So they saved
can
it
actually
until
read it
morning, as
at
Moses
any time.
commanded, and it did not stink or get maggots in it.
"Eat it today,
Moses said,
because today is a Sabbath to the Lord. You will not find any of it on the ground today. 6 days you are to gather it, but on the 7th day, the Sabbath, there will not be any."
Nevertheless, some of the people went out on the 7th day to gather it, but they found none. Then the Lord said
Don't work
to
on
Moses,
Sunday, everyone.
How long will you refuse to keep my
How much is an
commands
omer?
and my
About 3
instructions?
pounds.
Bear
the
in
footnotes.
mind that the Lord has given you the Sabbath. That is why on the 6th day he gives you bread for 2 days. Everyone is to stay where they are on the 7th day. No one is to go out.
You can't go outside at all?
So the people rested on the 7th day.
You just hang out? That's kind of boring.
The people of Israel called the bread manna. It was white like coriander seed and tasted like wafers.
What if
made
I'm
with
going
honey.
to church?
Moses said,
We haven't really
"This is
established
what
what
the
church
Lord
is
has
yet, though,
commanded.
so I guess
Take an
we'll
omer
change
of
that one.
manna and keep it for the generations to come, so they can see the bread I gave you to eat in
Manna.
the wilderness when I brought you out of Egypt."
So Moses said to Aaron,
"Take a jar and put an omer of manna in it.
Manna
Then
sounds
place
like
it
Hebrew
before the
for
Lord
what is
to
it?
be kept for the generations to come."
as the Lord commanded Moses, Aaron put the manna with
Church
the
doesn't
tablets
work?
of the
Well, he
covenant
said
law
you're not to
so
go
that
out.
it might be preserved. The Israelites ate
See?
manna 40 years until they came to a land that was settled.
It doesn't just say
They
don't
ate
work,
manna
it says
until
everyone's
they
to stay
reached
where
the
they are,
border of
don't go
Canaan.
out.
An omer is 1/10 of an ephah.
Ah, yes, of
Chapter
course.
17. The whole Israelite community set out from the desert of Sin, traveling from place to place as the Lord commanded. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. So they quarreled with
Church
Moses
isn't established
and
until
said,
Jesus in the
Give
Bible.
us water to
Well, yeah, we
drink.
haven't established it yet,
Moses
that's for sure.
replied,
"Why do you quarrel with me? Why do you put the Lord to the test?"
But the people were thirsty for water there, and they grumbled against Moses. They said,
Why did you bring us up out of Egypt to make us and our children and livestock die of thirst?
Then Moses cried out to the Lord,
"What am I to do with these people?
Whoa,
They are almost ready to
whoa.
stone me."
The Lord answered Moses,
Go out in front of the people. Take with you some of the elders of Israel, and take in your hand the staff with which you
We've
struck
really
the
ramped
Nile,
up the power
and
scaling.
go. I will stand there before you by the rock at Horeb.
We weren't bestowing magic
Strike
powers
the
to
rock,
people before.
and
This is
water
crazy.
will come out of it for the people to drink.
So Moses did this in the sight of the elders of Israel, and he called the place Massah and Meribah.
You think Moses
because
was
the
like a test
Israelites
run for
quarreled,
Jesus?
And because they tested the Lord, saying,
Is the Lord among us or not?
Among
The
us?
Amalekites came and attacked the Israelites at Rephidim. Moses said to Joshua,
"Choose some of our men and go out to fight the Amalekites. Tomorrow I will stand on top of the hill with the staff of God in my hands."
So Joshua fought the Amalekites as Moses had ordered, and Moses, Aaron, and Hur went to the top of the hill. As long as Moses held up his hands, the Israelites were winning, but whenever he lowered his hands, the Amalekites were winning. When Moses' hands grew tired, they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Aaron and Hur held his hands up, one on one side,
Yo,
one
thanks,
on the
homies.
other, so that his hands remained steady till sunset.
He has to charge
So
the spirit
Joshua
bomb.
overcame the Amalekite army with a sword. Then the Lord said to Moses,
Write this on a scroll as something to be remembered, and make sure that Joshua hears it, because I will completely blot out the name of Amalek from under heaven.
Moses built an altar and called it, "The Lord is my banner." He said,
because hands were lifted up against the throne of the Lord. The Lord will be at war against the Amalekites from generation to generation.
Dang.
Chapter 18.
We're
Now Jethro,
we're cursing yet another
and
lineage of
father-in-law
people.
Moses, heard of everything God had done for Moses and for his people Israel, and how the Lord had brought Israel out of Egypt. After Moses had sent away his wife Zipporah, his father-in-law Jethro received her and her 2 sons. One son was named Gershom, for Moses said,
I have become a foreigner in a foreign land.
And the other was named Eleazar, for he said,
My father's God was my helper. He saved me from the sword of Pharaoh.
Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, together with Moses' sons and wife, came to him in the wilderness, where he was camped near the mountain of God. Jethro had sent word to him,
I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and her 2 sons.
So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and bowed down and kissed him. They greeted each other, and then went into the tent. Moses told his father-in-law about everything the Lord had done to Pharaoh and the Egyptians for Israel's sake, and about all the hardships they had met along the way, and how the Lord had saved them.
Oh, thank goodness
Jethro
they
was delighted to
gave us the
hear
abridged
about all the
version
good
and didn't
things
actually
the Lord had
repeat
done
the
for
entire
Israel
story
in
verbatim.
rescuing them
They have
from
a
the hand of the
tendency to
Egyptians.
do that.
He said,
Praise be to the Lord, who rescued you from the hand of the Egyptians and of Pharaoh, and who rescued the people from the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that the Lord is greater than all other gods.
Why is Jethro speaking like he's 700 and died at 30 back then? Well, not according to the book,
then
you know.
Jethro,
Most of these people are living to
brought
be
a burnt offering
150
and other sacrifices
plus.
to God. And Aaron came with all the elders of Israel to eat a meal with Moses' father-in-law in the presence of God. The next day Moses took his seat to serve as judge for the people, and they stood around him from morning till evening. When his father-in-law saw all that Moses was doing for the people, he said,
What is this you are doing for the people? Why do you alone sit as judge, while all these people stand around you from morning till evening?
Moses answered him,
Because the people come to me to seek God's will. Whenever they have a dispute, it is brought to me, and I decide between the parties.
Man, he's really the mouthpiece for God. What a position.
Moses' father-in-law replied,
What you are doing is not good. You and these people who come to you will only wear yourselves out. The work is too heavy for you. You cannot handle it alone.
Put me on the council, coach.
Listen now to me, and I will give you some advice, and may God be with you. You must be the people's representative before
He's trying to
God
get a little bit of that
and
power.
bring their disputes to him. Teach them his decrees and instructions, and show them the way they are to live and how they are to behave. But select capable men from
So are there
all
parts where Moses speaks with God
and
they don't get included, or are we using this very small sample of God speaking to us
thousands, hundreds, 50s, and 10s.
as justification for us being able to tell everyone how to live their lives?
But have them bring every difficult case to you. The simple cases they can decide themselves. That will make your load lighter because they will share it with you. If you do this, and God so commands, you will be able to stand the strain, and all these people will go home satisfied.
Moses listened to his father-in-law and did everything he said. He chose capable men from all Israel and made them leaders.
Yeah, we're almost to the part of the
officials
Bible
over
where
thousands, hundreds, 50s, and 10s. They served as judges for the people at all times. The difficult cases they brought to Moses, but the simple ones they decided themselves. Then Moses sent his father-in-law on his way, and Jethro returned to his own country.
Whatever.
Chapter 19.
We're almost to the part
on the
where
first day of the 3rd month after the Israelites
we get
left
the
Egypt,
commandments.
on that very day they came to the desert of Sinai. After they set out from Rephidim, they entered the desert of Sinai, and Israel camped there in the desert in front of the mountain. Then Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain and said,
This is what you are to say to the descendants of Jacob, and what you are to tell the people of Israel. You yourselves have seen what I did to Egypt, and how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then Out of all nations you will be my treasured possession.
We're about halfway through Exodus at this
Although
point.
the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words you are to speak to the Israelites.
So Moses went back and summoned the elders of the people, and set before them all the words the Lord had commanded him to speak. The people all responded together,
We will do everything the Lord has said.
So Moses brought their answer back to the Lord. The Lord said to Moses,
I am going to come to you in a dense cloud, so that the people will hear me speaking with you, and will always put their trust in you.
Then Moses told the Lord what the people had said. And the Lord said to Moses,
Go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow. Have them wash their clothes and be ready by the third day, because on that day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. Put limits for the people around the mountain, and tell them, Be careful that you do not approach the mountain or touch the foot of it. Whoever touches the mountain is to be put to death. They are to be stoned or shot with arrows. Not a hand is to be laid on them.
But
no
you have to throw rocks at
or
them.
Animal shall be permitted to live. Only when the ram's horn sounds a long blast may they approach the mountain.
After Moses had gone down the mountain to the people, he consecrated them, and they washed their clothes. Then he said to the people,
Prepare yourselves for the third day. Abstain from sexual relations.
On the morning of the third day there was thunder and lightning, with a thick cloud over the mountain, and a very loud trumpet blast. Everyone in the camp trembled. Then Moses led the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was covered with smoke, because the Lord descended on it in fire. The smoke billowed up from it like smoke from a furnace, and the whole mountain trembled violently. As the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and the voice of God answered him. The Lord descended to the top of Mount Sinai, and called Moses to the top of the mountain. So Moses went up, and the Lord said to him,
Go down and warn the people, so they do not force their way through to see the Lord, and many of them perish. Even the priests who approach the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out against them.
Moses said to the Lord,
The people cannot come up Mount Sinai, because you yourself warned us. Put limits around the mountain and set it apart as holy.
The Lord replied,
Go down and
Why are we
bring
being so
Aaron
secretive?
up with you. But the priests and the people must not force their way through to come up to the Lord, or he will break out against them.
So Moses went down to the people and told them. Chapter 20. And God spoke all these words.
I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other
it's like a 1 in
gods
78,000 chance.
You shall
I
not
catch like
make
150
for
an hour,
yourself
so it's
an image in the
pretty low
form of
chance.
anything in heaven above, or on the earth beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them, or worship them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments.
Okay,
You
first
shall
of all,
not miss
showing love to 1,000, but hating those for 3 or 4. So, these things are not mutually exclusive. Both can happen. If my great etc. grandpappy loved the Lord, let's say 50 generations ago, but then then my grandfather didn't like him, which one is it? Why are you punishing the children for the sin of the parents? That's like, does this not get directly challenged by later teachings in the Bible, where you are not to be punished for the sins of your father? Literally has nothing to do with me.
Misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses his name. Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God.
No
On
work.
it you shall not do any work, neither you, nor your son or daughter,
or your slaves,
nor your male or female servant, nor your animals, nor any foreigner residing in your towns. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them.
Which day is
But
the
he
Sabbath?
rested
Sabbath
on
day.
The 7th day.
They
Therefore,
haven't
Lord
described it
blessed
yet.
the Sabbath day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother, so that you may live long in the land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not give
Stop
false
on your right
testimony
foot. Don't
against
forget
your
it.
neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor.
We literally have
When the people saw the thunder and
slavery
lightning,
written into
and
the
heard
code.
trumpet, and saw the mountain in smoke, they trembled with fear. They stayed at a distance, and said to Moses,
Speak to us yourself, and we will listen. But do not
Chapter is
have
this?
God
This is chapter
speak
20.
to us, or we will die.
Moses said to the people,
Do not be afraid. God has come to test you, so that the fear of God will be with you to keep you from sinning.
The people remained at a distance, while Moses approached the thick
Do not murder is a
darkness
good
where
start
God
to the
was.
rules. That's not
Then the Lord
that's not
said
the
to
start
Moses,
to the rules.
Tell the Israelites this.
It's this one.
You
This is
have
the first
seen
one.
for
You shall have no other
yourselves
gods before
that
me.
I have spoken to you from heaven. Do not make any gods to be alongside me. Do not make for yourselves gods of silver or gods of gold. Make an altar of earth for me, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, your sheep and goats and your cattle. Wherever I cause my name to be honored, I will come to you and bless you. If you make an altar of stones for me, do not build it with dressed stones, for you will defile it if you use a tool on it. And do not go up to my altar on steps, or your private parts may be exposed.
What?
Chapter 21.
These are the laws you are to set before
We're talking about
If
because
you
we
buy
wear
a Hebrew
skirts and
servant,
robes.
he is to serve you for 6 years. But in the 7th year...
Hold on. Is this this isn't honored? Tons of altars have steps that lead up to them. Is that not? I suppose nobody burns offerings either, so. So I guess we can just throw the whole thing out. You know, it's pretty crazy. Like we make a big deal about this kind of stuff, but we go fucking 5 verses down and we're talking about doing burnt offerings. Nobody cares about that.
Year he shall go free, without paying anything. If he comes alone, he is to go free alone. But if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. But if the servant declares, I love my master, and my wife, and children, and do not want to go free, then his master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door or the doorpost, and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his servant for life. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as male servants do. If she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners, because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not
The Lord
deprive
says
the first
Moses
one
is the
of her
goodest boy.
food,
You should bring him
clothing,
bunches of
and
sweets and
marital
stuff.
rights. If he does not provide her with these 3 things, she is to go free, without any payment of money. Anyone who strikes a person with a fatal blow is to be put to death. However, if it is not done intentionally, but God lets it happen, they are to flee to a place I will designate. But if anyone schemes and
What does this mean?
someone deliberately, that person is to be taken from my altar and put to death. Anyone who attacks their father
But God
or
lets it
mother
happen.
is
It's
to
like,
be
I don't
put
know.
to
Like, I
death.
didn't know that.
Anyone who kidnaps someone is to be put to death, whether the victim has been sold or is still in the kidnapper's possession. Anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death.
Okay.
If people quarrel,
Dude, holy
and one
shit.
person hits
We really
another
don't talk.
with
We
a
don't really,
stone
really don't.
or with their fist, and the victim does not die, but is confined to bed, the one who struck the blow will not be held liable if the other can get up and walk around outside with a staff. However,
You
the
can only
guilty
beat them
party must
into
pay
a
the
cripple.
injured person for any loss of time and see that the victim is completely healed. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. If people are fighting and hit a pregnant
Slavery is
woman
poggers.
and she gives birth prematurely, but there is no serious injury, the offender must be fined whatever the woman's husband demands and the court allows. But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise. An owner who hits a male or female slave in the eye and destroys it must let the slave go free to compensate for the eye.
What, Jesus?
And an owner who knocks out the tooth of a male or female slave must let the slave go free to compensate for the tooth. If a bull gores a man or woman to death, the bull is to be stoned to death, and its meat must not be eaten. But the owner of the bull
Yeah, this
will not be
situation
held
comes up all the
responsible.
time.
If, however, the bull has had the habit of goring, and the owner has been warned but has not kept it penned up, and it kills a man or woman, the bull is to be stoned, and its owner also is to be put to death. However, if payment is demanded, the owner may redeem his life by the payment of whatever is demanded. This law also applies if the bull gores a son or daughter.
Yeah,
If the bull gores a male or female
I'm charging
slave,
you
the owner must pay
400
30
million
shekels of
dollars.
silver to the master of the
Bitch.
slave, and the bull is to be
You
stoned
just get to
to
make
death.
up the amount.
If anyone uncovers a pit,
However, it is 30 shekels
and
for a
fails
slave.
to cover it, and an ox or a donkey falls into it, the one who opened the pit must pay the owner for the loss and take the dead animal.
We're setting trap holes for donkeys?
If anyone's bull injures someone else's bull and it dies, the two parties are to sell the live one and divide both the money and the dead animal equally. However, if it was known that the bull had the habit of goring, yet the owner did not keep it penned up, the owner must pay, animal for animal, and take the dead animal in exchange.
Chapter 22.
Oh my
Whoever
God.
steals an ox or a sheep and slaughters it or sells it must pay back 5 head of cattle for the ox and 4 sheep for the sheep. If a thief is caught breaking in at night and is struck a fatal blow, the defender
Yo, make
is
my
not
day.
guilty of bloodshed. But if it happens after sunrise, the defender is guilty of bloodshed.
Huh?
Anyone who steals must certainly make restitution, but if they have nothing, they must be sold to pay.
You can't
for
do it
their
during
theft.
the day.
If the stolen animal is found alive
Home invasion
in
is
their
okay during the
possession,
day.
whether ox or donkey or sheep, they must pay back double. If anyone grazes their livestock in a field or vineyard and lets them stray, and they graze in someone else's field, the offender must make restitution from the best of their own field or vineyard. If a fire breaks out and spreads into thorn bushes so that it burns shocks of grain or standing grain or the whole field, the one who started the fire must make restitution. If anyone gives a
Like the
neighbor
entire
silver
crowd
or
that's out
goods
at the
for
base of Mount
safekeeping,
Sinai
and
is
they are
they're
stolen
they're
from the neighbor's
absolutely
house,
snoozing
the
at this
thief,
point.
if caught, must
Like,
pay
can you
back
repeat
double.
that?
But if the thief is not found, the owner of the house must appear before the judges, and they must determine whether the owner of the house has laid hands on the other person's property. in all cases of illegal possession of an ox, a donkey, a sheep, a garment, or any other lost property about which somebody says, "This is mine," both parties are to bring their cases before the judges. The one whom the judges declare guilty must pay back double to the other. If anyone gives a donkey, an ox, a sheep, or any other animal to their neighbor for safekeeping, and it dies, or is injured, or is taken away while no one is looking, the issue between them will be settled by the taking of an oath before the Lord that the neighbor did not lay hands on the other person's property. The owner is to accept this, and no restitution is required. But if the animal was stolen from the neighbor, restitution must be made to the owner. If it was torn to
How do we
pieces
prove it was
by a
stolen?
wild animal, the neighbor shall bring in the remains as evidence and shall not be required to pay for the torn animal. If anyone borrows an animal from their neighbor and it is injured or dies while the owner is
What does it
not
mean to
present,
borrow an animal?
they must make restitution. But if the owner is with the animal, the borrower will not have to pay.
Moses definitely
If the
borrowed a
animal
sheep before
was
this
hired,
speech.
the money paid for the hire covers the loss.
People don't actually read this
If a
part.
man
No, this part is
seduces a
actually
virgin who is not pledged
hyper
to be
important
married
to
and
how
sleeps with her,
a lot of
he
faiths
must pay
go
the
about their
bride
daily
price,
lives.
and she shall be his wife. If her father absolutely refuses to give her to him, he must still pay the bride price for virgins.
What is the bride
Do
price?
not allow a sorceress to live. Anyone who has sexual relations with an animal is to be put to death. Whoever sacrifices to any god other than the Lord must be destroyed. Do not mistreat or oppress a foreigner, for you were foreigners in Egypt.
Ooh.
Do not take advantage of the widow or the fatherless.
Ooh.
If you do, and they cry out to me, I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword. Your wives will become widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to one of my people among you who is needy, do not treat it like a business deal. Charge no interest. If you take your neighbor's cloak as a pledge, return it by sunset, because that cloak is the only covering your neighbor has. What else can they sleep in? When they cry out to me, I will hear, for I am compassionate. Do not blaspheme God or curse the ruler of your people. Do not hold back offerings from your granaries or your vats. You must give me the firstborn of your sons. Do the same with your cattle and your sheep. Let them stay with their mothers for 7 days, but give them to me on the 8th day. You are to be my holy people, so do not eat the meat of an animal torn by wild beasts. Throw it to the dogs.
What does it mean to give me the firstborn of your sons?
Chapter 23.
Do
like
not
kill them?
spread false reports. Do not help a guilty
Fake
person
news.
by being a malicious witness. Do not follow the crowd in doing wrong. When you give testimony in a lawsuit, do not pervert justice by siding with the crowd, and do not show favoritism to a poor person in a lawsuit. If you come across your enemy's ox or donkey wandering off, be sure to return it. If you see the donkey of someone who hates you fallen down under its load, do not leave it there. Be sure you help them
Make
with
them
it.
become a priest.
Do not deny justice to your poor people in their lawsuits. Have nothing to do with a false charge, and do not put an innocent or honest person to death, for I will not acquit the guilty. Do not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds those who see and twists the words.
Really
of
hit
the
or miss
innocent.
with these
Do not oppress a foreigner.
with these
You
commandments.
yourselves know how it feels to be foreigners, because you were foreigners in Egypt.
We're really
For 6
repeating
years,
this.
You are to sow your fields.
We are.
and
We are.
harvest the crops.
Please do not.
But during the 7th year, let the land
Please
lie
do not be
unplowed
xenophobic.
and unused.
Communism
then
is based.
The poor among your people may get
EG64
food
thanks
from
to tier
it,
1.
and the wild animals may eat what is left. Do the same with your vineyard and your olive grove. 6 days do your work, but on the 7th day do not work, so that your ox and your donkey may rest, and so that the slave born in your household and the foreigner living among you may be refreshed. Be careful to do everything I have said to you. Do not invoke the names of other gods. Do not let them be heard on your lips. 3 times a year you are to celebrate a festival to me. celebrate the festival of unleavened bread. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast, as I commanded you.
I remember.
Do this at the appointed time in the month of Aviv, for in that month you came
Oh, fuck,
out
which
of
one is
Egypt.
that?
No
which one? I don't know what that is.
Me empty-handed. Celebrate the festival of harvest with the first fruits of the crops you sow in your field. Celebrate the festival of ingathering at the end of the year.
Remember when we did that thing in Egypt?
From the field. 3 times a year, all the men are to appear before the sovereign Lord. Do not offer the blood of a sacrifice to me, along with anything containing yeast.
Dude, we really hate yeast.
Offerings must not be kept until morning.
what's our hang up with yeast?
To the house of the Lord your God. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk.
Oh, well.
See, I am sending
I guess
an angel
I wasn't
ahead
planning
of
on
you
it
to guard
anyways,
you
but
along
all
the
right.
way, and to bring you to the place I have prepared. Pay attention to him and listen to what he says. Do not rebel against him. He will not forgive your rebellion, since my name is in him. If you listen carefully to what he says and do all that I say, I will be an enemy to your enemies, and will oppose those who oppose you. My angel
what if the
will
people
go
who
ahead of
oppose
you
me
and
do
bring
this
you
also?
into the land of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites.
What if both
And I
sides
will wipe them
are
out.
following your
Do
teachings?
not bow down before their gods, or worship them, or follow their practices. You must demolish them and break their sacred stones to pieces. Worship the Lord your God, and his blessing will be on your food and water. I will take away sickness from among you, and none will miscarry or be barren in your land. I will give you a full lifespan. I will send my terror ahead of you and throw into confusion
if you miscarry,
every
does that
nation
mean that
you
you've
encounter. I will
sinned?
make all your enemies turn their backs and run. I will send the hornet ahead of you.
Miscarriages
to drive
mean
the
that
Hivites,
you're being
Canaanites,
unholy?
and Hittites out of your way. But I will not drive them out in a single year.
Pretty messed up.
Because the land would become desolate, and the wild animals too
Like
numerous
it's like
for
whenever you get coal in your stocking
Little
at Christmas,
by
I guess.
I will drive them out before you, until you have increased
Go
enough
kill
to
my
take
enemies in a foreign
possession
land, but
of the
also
land.
don't oppress foreigners.
I will establish your
Well,
borders from
use
the
your
Red
best
Sea
judgment.
to
Keep the good
Mediterranean
ones
Sea,
on
and from
payroll.
the desert to the Euphrates River. I will give into your hands the people who live in the land, and you will drive them out before you. Do not make a covenant with them or with their gods. Do not let them live in your land, or they will cause you to sin against me, because the worship of their gods will certainly be
They're not
a
foreign if
snare
they're
to
in
you.
their own land. True.
Chapter 24.
So it
Then
is
the Lord
ordained
said
that
to
this is our
Moses,
territory.
Come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. You are to worship at a distance, but Moses alone is to approach the Lord. The others must not come near, and the people may not come up with him.
We already did that
When
part.
Moses went and told the people all the Lord's words and laws, they responded with one voice.
Everything the Lord has said we will do.
Moses then wrote down everything the Lord had said. He
Yo,
got up early the next morning
did
and
you
built
get
an
all
altar
that?
at the foot of the mountain and set up 12 stone pillars representing the 12 tribes of Israel. Then he sent young Israelite men, and they offered burnt offerings and sacrificed young bulls as fellowship offerings to the Lord. Moses took half of the blood and put it in bowls, and the other half he splashed against the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and read it to the people. They responded,
We will do everything the Lord has said. We will obey.
Moses then took the blood, sprinkled it on the people, and said,
This is the blood of the
gross.
covenant that the Lord has made with you in accordance with all these words.
Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and the 70 elders of Israel went up, and saw the God of Israel. Under his feet was something like a pavement made of lapis lazuli, as bright blue as the
Lapis
sky.
lazuli.
But God did not raise his hand against these leaders of the Israelites. They saw God, and they ate and drank. The Lord said to Moses,
Come up to me on the mountain, and stay here, and I will give you the tablets of stone with the law and commandments I have written for their instruction.
So
Then Moses set out with Joshua
is
his
that
aide,
everything?
and Moses
Did
went up on the
we
mountain
leave
of
anything
God.
out?
He said to the elders,
Wait here for us until we come back to you. Aaron and Hur are with you, and anyone involved in a dispute can go to them.
When Moses went up on the mountain, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord settled on Mount Sinai. For 6 days the cloud covered the mountain, and on the 7th day the Lord called to Moses from within the cloud. To the Israelites, the glory of the Lord looked like a consuming fire on top of the mountain. Then Moses entered the cloud as he went on up the mountain.
40
and he stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights.
40?
Chapter 25. The Lord said to Moses,
Tell the Israelites to bring me an offering. You are to receive the offering for me from everyone whose heart prompts them to give. These are the offerings you are to receive from them: gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn,
and you have to
linen,
give
goat
lots
hair,
of chicken
ram
tenders to
skins
Moses.
dyed red, and another type of durable leather, acacia wood, olive oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense, and onyx stones and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and breastpiece. Then have them make a sanctuary for me, and I will dwell among them. Make this tabernacle and all its furnishings exactly like the pattern I will show you. Have them make an ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high.
Ooh.
Overlay it with pure gold, both inside and out.
Time to get very specific as to how you should worship.
Cast 4 gold rings for it, and fasten them to its 4 feet, with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other.
God is putting
then
the entire
poles
audience
of
to sleep.
Wood and overlay them
Not a
with
great
gold.
presenter.
Insert the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry it. The poles are to remain in the rings of this ark. They are not to be removed. Then put in the ark the tablets of the covenant law, which I will give you. Make an atonement cover of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long, and 1.5 cubits wide, and make 2 cherubim out of hammered gold at the ends of the cover.
Manual.
Make 1 cherub on one end and the second cherub on the other. Make the cherubim of one piece with the cover at the 2 ends. The cherubim are to have their wings spread upward, overshadowing the cover with them. The cherubim are to face each other, looking toward the cover. Place the cover on top of the ark, and put in the ark the tablets of the covenant law that I will give you. There, above the cover, between the 2 cherubim that are over the ark of the covenant law, I will meet with you, and give you all my commands for the Israelites. Make a table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, 1 cubit wide, and 1.5 cubits high. Overlay it with pure gold, and make a gold molding around it.
It's like a college entry exam logic question where you have to draw a diagram on an XYZ plane.
Handbreadth wide, and put a gold molding on the rim. Make 4 gold
God, should have just made this shit.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Fasten them to the
Can I not stab my fingers and make it so?
The rings are to be close to the rim to hold the poles.
How big is a
used in
cubit?
carrying
It's 18
the table.
inches.
Make the poles of acacia wood. Overlay them with gold, and carry the table with them. And make its plates and dishes of pure gold, as well as its pitchers and bowls for the pouring out of offerings. Put the bread of the presence on this table, to be before me at all times. Make a lampstand of pure gold. Hammer out its base and shaft, and make its flower-like cups,
pure
buds
gold.
and blossoms
You think I'm
of
made of
one
money?
piece with them. 6 branches are to extend from the sides of the lampstand, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. 3 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms are to be on one branch.
Come on, like,
3
can we
on
not
the
just do
next
like a
branch,
normal
and the
style?
same for all 6 branches
Why do we
extending
have to do it
from
like
the
this?
lampstand. And on the lampstand there are to be 4 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms.
He's
one bud
Bridezilla.
shall be under the first pair of branches.
He's like,
extending
no, it
from the
has to be like
lampstand.
this.
A second bud under the second pair, and a third bud under the third pair. 6 branches in all. The buds and branches shall all be of one piece with the lampstand, hammered out of pure gold.
Okay.
Then
whatever you want,
make
man.
it 7 lamps.
It's your special
and set
day.
them up on it so that they light the space in front of it. Its wick trimmers and trays are to be of pure gold.
More
a
like
talent
Godzilla.
of pure gold is to be used for the lampstand and all these
True.
accessories. See that you make them according to the pattern shown you on the mountain.
Sheesh, man. Anything else? Do you want fries with
Chapter
that?
26.
Oh, no.
Make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of finely twisted linen and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, with cherubim woven into them by a skilled worker. All the curtains are to be the same size, 28 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. Join 5 of the curtains together and do the same with the other 5. Make loops of blue material along the edge of the end curtain in one set, and do the same with the end curtain in the other set. Make 50 loops on one curtain, and 50 loops on the end curtain of the other set, with the loops opposite each other. Then make 50 gold clasps and use them to fasten the curtains together so that the tabernacle is a unit. Make curtains of goat hair for the tent over the tabernacle, 11 all together.
Oh my God.
All 11 curtains
This is
are
ridiculous.
to be the same size, 30 cubits long and 4 cubits wide.
This will be on the
Join
exam.
5 of the curtains together into one set, and the other 6 into another set. Fold the 6th curtain double at the front of the tent. Make 50 loops along the edge of the end curtain in one set, and also along the edge of the end curtain in the other set. Then make 50 bronze clasps, and put them in the loops to fasten the tent together as a unit. As for the additional length of the tent curtains, the half curtain that is left over is to hang down at the rear of the tabernacle. The tent curtains will be a cubit longer on both sides. What is left will hang over the sides of the tabernacle so as to cover it. Make for the tent a covering of ram skins dyed red, and over that a covering of the other durable leather. Make upright frames of acacia wood for the tabernacle. Each frame is to be 10 cubits long and a cubit and a half wide, with 2 projections set parallel to each other. Make all the frames of the tabernacle in this way. Make 20 frames for the south side of the tabernacle, and make 40 silver bases.
Why does nobody ever
to
bring
go
up
under
these
them.
verses?
2 bases for each
Whenever
frame.
they're
One
whenever
under each
they're talking
projection.
about the Bible.
For the other side, the north side of the tabernacle, make 20 frames and 40 silver bases, 2 under each frame. Make 6 frames for the far end, that is, the west end of the tabernacle, and make 2 frames for the corners at the far end. At these 2 corners, they must be double from the bottom all the way to the top, and fitted into a single ring. Both shall be like that. So there will be 8 frames and 16
Bro, we
silver
talked
bases,
about like how you should
under
live your
each
life for
Also,
like
make crossbars
for like
of acacia
10%
wood,
as
5
long
for the
as
frames on
how
one
hyper
side of
specific
the
we're
tabernacle,
being
5 for those on the
about
other
the
side,
kind of
and
shit
5
that you
for
should
the
decorate
frames
the
on the west
worship
at the
room
far
with.
end of the tabernacle. The center crossbar is to extend from end to end at the middle of the frames. Overlay the frames
Next time someone
with
asks if
gold,
I know the Bible, I'm
and
going to
make
say
gold
read
rings
this in
to
its
hold the
entirety.
crossbars. Also overlay the crossbars with gold. Set up the tabernacle according to the plan shown you on the mountain. Make a curtain of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finely twisted linen, with cherubim woven into it by a skilled worker. Hang it with gold hooks on 4 posts of acacia wood, overlaid with gold, and standing on 4 silver bases.
Just
hang the curtain from
just
the
showed us a
clasps
picture.
and place the Ark of the Covenant law behind the curtain.
Do you
The
think
curtain
that
will separate the
do you
holy
think
place
God was
from the most
workshopping
holy
this ahead of
place.
time? He's like,
Put
no,
the
that one wouldn't
atonement
work.
cover
It
on the
needs
Ark
to
of the
be
Covenant law
acacia.
in the most holy place.
And I
Place
want
the
it
table
blue, purple, and
outside the
scarlet.
curtain on the north side of the tabernacle, and put the
I was
lampstand
considering
opposite
green,
it
but
on
I
the
think it really
south
just
side.
clashes with the whole
For
outfit.
the entrance to the tent, make a curtain.
But
of
now I
blue,
understand why
purple,
Moses had
and
to go up there
scarlet
for 40
yarn,
days.
And finely twisted linen, the work of an embroiderer. Make gold hooks for this curtain, and 5 posts of acacia wood overlaid with gold, and cast 5 bronze bases for them.
Okay.
Chapter 27.
Build an altar of acacia wood, 3 cubits high. It is to be square, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. Make a horn at each of the 4 corners, so that the horns and the altar are of one piece, and overlay the altar with bronze. Make all its utensils of bronze, its pots to remove the ashes, and its shovels, sprinkling
Make
bowls,
everything out of
meat
bronze,
forks, and
okay.
fire pans. Make a grating for it, a bronze network, and make a bronze ring at each of the 4 corners of the network. Put it under the ledge of the altar, so that it is halfway up the altar. Make poles of acacia wood for the altar, and overlay them with bronze. The poles are to be inserted into the rings, so they will be on 2 sides of the altar when it is carried. Make the altar hollow, out of boards. It is to be made just as you were shown on the mountain. Make a courtyard for the tabernacle. The south side shall be 100 cubits long, and is to have curtains of finely twisted linen, with 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, and with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The north side shall also be 100 cubits long, and is to have curtains with 20 posts and 20 bronze bases, and with silver hooks and bands on the posts. The west end of the courtyard shall be 50 cubits wide, and have curtains with 10 posts and 10 bases.
This is incredible.
On the east end, toward the sunrise, the courtyard shall also be 50 cubits wide. Curtains 15 cubits long are to be on one side of the entrance, with 3 posts and 3 bases. And curtains 15 cubits long are to be on the other side, with 3 posts and 3 bases. For the entrance to the courtyard, provide a curtain 20 cubits long.
He's actually been describing
blue,
this for like 15 minutes
yarn
straight.
And finely twisted linen.
This is so hilarious.
The work of an embroiderer, with 4 posts and 4 bases.
This is some
All
bullshit
the posts
Saw would
around the
make you
courtyard
do
are to
on.
have silver bands and hooks and bronze bases.
You claim that you are a holy
courtyard shall
man.
be 100 cubits long and 50 cubits
Yet you have sinned
wide,
much in your
with
life.
Curtains of finely twisted linen, 5
Create
cubits
the
high,
entire
and with bronze
tabernacle
bases.
as described
All
in
the
Exodus
other articles used
in
the
15
service
minutes.
of the tabernacle, whatever their function,
Or I will remove
including
a
all the
finger
tent
from the
pegs
end of
for
your
it,
hand
and
after
those for the
every
courtyard
increment.
are to be of bronze. Command the Israelites to bring you clear oil of pressed olives for the light, so that the lamps may be kept burning. In the tent of meeting, outside the curtain that shields the ark of the covenant law, Aaron and his sons are to keep the lamps burning before the Lord from evening till morning. This is to be a lasting ordinance among the Israelites for the generations to come.
I come back, it's
Chapter
God explaining
28.
his Terraria
Have
world.
Aaron, your brother, brought to you
Okay.
from among the Israelites, along with his sons Nadab and
man.
Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar, so they may serve me as priests. Make sacred garments for your brother Aaron, to give him dignity and honor. Tell all the skilled workers to whom I have given wisdom in such matters that they are to make garments for Aaron, for his consecration, so he may serve me as priest. These are the garments they are to make: a breastpiece, an
My
ephod,
friend had to make a
robe,
model of it?
a
Holy
woven
moly.
tunic, a turban,
No
and
shot.
a sash. They are to make these sacred garments for your brother Aaron and his sons, so they may serve me as priests. Have them use gold and blue, purple and scarlet yarn, and fine linen. Make the ephod of gold, and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen, the work of skilled hands. It is to have 2 shoulder pieces attached to 2 of its corners, so it can be fastened. Its skillfully woven waistband is to be like it, of 1 piece with the ephod, and made with gold, and with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and with finely twisted linen. Take 2 onyx stones and engrave on them the names of the sons of Israel, in the order of their birth, 6 names on 1 stone, and the remaining 6 on the other. Engrave the names of the sons of Israel on the 2 stones the way a gem cutter engraves a seal. Then mount the stones in gold filigree settings, and fasten them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as memorial stones for the sons of Israel. Aaron is to bear the names on his shoulders as a memorial before the Lord. Make gold filigree settings and 2 braided chains of pure gold, like a rope, and attach the chains to the settings. Fashion a breastpiece for making decisions, the work of skilled hands. Make it like the ephod, of gold, and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen.
This is like
It
the
is to
rest
be
of Exodus,
square,
by the way.
a span long
No shot.
and a span wide, and folded double.
You're joking.
Then mount 4 rows of precious stones on it.
Oh my God.
The first row shall be carnelian, chrysolite, and beryl. The second row shall be turquoise, lapis lazuli, and emerald. The third row shall be jacinth, agate, and amethyst. The fourth row shall be topaz, onyx, and jasper. Mount them in gold filigree settings. There are to be 12 stones, one for each of the names of the sons of Israel, each engraved like a seal with the name of one of the 12 tribes. For the breastpiece, make braided chains of pure gold, like a rope. Make 2 gold rings for it, and fasten them to 2 corners of the breastpiece. Fasten the 2 gold chains to the rings at the corners of the breastpiece.
For sanity's sake, we could just not listen to this, but I feel like it would
them to the shoulder pieces of the
I feel like it would dampen the experience.
Make 2 gold rings and attach them to the other 2 corners of the breastpiece on the inside edge next to the ephod. Make two more gold rings and attach them to the bottom of the shoulder pieces on the front of the ephod, close to the seam just above the waistband of the ephod. The rings of the breastpiece are to be tied to the rings of the ephod with blue cord, connecting it to the waistband, so that the breastpiece will not swing out from the ephod. Whenever
if we skipped anything, then we wouldn't. We actually are going to not read Psalms, just so you know. I have no intention on sitting through Psalms.
Memorial before the Lord. Also put the Urim and the Thummim in the breastpiece, so they may be over Aaron's heart whenever he enters the presence of the Lord. Thus Aaron will always bear the means of making
Psalms
decisions
is just that's for church use only.
over his heart before the Lord. Make the robe of the ephod entirely of blue cloth, with an opening
it's
for
just
the
songs.
head in its center.
It's just a bunch of
there
songs.
There shall be a woven edge like a collar around this opening, so that it will not tear. Make pomegranates of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn around the hem of the robe, with gold bells between them. The gold bells and the pomegranates are to alternate around the hem of the robe. Aaron must wear it when he ministers. The sound of the bells will be heard when he enters the holy place before the Lord, and when he comes out, so that he will not die. Make a plate of pure gold, and engrave on it as on a seal, Holy to the Lord.
Holy to the
Lord.
Lord.
Fasten a blue cord to it, to attach it to the turban. It is to be on the front of the turban. It will be on Aaron's forehead, and he will bear the guilt involved in the sacred gifts the Israelites consecrate, whatever their gifts may be. It will be on Aaron's forehead continually, so that they will be acceptable to the Lord. Weave the tunic of fine linen, and make the turban of fine linen. The sash is to be the work of an embroiderer. Make tunics, sashes, and caps for Aaron's sons, to give them dignity and honor. After you put these clothes on your brother Aaron and his sons, anoint and ordain them. Consecrate them, so they may serve me as priests. Make linen undergarments as a covering for the body, reaching from the waist to the thigh. Aaron and his sons must wear them whenever they enter the tent of meeting, or approach the altar to minister in the holy place, so that they will not incur guilt and die. This is to be a lasting ordinance.
We're describing boxers. You have to wear linen boxers.
Chapter 29.
This is what you are to do to consecrate them, so they may serve me as priests. Take a young bull and 2 rams without defect, and from the finest wheat flour
this is how you make your son a priest. This is the consecration.
Thick loaves without yeast, and with olive oil mixed in, and thin loaves without yeast, and brushed with olive oil. Put them in a basket and present them along with the bull and the 2 rams. Then bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance to the tent of meeting and wash them with water.
Man, I'm glad this is all written down.
Take the garments and dress Aaron with the tunic, the robe of the ephod itself, and the breastpiece. Fasten the ephod on him by its skillfully woven waistband. Put the turban on his head and attach the sacred emblem to the turban. Take the anointing oil and anoint him by pouring it on his head. Bring his sons and dress them in tunics, and fasten caps on them. Then tie sashes on Aaron and his sons. The priesthood is theirs by a lasting ordinance. Then you shall ordain Aaron and his sons. Bring the bull to the front of the tent of meeting, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it in the Lord's presence at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Take some of the bull's blood and put it on the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour out the rest of it at the base of the altar.
Dude.
Then take all the fat
I guarantee
on
you
the
if somebody
internal
did
organs,
this
the
nowadays,
long lobe of the liver, and both kidneys with the fat on them, and burn them on the altar.
They would be frowned upon by like every single person as though they're doing
and its
satanic
hide
worship.
And its intestines outside the camp. It is a sin offering. Take one of the rams, and Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it, and take the blood and splash it against the sides of the altar.
Especially if we slaughter a ram,
and wash the internal
they definitely
organs
think we're going to
and
be
the
doing,
legs, putting them with the head and the other pieces. Then burn the entire ram on the altar. It is a burnt offering to the Lord, a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord.
Then you have to burn the
Take
whole
the other
ram. What the
and
fuck?
Aaron
We're literally
and his sons
sacrificing
shall
goats.
lay their hands on its head. Slaughter it. Take some of its blood and put it on the lobes of the right ears of Aaron and his sons, on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. Then splash blood against the sides of the altar. And take some blood from the altar and some of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it on Aaron and his garments, and on his sons and their garments. Then he and his sons and their garments will be consecrated. Take from this ram the fat tail, the fat on the internal organs, the long lobe of the liver, both kidneys with the fat on them, and the right thigh. This is the
right
ram
thigh.
for the ordination. From the basket of bread made
blood on the
without yeast,
right thigh,
which
don't
is
forget
before
it.
the Lord, take 1 round loaf, 1 thick loaf with olive oil mixed in, and 1 thin loaf. Put all these in the hands of Aaron and his sons, and have them wave them before the Lord as a wave offering. Then take them from their hands and burn them on the altar, along with the burnt offering for a pleasing aroma to the Lord, a food offering presented to the Lord.
We say,
After you take the breast of the ram for Aaron's ordination, wave it before the Lord as a wave offering, and it will be your share. Consecrate those parts of the ordination ram
wave
that
offering?
belong
Is
to
that,
Aaron
yeah, I don't know.
and
Is
his
that like
sons.
is
the
that
breast
the
that
smell?
was waved and the thigh that was
is that what
presented.
is that what that
this
means?
Is always
it smells
to be
good.
The perpetual share from the Israelites for Aaron and his sons. It is the contribution the Israelites are to make to the Lord from their fellowship offerings. Aaron's sacred garments will belong to his descendants so that they can be anointed and ordained in them.
So are we describing
this
should only happen one time, or this is how you should do it always? Because we're describing it specifically in terms of
7 days.
It being like for Aaron and Moses,
for the ordination and cook the meat in a sacred place. At the entrance to the tent of meeting, Aaron and his sons are to eat the meat of the ram and the bread that is in the basket. They are to eat these offerings by which atonement was made for their ordination and consecration. But no one else may eat them, because they are sacred. And if any of the meat of the ordination ram, or any bread, is left over till morning, burn it up. It must not be eaten, because it is sacred. Do for Aaron and his sons everything I have commanded you, taking 7 days to ordain them. Sacrifice a bull each day as a sin offering to make atonement. Purify the altar by making atonement for it, and anoint it to consecrate it. For 7 days make atonement for the altar and consecrate it.
You think I made of
then
money,
the altar
fam?
will be most holy, and whatever touches it will be holy. This is what you are to offer on the altar regularly, each day. 2 lambs a year old. Offer one in the morning and the other at twilight. With the first lamb, offer 1/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with 1/4 of a hin.
These kinds of offerings. This was this was the culture back then. So are we trying to do this for this new fresh religion in order to fit in, or what?
As in the morning, a pleasing aroma, a food offering.
Are we trying to do this because that's what religions do?
For the generations to come, this burnt offering is to be made
with the animal sacrifices
at the entrance to the tent of meeting before the Lord. There I will meet you and speak to you. There also I will meet with the Israelites, and the place will be consecrated by my glory. So I will consecrate the tent of meeting and the altar, and will consecrate Aaron and his sons to serve me as priests. Then I will dwell among the Israelites and be their God. They will know that I am the Lord their God. who brought them out of Egypt, so that I might dwell among them. I am the Lord their God.
Sheesh, man.
Chapter 30.
Make
Atonement
an altar
money.
of acacia wood for burning incense.
And then Moses said, you have
It
to
is
give me
be
your
square,
money.
a cubit long and a cubit wide, and 2 cubits
God
high.
retcons this
its
in the New
horns
Testament.
of one piece
Okay.
with it. Overlay the top and all the sides and the horns with pure gold, and make a gold molding around it. Make 2 gold rings for the altar below the molding, 2 on each of the opposite sides, to hold the poles used to carry it. Make the poles of acacia
This is
wood
insane.
and overlay
Dude,
them
like
with
imagine
gold.
if somebody actually
Put
did
the
this.
altar in front of the curtain that shields the
You would
Ark
definitely
of
think
the
that they're
Covenant
satanic,
law,
right?
before the atonement cover that is over the tablets
This is
of the
absolutely
covenant law,
insane.
where I will meet with you. Aaron must burn fragrant incense on the altar every morning when he tends the lamps. He must burn incense again when he lights the lamps at twilight, so incense will burn regularly before the Lord for the generations to come. Do not offer
Every
on
morning.
this altar any other incense or any burnt offering or
And
grain
at
offering,
night.
and do not pour a drink offering on it. Once a year Aaron shall make atonement on its horns. This annual atonement must be made with the blood of the atoning sin offering for the generations to come. It is most holy to the Lord.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
When you take a census of the Israelites to count them, each one must pay the Lord a ransom for his life at the time he is born. Then no plague will come on them when you number them. Each one who crosses over to those
How much is
counted
that?
is to give a half shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, which weighs 20 gerahs. This half shekel is an offering to the Lord. All who cross over, those 20 years old or more, are to give an offering to the Lord. The rich are not to give more than a half shekel, and the poor are not to give less when you make the offering to the Lord to atone for your
You
lives.
have to give half a shekel no matter
Receive the
how much you
atonement
have.
money from the Israelites and use it for the service of the tent of meeting. It will be a memorial for the Israelites before the Lord, making atonement
We're actually
for your
getting
lives.
church taxed.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Make a bronze basin with its bronze stand for washing. Place
Makes us
it
remember all
between the
this? You
tent
can
of
just
meeting
open the
and
book
the
and
altar,
read it.
and put water in it. Aaron and his sons are to wash their
That
hands
fucks over
and
poor
feet
people
with
so
water
much.
from it.
Yeah, it's just
Whenever they enter the tent
the
of
rich.
meeting,
You
they
should
shall
make the rich
wash
people
with
pay
water
more.
so that
They
will
have more
not
money to
die.
give.
Also, when they approach the altar to minister by presenting a food offering to the Lord, they shall wash their hands and feet, so that they will not die. This is to be a lasting ordinance for Aaron and his descendants for the generations to come.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Take the following fine spices: 500 shekels of liquid myrrh, half
If you don't
as
do this,
much,
you die?
that is,
Or what?
250 shekels of fragrant cinnamon, 250 shekels of fragrant calamus, 500 shekels of cassia, all according to the sanctuary shekel, and a hin
I'm not
of
late for
olive
BS,
oil.
Pog.
Make these into a
Nobody tell
sacred
him.
anointing oil, a fragrant blend, the work of a perfumer. It will be the sacred anointing oil. Then use it to anoint the tent of meeting, the ark of the covenant law, the table and all its articles, the lampstand and its accessories, the altar of incense, the altar of burnt offering and all its utensils, and the basin with its stand. You shall consecrate them so they will be most holy, and whatever touches
Non-Christian
them
is
will
fine.
be
Oh,
holy.
you know about
Anoint Aaron
Exodus
and
30?
his sons and consecrate them, so they may serve me as priests. Say to the Israelites, This is to be my sacred anointing oil for the generations to come. Do not pour it on anyone else's body, and do not make any other oil using the same formula. It is sacred, and you are to consider it sacred. Whoever makes perfume like it and puts it on anyone other than a priest must be cut off from their people.
Bro,
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Take fragrant spices, gum resin, onycha, and galbanum, and pure frankincense, all in equal amounts, and make a fragrant blend of incense, the work of a perfumer. It is to be salted and pure and sacred. Grind some of it to powder, and place it in front of the ark of the covenant law in the tent of meeting, where I will meet with you. It shall be most holy to you. Do not make any incense with this formula for yourselves. Consider it holy
This is
to
the holy
Lord.
formula.
Whoever makes incense like it to enjoy its fragrance must be cut off from their people.
Okay.
Chapter 31. Then the Lord said to Moses,
See, I have chosen Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, with
Some
knowledge,
scholars have
and with
speculated there
all
was weed
kinds
in
of
the
skills,
incense.
to make artistic designs for work in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut and set stones,
The Holy Kush.
to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of crafts. Moreover, I have appointed Aholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe
Bless
of
you.
Dan, to help him. Also, I have given ability to all the skilled workers to make everything I have commanded you: the tent of meeting, the ark of the covenant law, with the atonement cover on it, and all the other furnishings of the tent, the table
Isn't there a
and
theory
its
that burning bush
articles,
was DMT?
the pure gold lampstand, and all
I mean, what if
its
the burning bush
accessories, the altar
was
of
made up?
incense, the altar of burnt offering,
There's my
and
theory.
all its utensils.
What
the
if it was
basin with
a
its
bush
stand,
that?
and also the
what if
woven
there wasn't even a
garments,
bush?
both the sacred
What
garments
if we were just
for
writing
Aaron the
about it
priest,
using our
and
mind's
the garments
eye?
for his sons when they serve as priests, and the anointing oil and fragrant incense for the holy place? They are to make them just as I commanded you.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Say to the Israelites, You must observe my Sabbaths. This will be a sign between me and you for the generations to come, so you may know that I am the Lord who makes you
It's
holy.
actually talked about whether
Observe
it was real or
the
not.
Sabbath,
I mean,
because it is holy
yeah,
to you.
I mean, it's in the Bible.
Anyone
So
who desecrates it is to be put to death. Those who do any work on
you're
that
telling
day
me
must
the
be
bush
cut
didn't
off
burn
from
up
their people.
despite being on fire?
For 6 days' work is
I
to be
don't know.
done, but the seventh day is a
You're
day
telling me
of
that
Sabbath rest,
he parted
holy
the sea?
to the Lord. Whoever does any work on the Sabbath day is to be put to death.
Who?
The Israelites are to observe the Sabbath, celebrating it for the generations to come as a lasting covenant. It will be a sign between me and the Israelites forever. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed.
When the Lord finished speaking to Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him the 2 tablets of the covenant law,
my God.
the tablets of stone, inscribed by the finger of God.
Oh my God, is he done?
Chapter 32. When the
Oh my
people
God, he's
saw
done.
that Moses was so
Holy
long
shit.
in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said,
Come, make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him.
Aaron answered them,
Jesus
Take
Christ,
off the
man.
gold earrings that your wives, your sons, and your daughters are wearing, and bring them to me.
So all the people
Give me
took
all
off
of your
their earrings
gold.
and brought them to Aaron. He took
Already
what they handed
highlighting
him,
the
and
stuff that
made
we've
it
already
into
read,
an idol
and also
cast in the shape of a calf.
the stuff that we've
fashioned
already read.
with
I
a tool.
highlight in red.
Then they said,
Red for
These
red.
are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt.
When Aaron saw this, he built an altar in front of the calf and announced,
Tomorrow
And then I
there will be a festival to the Lord.
Interesting.
So the next day the people rose early and sacrificed burnt offerings and presented
interesting,
fellowship offerings. Afterward they
sections
sat
with
down
other
to eat
colors.
and drink, and got up to indulge in revelry.
I put all that on 2
Then the
tablets.
Lord
They
said
have
to
to be
Moses,
huge.
Go down,
It's going to be some
because
big tablets.
your people, whom you brought up out of Egypt, have become corrupt. They have been quick to turn away from what I commanded them, and have made themselves an idol cast in the shape of a calf. They have bowed down to it and sacrificed to it, and have said, These are your gods, Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt. I have seen these people,
The Lord said to Moses,
and they are a stiff-necked people.
What does that
Now
mean?
leave me alone so that my anger may burn against them, and that I may destroy them. Then I will make you into a great nation.
But
What does
Moses
it mean to be a
sought the favor of
stiff-necked
the Lord
people?
his God.
Lord,
He said,
why should your anger burn against your people, whom you brought out of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say it was with evil intent that he brought them out, to kill them in the mountains and to wipe them off the face of the earth?
Yeah, if I was the Egyptians, I
Turn
would be
from
pretty
your
mad.
fierce anger, relent, and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to whom you swore by your own self, I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky. And I will give your descendants all this land I promised them.
This is
and
like
it will
what,
be
like
their inheritance
like the 8th
forever.
time we've used this phrasing.
Then the Lord relented and did not bring on his people the disaster he had threatened.
I suppose we are quoting
Moses
the
turned
time where he
and
said
went
it
down the
currently,
mountain
but
with
still.
the 2 tablets of the covenant law in his hands. They were inscribed on both sides, front and back. The tablets were the work of God. The writing was the writing of God, engraved
Yo,
on the
inscribing
tablets.
on the sides. That's
When Joshua
efficient.
heard the noise of the people shouting, he said to Moses,
There is the sound of war in the camp.
Moses replied,
It is not the sound of victory. It is not the sound of defeat. It is the sound of singing that I hear.
When Moses approached the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, his anger burned, and he
Why do they
threw
do
the
quotes like
tablets
this
out of his hand,
sometimes?
breaking them to pieces at the foot of the mountain. And he took the calf the people had made and burned it in the fire. Then he ground it to powder, scattered it on the water, and made the Israelites drink it. He said to Aaron,
What did these people do to you that you led them into such great sin?
Do not be angry, my lord.
Aaron answered,
You know
You
how
just shattered
prone
him?
these people are to evil. They said to me, Make us gods who will go before us. As for this fellow Moses who brought us up out of Egypt, we don't know what has happened to him. So I told them, Whoever has any gold jewelry, take it off. Then they gave me the gold, and I threw it into the fire, and out came this calf.
I threw it
Moses
into the
saw that
fire.
the people were running wild, and that Aaron had let them get out of control, and so become a laughingstock to their enemies. So he stood at the entrance to the camp and said,
Whoever is for the Lord, come to me.
and all the Levites rallied to him. Then he said to them,
This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Each man strap a sword to his side. Go back and forth through the camp from one end to the other, each killing his brother and friend and neighbor.
The Levites did as Moses commanded, and that day about 3,000 of the people died. Then Moses said,
You have been set apart to the Lord today, for you were against your own sons and brothers, and he has blessed you this day.
What?
The next day Moses said to the people,
You have committed a great sin, but now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin.
What? 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 Am I, for what purpose? Why would we have them do this? We tell them to go kill each other, and then they do it, and then we immediately say that you guys fucked up? We tell them that the Lord, the God of Israel, says each man go and kill each other. And then they did it. 3,000 people died. You have been set apart to the Lord today, for you were against your own sons and brother, and he has blessed you? What? The fucking up wasn't the killing each other, it was the earlier thing of because they're prone to evil. Or why are they, because they're celebrating a different god? I don't know, it seems kind of extreme to me. Do we have to have them all murder one another? Could we not, like, they don't know yet. Have they been, have these people been, exposed to what they're, to the God of Israel at this point? Why can't we go in there and be like, hey, here's a cooler guy. Why don't you worship
Moses went back
this
to the
other
Lord
one
and
instead?
said,
Oh, what a great
But also,
sin
thou shalt
these
not kill.
people have
Well, we
committed.
didn't do it. We
They
just
have
tricked
made
them into
themselves
doing it
gods of
themselves.
gold. But now, please forgive their sin.
But
And
this
not
doesn't seem like they're
then
really
blot
consenting to
me
do it.
out of the book you have written.
The Lord replied to Moses,
Whoever has
Hello, I
sinned
am from
against
Brazil.
me, I will
Me too.
blot out of my book. Now go, lead the people to the place I spoke of, and my angel will go before you. However, when the time comes for me to punish, I will punish them for their sin.
And the Lord struck the people with a plague because of what they did with the calf Aaron had made.
Oh, come on!
Chapter 33.
What the fuck?
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Leave this place, you and the people you brought up out of Egypt, and go up to the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac,
Yeah, we
and
had them
Jacob,
murder all each.
saying, I will give it
We
to
had
your
them all murder one
descendants.
another, and
I will send an
I
angel
struck them with the
before you,
plague.
and drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey. But I will not go with you, because you are a stiff-necked people, and I might
What does that mean?
destroy you on the way.
When the people heard these distressing words, they began to mourn, and no one put on any ornaments. For the Lord had said to Moses,
Tell the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If I were to go with you even for a moment, I might destroy you. Now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do with you.
So the Israelites
Why are we getting
stripped off their ornaments at Mount Horeb.
He's turning on us
Now
immediately?
Moses used to take a tent and pitch it outside the camp some distance away, calling it the tent of meeting. Anyone inquiring of the Lord would go to the tent of meeting.
To be stiff-necked
outside
is to
the
be
camp.
obstinate and difficult to lead.
And whenever Moses
Uses this
went
figure
out
of
to the
speech
tent,
when describing the
all
attitude of
people
Israel
rose
towards
and
God.
stood at the entrances to their tents, watching Moses until he entered the tent.
Yeah, I don't know. They seem pretty compliant to me. I don't know about you guys. I feel like they've pretty much obeyed every command. Why are we getting all uppity? He says, I don't know, you guys. I'm not gonna hang out anymore because I'm liable to do some shit. you guys are on my last nerve. I really don't understand what they've done wrong. I feel like the Israelites to this point have pretty much obeyed his every command exactly as he has commanded it. The name of Bible here is Biblia. Nice. In Portuguese? They started worshiping the cow. I mean, we threw it like, what? Is this another one of his pranks? We took all the gold and then we threw it into the fire and then out popped the cow. How are we meant to decipher the like? How do we know that that's not something that that he gave us, right? Or you speak Portuguese too? Maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't know, if I took a bunch of earrings and I threw them into a flaming pit and then a perfectly sculpted cow came out, I would probably think that was the work of the magician that I was just talking to.
As Moses went into
I
the tent,
feel like
the
he's
pillar
being a
of
little
cloud would
unfair
come
here.
down and stay at the entrance, while the Lord spoke with Moses. Whenever the people saw the pillar of cloud standing at the entrance to the tent,
I feel like we've been
they
set
all
up to
stood
fail.
and worshipped, each at the entrance to their tent. The Lord would speak to Moses face to
Also,
face, as one speaks
Raphael,
to a
no,
friend.
I don't speak
Then
Portuguese.
Moses would return to the camp, but his young aide Joshua, son of
I was
Nun, did not leave the tent.
doing a little bit of a joke.
Moses said to the Lord,
You have been telling me, lead these people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. You have said, I know you by name, and you have found favor with me. If you are pleased with me, teach me your ways, so I may know you and continue to find favor with you. Remember that this nation is your people.
The Lord replied,
My presence will go with you, and I will give you
Left during the
rest.
plagues? What have I missed?
Moses
You
said
honestly
to him,
left at a
If
perfect
your
time.
presence does not go with us,
You have missed
do not
very little.
send us up from here. How will anyone know that you are pleased with me and with your people unless you go with us? What else will distinguish me and your people from all the other people on the face of the earth?
And the Lord said to Moses,
I will do the very thing you have asked, because I am pleased with you, and I know you by name.
Then Moses said,
Now, show me your glory.
And the Lord said,
I will cause all my goodness to pass in front of you, and I will proclaim my name, the Lord, in your presence. I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. But,
he said,
you cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live.
Then the Lord said,
There is a place near me where you may stand on a rock. When my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft in the rock and cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will remove my hand, and you will
we get to see
my
God's back.
But my face must not be seen.
Chapter
The
34.
new tablets.
The Lord said to Moses,
Chisel out 2 stone tablets like the first ones, and I will write
Abraham
on them
and
the
Moses
words
saw
that
God,
were
though?
on the first tablets.
Well, he's
which
talking
you
to Moses
broke.
right now.
Be ready in the morning, and then come up on Mount Sinai. Present yourself to me there on top of the mountain.
I think what they were sawing were
no
like
one is to come with you
spiritual
or be seen
visions,
anywhere
and not
on the mountain.
not the
Not
actual
even the
guy.
flocks and
But
herds
then
may
again,
graze
is there an
in
actual
front of the
guy?
mountain.
I don't know.
So Moses chiseled out 2 stone tablets like the first ones, and went up Mount Sinai early in the morning, as the Lord had commanded him. And he carried the 2 stone tablets in his hands. Then the Lord came down in the cloud, and stood there with him, and proclaimed his name, the Lord. And he passed in front of Moses, proclaiming,
The Lord, the compassionate and gracious God, slow to anger,
Doubt.
abounding in love and faithfulness.
Doubt. That's a
maintaining
doubt right
love
there.
to thousands,
Seems pretty quick,
and
IMO.
forgiving wickedness, rebellion, and sin. Yet he does not leave the guilty unpunished.
I can't read
He
a Bible in
punishes
Portuguese.
the
Imagine
children
understanding
and their
it,
children
understanding
for
it
the
in
sin
English.
of the parents to the 3rd and 4th generation.
In
Moses
English,
bowed to the ground at once and worshipped.
It depends on the version.
If I have found favor
It's
in your
it's been
eyes,
translated
then
to
let
make
the
it easier
Lord
to
go
read.
with us. Although this is a stiff-necked people, forgive our wickedness and our sin, and take us as your inheritance.
Then the Lord said,
I am making a covenant with you. Before all your people I will do wonders never before done in any nation in all the world. The people you live among will see how awesome is the work that I, the Lord, will do for you. Obey what I command you today. I will drive out before you the Amorites, Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Be careful not to make a treaty with those who live in the land where you are going, or they will be a snare among you. Break down their altars, smash their sacred stones, and cut down their Asherah poles. Do not worship any other god, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Be careful not to make a treaty with those who live in the land, for when they prostitute themselves to their gods and sacrifice to them, they will invite you, and you will eat their sacrifices. And when you choose some of their daughters as wives for your sons, and those daughters prostitute themselves to their gods, they will lead your sons to do the same. Do not make any idols. Celebrate the festival of unleavened bread. For 7 days eat bread made without yeast, as I commanded you.
Yeah,
do this
we're playing
at
the hits,
appointed
man.
time in the month of Aviv, for in that month you came out of Egypt. The first offspring of every womb belongs to me, including all the firstborn males of your livestock, whether from herd or flock. Redeem the firstborn
Like the third time we've
donkey
said
or
this?
the lamb, but if you do not redeem it, break its neck. Redeem all your firstborn sons. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. 6 days you shall labor, But on the seventh day you
we
shall
are
rest.
really playing the hits.
Even during the plowing season and harvest you must rest. Celebrate the festival of weeks with the first fruits of the wheat harvest, and the festival of ingathering at the turn of the year. 3 times a year all your men are to appear before the sovereign Lord, the God of Israel. I will drive out nations before you and enlarge your territory. And no one will covet your land when you go up 3 times each year to appear before the Lord your God. Do not offer the blood of a sacrifice to me along with anything containing yeast, and do not let any of the sacrifice from the Passover festival remain until morning. Bring the best of the first fruits of your soil to the house of the Lord your God. Do not cook a young goat in its mother's milk.
Then the Lord said to Moses,
Write down these words, for in accordance with these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel.
Sweet milk?
Moses was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights without eating bread or drinking water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. When Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the covenant law in his hands, he was not aware that his face was radiant.
I like when they
reiterate
stuff.
When Aaron and all the Israelites saw Moses, his face was
because
radiant,
people are like, I forgot.
to come near him. But Moses called to them. So Aaron and all the leaders of the community came back to him, and he spoke to them.
Deal with the goat and the mother's milk
all
thing?
the Israelites
I have
came
no
near
idea.
him, and he gave them all the commands the Lord had given him on Mount Sinai. When Moses finished speaking to them, he put a veil over his face. But whenever he entered the Lord's presence to speak with him, he removed the veil until he came out. And when he came out and told the Israelites what he had been commanded, they saw that his face was radiant. Then Moses would put the veil back over his face until he went in to speak with the Lord. Chapter 35. Moses assembled the whole Israelite community and said to them,
These are the things the Lord has commanded you to do. For 6 days work is to be done, but the 7th day shall be your holy day. A day of Sabbath
really
rest
driving this
to the
home.
Lord.
You should not
Whoever
work on the
does any
7th
work
day.
on it is to be put to death. Do not light a
and
fire
we'll
in any
kill
of
you
your
if you work.
dwellings on the Sabbath day.
We are going to
Moses
kill
said
you.
to the whole Israelite community,
This is what the Lord has commanded. From what you have, take an offering for the Lord. Everyone who is willing is to bring to the Lord an offering of gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and fine linen,
Oh no.
goat hair,
Oh no, he's not going to repeat
and
everything.
type of durable leather.
Oh, he's not going to repeat
acacia
everything.
wood, olive oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense, and onyx stones and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and breastpiece. All who are skilled among you are to come and make everything the Lord has commanded. The tabernacle with its tent and its covering.
There's no
clasps,
shot we're about to repeat all of
frames,
this.
Crossbars, posts and bases. The ark with its poles and the atonement cover and the curtain that shields it. The table.
Dude, this is my favorite Bible trend at this point, is whenever the Lord says something to a guy, and then the guy repeats it to all the homies.
For light with its accessories. Lamps and oil for the light. The altar
Verbatim.
of incense with its poles. The anointing
Is
oil
Among Us
and
said
the
in the
fragrant
Bible?
incense.
Oh, are you new
for the
here?
Doorway
They've
at
said
the
Among Us
entrance
like
to
5
the
times at this
tabernacle.
point.
The altar of burnt offering with its bronze grating, its poles
At least in
and
this
all
translation.
its utensils. The bronze basin with its stand. The curtains of the courtyard with its posts and bases, and the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard. The
I saw a
tent
video
pegs
about
for the
Buddhism
tabernacle
because I
and for
started
the
studying
courtyard,
Japanese
and
about
their
5 months ago.
ropes. The
I saw a
woven
video that the
garments
guy
worn
made
for
a really cool
ministering in the
reflection about.
sanctuary. Both the
I really
sacred
traveled. It's a
garments
shame
for
that the
Aaron
guy
the
speaks
priest, and the garments for his
Portuguese about.
sons when they serve
In
as
Portuguese
priests.
in
Then the
Portuguese
whole
about it.
Israelite community withdrew from Moses' presence, and everyone who was willing and whose heart
Google
moved them came and brought an
Traductor.
offering to the Lord for the
Not
work
doing
on
this
the tent of meeting,
a good
for all
job,
its
I don't
service,
think.
and for the sacred garments. All who were willing, men and women alike, came and brought gold jewelry of all kinds, brooches, earrings, rings, and ornaments. They all presented their gold as a wave offering to the Lord.
I've studied
Everyone
Buddhism
who
a
had
little
blue,
bit in college.
purple, or scarlet yarn or fine linen or goat hair,
Universidad,
ram skins dyed red,
if
or
that's the
other
Portuguese
durable
for it.
leather brought them. Those presenting an offering of silver
I
or
only know
bronze
Spanish.
brought it as an offering to the Lord, and everyone who had acacia wood for any part of the work brought it. Every skilled woman
And I think I agree with Buddhism a lot more than I agree with Christianity.
Blue, purple, or scarlet
in my
yarn
opinion.
or fine linen. And all the women who were willing and had the skill spun the goat hair. The leaders brought onyx stones and other gems to be mounted on the ephod and breastpiece. They also brought spices and olive oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the fragrant incense. All the Israelite men and women who were willing brought to the Lord freewill offerings for all the work the Lord through Moses had commanded them to do. Then Moses said to the Israelites,
See, the Lord has chosen Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and he has filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, with knowledge, and with all kinds of skills, to make artistic designs for work in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut and set stones, to work in wood, and to engage in all kinds of artistic crafts. And he has given both him and Aholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, the ability to teach others. He has filled them with skill to do all kinds of work, as engravers, designers, embroiderers in blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen, and weavers, all of them skilled
Christianity
workers
has some
and
base level
designers.
banger tenets.
Chapter
All
36.
teachings post-Jesus
So
where the church starts
Bezalel,
freestyling is where you get the
Aholiab,
cringe-ass
and
modern
every
church.
skilled person to whom the Lord has given skill and ability,
at
to
least
know
through the
how
first
to
two
carry
books,
out all the work of constructing the sanctuary,
there's
are
some
to
like
do
base
the
level,
work just as the
like
Lord
generally
has
agreeable
commanded.
stuff where
Then Moses summoned
you
Bezalel
you should
and Aholiab,
kill people.
and every skilled person to whom
I
the
agree
Lord
with
had
some of the
given
stuff they
ability,
say.
and who was willing to come and do the
Stealing
work.
is bad.
They received from Moses all the
But then
offerings
there's
the Israelites had brought to carry out the
they're
work
very
of
pro
constructing the
death
sanctuary.
death penalty,
And the people
which is
continued to bring free
kind
will
of cringe,
offerings morning after morning. So all the skilled workers who were doing
kind of
all the
dated
work on the
we're
sanctuary left
strictly
what they were
talking
doing
about
and
like
said to Moses,
The people are
possessions
bringing more than
as
enough
though it's
for
just
doing
like
the work
livestock
the Lord
and property.
commanded to be done.
Then Moses gave an order, and they sent
Give
this
poor
word
people
throughout
money
the
is pretty
camp.
cool.
No man
we
or
haven't gotten to
woman
that
is
point
to
yet.
make anything else as an offering for the sanctuary.
We haven't gotten
And
to
so
the
people
generosity
were
arc.
restrained from bringing more, because what they already had was more than
We
enough
were
to do
still
all the
treating
work.
women like objects, and we're still pro
All those who were
slavery.
skilled among the workers made the tabernacle with 10
Oh my
curtains
God,
of
we're
finely
repeating
twisted
it.
linen and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn.
No, we're not
with
repeating it
cherubim
all.
woven into them by
Stop. We
expert
just went over
hands.
this. You don't have to say it
All the curtains
twice.
were the same size, 28 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. They joined 5 of the curtains together and did the same with the other 5. Then they made loops of blue material along the edge of the end curtain in one set, and the same was done with the end curtain in the other set. They also made 50 loops on one curtain and 50 loops on the end curtain of the
Oh
other
man,
set,
it
with
wasn't
the loops
specific enough
opposite
the
each
first
other.
time. We need to
Then they
reiterate.
made 50 gold clasps and used them to fasten the 2 sets of curtains together so that the tabernacle was a unit.
An
They made
absolute
curtains
unit.
of goat hair for the tent over the tabernacle, 11 altogether. All 11
I love them
curtains were the
describing
same
everything
size,
verbatim.
30 cubits long and 4 cubits wide.
It's pretty
They
pretty
joined 5 of
insane.
the curtains into one set, and the other 6 into another set. Then they made 50 loops
Nutty.
along the edge of the end curtain in one set, and also along the edge of the end curtain
Thank
in
goodness
the
I
other
have
set.
rum and coke
They
to
made
make this
50
bearable.
bronze clasps to fasten the tent together as a unit. Then they made for the tent a covering of ram skins dyed red, and over that a covering of the other durable leather. They made upright frames of acacia wood for the tabernacle. Each frame was 10 cubits long and a cubit and a half wide, with 2 projections set
Are
parallel to
spirits
each other.
canon?
They
Had-
made all
had
the
vodka
frames of
been
the
made yet?
tabernacle in this way.
As of the
They
time
made
of this
20
writing?
frames for the south side
Talk
of the
about
tabernacle,
wine.
and made 40 silver bases to go under them, 2 bases for each frame.
I don't know if
one under each projection.
I don't know if hard liquor
For
exists
the other
yet.
side, the north side of the tabernacle, they made 20 frames and 40 silver bases, 2 under each frame. They made 6 frames for the far end, that is, the west end of the tabernacle, and 2 frames were made for the corners of the tabernacle at the far end. At these 2 corners, the frames were double from the bottom all
Jacob
the way
got
to
drunk?
the top,
Yeah, he got drunk
and
online.
fitted into a single ring. Both were made alike.
Or
so there were 8 frames
Jacob and also
16 silver
I remember the
bases,
one about
2
Lot.
under
I don't
each
know
frame.
if Jacob did or not.
They also made crossbars of acacia wood, 5 for the frames on one side of the tabernacle, 5 for those on the other side, and 5 for the frames on the west at the far end of the tabernacle.
It's been like 2
They made
hours
the
and nothing
center
happened.
crossbar
No, there was a
it
brief
extended from end to end at the middle of the frames. They
in the last
overlaid
2
the
hours
frames
there
with
was like a
gold and
very
made gold rings to hold the crossbars.
Is that your Heron?
They
Oh,
also
hell no,
overlaid
brother.
the crossbars with gold.
There's
They made the curtain of blue,
if
purple,
only
and scarlet yarn
it's not
and
my
finely
Heron.
twisted linen, with
If only
cherubim woven into it by a
if
skilled
it was my
worker.
Heron, I wouldn't be here.
They made 4 posts of acacia wood for it, and overlaid them with gold. They made gold hooks for them, and cast their 4 silver bases.
It's a good
For the
pet.
entrance
Yeah,
to
I
the tent,
have
they made a curtain of blue,
14.5
purple,
million
and
fishing
scarlet
XP,
yarn
and I don't have one
finely
yet.
twisted linen,
One of
the
these
work
days.
of an embroiderer. And they made 5 posts with hooks for them. They overlaid the
The
tops
first
of
evidence
the
of
posts and their
distillation
bands
is from
with gold,
1200 BC.
and made their 5 bases of bronze. Chapter 37. Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long,
No,
a
no,
cubit
no,
and a
no,
half
no,
wide,
no. We're
and a
actually
cubit
the whole
and a half
thing
high.
again.
He
Really?
overlaid it with
The whole
pure
thing
gold,
again?
both inside and out, and
Do we
made a
have
gold molding
to?
around it. He cast 4 gold rings for it, and
All
fastened
of
them to
it?
its 4 feet, with 2 rings on one side.
Yo,
and
we
2
could
rings on the other.
abridge.
Then he made
We could
poles
abridge
of acacia
all of
wood
these.
and overlaid them with gold.
All
And he
of
inserted
these
the poles
verses,
into
all
the
these
rings
chapters
on the sides of the ark to carry it.
into
He made the atonement cover
like we
of
could have
pure
just said,
gold,
and then they
2.5
made it as
cubits
it was
long,
described
and a
the
cubit and a
first
half
time.
wide. Then he made 2 cherubim
And it's
out
done.
of hammered gold at the ends of the cover. He made 1 cherub on one end, and the second cherub on the other. At the 2 ends, he made them of one piece with the cover. The cherubim had
We
their
are
wings
describing
spread
in
upward,
2,000 words what
overshadowing the
could
cover with
be
them.
described in
The
15.
cherubim faced each other, looking toward the cover. They made the table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, a cubit wide, and a cubit and a half high. Then they overlaid it with pure gold, and made a gold molding around it. They also made around it a rim a handbreadth wide, and put a gold
and
molding
imagine
on the rim.
we're reading a more
They cast
modernized
4
version.
gold rings for the
I
table,
can't imagine what
and
like the
fastened them
King
to the
James
4
translation of
corners,
this would be.
where the 4
It-
legs were. The rings were put close to the rim to hold the poles used in carrying
Think about
the
that.
table.
This is
The poles for carrying the
I think
table were made of
NIV was
acacia
made
wood
in like the
and were overlaid with
1980s.
gold. And they made from pure gold the articles for the table, its plates and dishes and bowls, and
I was
its
looking for the
pitchers
name of an
pouring out
anime.
of drink offerings. They made the lampstand of pure
It's called
gold.
Neon Genesis
They hammered out its
Evangelion,
base and
episodes
shaft,
25 and
and
26.
made its flower-like cups,
They illustrate
buds
this
and
religion in the
blossoms,
work
one
in a
piece
very
with them.
reflective way
6
about this
branches
religion that is
extended from the
incorporated
sides
in
of the
Japan.
lampstand, 3 on one side,
Neon
and
Genesis
3 on the other.
Evangelion.
3 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds
Uh,
and blossoms were on one branch, 3 on the next branch, and the same for all 6 branches extending from the
I don't
lampstand.
think it's
And on the
very
lampstand were
accurate.
4 cups shaped like almond flowers with buds and blossoms.
I think Neon
One
Genesis
bud was under the first pair of
Evangelion
branches
is
extending from the lampstand.
only
A second bud
only
under the
kind of
second pair,
like
and a third bud
Christianity.
under the third pair. 6 branches in all. The buds and the branches were all of one piece with the lampstand, hammered out of pure gold. They made it 7 lamps, as well as its wick trimmers and trays of pure gold.
It definitely
They made the lampstand and all its accessories from 1 talent of pure gold.
how do I say?
They made the altar of incense out of acacia wood. It was square, a cubit long and a cubit wide, and 2 cubits high.
It takes some
Its
names
horns
from
of
the
one piece
Bible,
with it.
but it does not
They
tell
overlaid
the
top and
stories
all
of
the
the
sides
Bible.
And the horns with pure gold, and made a gold molding around it. They made 2 gold rings below the molding, 2 on each of the opposite sides to hold the poles used to carry it. They made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. They also made the sacred anointing oil and the pure fragrant incense, the work of a perfumer. Chapter 38. They built the altar of burnt offering of acacia wood, 3 cubits high. It
I
was
think that
square,
anime is
5
depressing.
cubits long and 5 cubits wide. They made a horn
yeah, I
at
mean,
each of the 4 corners,
sure.
so that the horns and the altar were of one piece, and they overlaid the altar with bronze. They made all its utensils of bronze, its pots, shovels, sprinkling bowls, meat forks, and fire pans.
It's
They made a grating for the altar.
It has Christian
bronze network
imagery,
to be
but
under
it
its
is
ledge,
it does
halfway
not
up
tell
the
a
altar.
Christian
They
story.
cast bronze rings to hold the poles.
I've
for
watched
the 4 corners of the bronze
Evangelion
grating.
before.
They made the
and
poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze.
And it
They
is.
inserted the poles into
It
the
only
rings
has
so they would be on the sides of the altar for carrying it.
Christian.
They made it hollow out of boards. They made the bronze
It only
basin
has like
and its bronze
Christian
stand from the mirrors of the women who served at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Next, they made the courtyard. The south side was 100 cubits long.
It looks Christian,
finely twisted linen,
but it doesn't have any of the stories.
And with silver
Can't change
hooks
it to
and
red.
bands on the posts.
Whatever.
The north side was also 100 cubits long.
Going after the fishing pet?
Had 20
Yes.
posts and 20 bronze
Yes,
bases
I am.
with silver hooks.
Anglers is not the best way to do it, but
the west end
that's
was
fine.
50 cubits wide and had curtains with 10 posts and 10 bases with silver hooks and bands
Dude,
on
Exodus
the posts. The east end
sucks.
toward the sunrise.
This
was
book is
also
so
50 cubits
bad.
wide. Curtains 15 cubits long were on
This
one
is
side
this
of
is
the
one of the
entrance,
worst
with
books
3
ever
posts
written,
and 3
man.
bases, and curtains 15 cubits long were on
This
the
is
other
a
side of the
terrible
entrance to the
book.
courtyard, with 3 posts and 3 bases. All the curtains around the courtyard were of finely twisted linen. The bases for the posts were bronze. The hooks and bands on the posts were silver.
Man, I thought
Their tops were
Genesis
overlaid
kind of
with silver,
sucked.
so all the
This
posts
is
of the
so much
courtyard had
worse.
silver bands.
They replaced
The
all of the
curtain for the
genealogy
entrance to the
with
courtyard was made of blue,
extremely
purple, and scarlet
hyper-specific
yarn and finely twisted
reiterations
linen, the work of an embroiderer. It was
of
20
of
cubits
how to
long
design
and,
the
like
church.
the curtains of the courtyard, 5 cubits high, with 4 posts and 4 bronze bases. Their hooks and bands were silver, and their tops were overlaid
Yeah,
with
if you omit all of this malarkey and make it a different book.
Bronze. These are the amounts of the materials used for the tabernacle,
come on!
the tabernacle of the covenant law, which were recorded at Moses' command by the Levites under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the priest. Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of
The
Hur,
church you go
the
to
tribe
do
of
this?
Judah, made everything the Lord commanded Moses. With him was Aholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver and designer.
WTF is a
and
tabernacle?
an embroiderer
It's like a
in blue,
church.
purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen. The total amount of the gold from the wave offering
Is
used
it?
for all the work on the sanctuary
I used to
was
go to
29
at church camp. I would go to a
730
tabernacle,
shekels, according to the
and it was like
sanctuary
it was like a big awning.
The
It was
silver
like a
obtained
pavilion
from those of the
with it
community
didn't have
who
4
were counted in the
walls.
census was
It was just a
100
roof
talents
essentially.
and 1,775
Is that accurate?
shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. 1 beka per person, that is, half a shekel, according to the sanctuary shekel, from everyone who had crossed over to those counted, 20 years old or more, a total of 603,550 men. The 100 talents of silver were used to cast the bases for the
talent?
sanctuary and for the curtain. 100
Weight
bases
of the
from
gold was a little
100
over a
talents,
ton?
1 talent for each base. They used the 1,775 shekels to make the hooks for the posts, to overlay the tops of
they're
the posts,
rich.
and to make their bands. The bronze from the wave offering was 70 talents and 2,400
That's a lot of
shekels.
guys.
They used it to make the bases for the entrance to the tent of meeting, the bronze altar with its bronze grating and all its utensils, the bases for the surrounding courtyard, and those for its entrance, and all the tent pegs for the tabernacle, and those for the surrounding
Tabernacles in
courtyard.
Catholicism are a little crib/cage thing for Jesus when he's
Chapter
in bread
39.
mode.
From the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn they made woven garments for ministering in the sanctuary. They also made sacred garments for Aaron, as the Lord commanded
Aw,
Moses.
jeez, Rick.
They made the ephod of gold, and of blue,
I'm gonna take this
purple, and
opportunity
scarlet
to go to
yarn,
the bathroom,
and
I
of
think.
finely
I think I
twisted
get
linen.
it.
They hammered out
I'm
thin
gonna go
sheets
pee.
of gold, and cut strands to be worked into the blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen, the work of skilled hands. They made shoulder pieces for the ephod, which were attached to 2 of its corners, so it could be fastened. Its skillfully woven waistband was like it, of 1 piece with the ephod, and made with gold, and with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and with finely twisted linen, as the Lord commanded Moses. They mounted the onyx stones in gold filigree settings, and engraved them like a seal with the names of the sons of Israel. Then they fastened them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod as memorial stones for the sons of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. They fashioned the breastpiece, the work of a skilled craftsman. They made it like the ephod, of gold and of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and of finely twisted linen. It was square, a span long and a span wide, and folded double. Then they mounted 4 rows of precious stones on it. The first row was carnelian, chrysolite, and beryl. The second row was turquoise, lapis lazuli, and emerald. The third row was jacinth, agate, and amethyst. The fourth row was topaz, onyx, and jasper. They were mounted in gold filigree settings. There were 12 stones, 1 for each of the names of the sons of Israel, each engraved like a seal with the name of one of the 12 tribes. For the breastpiece, they made braided chains of pure gold like a rope. They made 2 gold filigree settings and 2 gold rings, and fastened the rings to 2 of the corners of the breastpiece. They fastened the 2 gold chains to the rings at the corners of the breastpiece, and the other ends of the chains to the 2 settings, attaching them to the shoulder pieces of the ephod at the front. They made 2 gold rings and attached them to the other 2 corners of the breastpiece on the inside edge next to the ephod. Then they made 2 more gold rings and attached them to the bottom of the shoulder pieces on the front of the ephod, close to the seam just above the waistband of the ephod. They tied the rings of the breastpiece.
There's only one more chapter.
With blue cord,
it's like half of the whole book,
so that the breastpiece would not swing out from the ephod, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the robe of the ephod entirely of blue cloth, the work of a weaver, with an opening in the center of the robe, like the opening of a collar, and a band around this opening.
The day for God takes thousands of years for us. I mean, that's.
They made pomegranates of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, and finely twisted linen around the hem of the robe. And they made bells of pure gold and attached them around the hem between the pomegranates. The bells and pomegranates alternated around the hem of the robe to be worn for ministering, as the Lord commanded Moses. For Aaron and his sons they made tunics of fine linen, the work of a weaver, and the turban of fine linen, the linen caps and the undergarments of finely twisted linen. The sash was made of finely twisted linen, and blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, the work of an embroiderer, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made the plate, the sacred emblem, out of pure gold, and engraved on it, like an inscription on a seal, "Holy to the Lord." Then they fastened a blue cord to it, to attach it to the turban, as the Lord commanded Moses. So all the work on the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, was completed. The
This is like one of the most.
Everything just as the Lord commanded
This is like one of the craziest.
Then they brought the tabernacle to Moses,
most dried pieces of literature.
Its clasps,
I think
frames,
potentially of all time.
Posts and bases, the covering of ram skins dyed red, and the covering of another durable leather, and the shielding.
I cannot believe they're describing
the Ark of the Covenant law with its poles and the atonement cover.
Specifically
the table
describing
with all its articles and the bread of the presence, the pure gold lampstand with its row of lamps and all its
the
accessories,
same thing again.
And the olive oil for the light, the gold altar, the anointing oil, the fragrant incense, and the curtain for the entrance to the tent, the bronze altar with its bronze grating, its poles and all its utensils, the basin with its stand, the curtains of the courtyard with its posts and bases, and the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard, the ropes and tent pegs for the courtyard, all the furnishings for the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, and the woven garments worn for ministering in the sanctuary.
Teachers make the students kill each other about religion. They share the same room, and there's a bloodbath.
Serving as priests. The Israelites had done all the work just as the Lord had commanded.
Kill
Moses.
each other?
Moses inspected the work and saw
Murder?
that they had done it just as the Lord had commanded. So Moses blessed them. Chapter 40. Then the Lord said to Moses,
"Set up the tabernacle, the tent of meeting.
This is the tip of the iceberg of boring.
The first month. Place the Ark of the Covenant law in it, and shield the Ark with the curtain. Bring in the table and set out what belongs on it. Then bring in the lampstand and set up its lamps.
No shot.
Place the gold altar of incense in front of the Ark of the Covenant law, and put the curtain at the entrance to the tabernacle. Place the altar of burnt offering in front of the entrance to the tabernacle, the tent of meeting.
Literally.
Place the basin between the tent of meeting
you're not
and
Catholic?
the altar, and put water in it. Set up the courtyard around it, and put the curtain at the entrance to the courtyard. Take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle and everything in it.
Holy
Consecrate
smokes,
it and
dude.
all its furnishings, and it will be holy. Then anoint the altar of burnt offering and all its utensils. Consecrate the altar, and it will be most holy. Anoint the basin and its stand, and consecrate them.
Why does Exodus have one of the most important parts of the Bible followed immediately by the worst part? Okay, so they hook you in with like all of the tales of magic and otherworldly powers.
Anoint him and consecrate
and then
him, so
boom, here's how you worship.
As priest.
Do it exactly in this hyper-specific way so that everybody knows that it's Christianity.
Anoint them just as you anointed their father. So
it's not even Christianity yet. Christ doesn't exist.
Their anointing will be to a priesthood that will continue throughout.
What even is the religion called at this point?
Moses did everything just as the Lord commanded him. So the tabernacle was set up on the first day of the first month in the second year. When Moses set up the tabernacle, He put the bases in place, erected the frames, inserted the crossbars, and set up the posts.
This isn't
Then he
Judaism.
spread the tent over
Not
the
to this point,
tabernacle
is it?
and put the covering over the tent, as the Lord commanded him. He took the tablets of the covenant law and placed them in the ark, attached
The religion
the
of the
poles to
Hebrews.
the ark, and put
Yeah,
the
it
atonement
would have
cover
to. It's
over
not
it.
even. We're not
Then he
even
brought the ark into the
talking
tabernacle
about Judah
and
at
hung
all.
the shielding curtain and shielded the ark of the covenant law, as the Lord commanded him. Moses placed the table in the tent of meeting on the north side of the tabernacle, outside the curtain, and set out the bread on it before the Lord, as the Lord commanded him. He placed the lampstand in the tent of meeting opposite the table on the south side of the tabernacle, and set up the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord commanded him. Moses placed the gold altar in the tent of meeting in front of the curtain, and burned fragrant incense on it, as the Lord commanded him. Then he put up the curtain at the entrance to the tabernacle. He set the altar of burnt offering near the entrance to the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, and offered on it burnt offerings and grain offerings, as the Lord commanded him. He placed the basin between the tent of meeting and the altar,
Holy
and put
smokes,
water in
dude.
it for washing. And Moses and Aaron and his sons used it to wash their hands and feet. They washed whenever they entered the tent of meeting or approached the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses set up the courtyard around the tabernacle and altar, and put up the curtain at the entrance to the courtyard. And so Moses finished the work. Then the cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses could not enter the tent of meeting because the cloud had settled on it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. In all the travels of the Israelites,
Sheesh, man.
whenever the cloud lifted from above the tabernacle, they would set out. But if the cloud did not lift, they did not set out, until the day it lifted. So the cloud of the Lord was over the tabernacle by day, and fire was in the cloud by night, in the sight of all the Israelites during all their travels.
And that was Exodus. And now that was the whole book. We left. And now it's Leviticus, huh? This one is 27 chapters long. How do we rate? Yeah, that one's like a that one's like probably like a 1 out of 10, maybe a 2 out of 10. I don't know. The parting the seas stuff was pretty crazy. But holy moly, do they really get bogged down in the weeds? I wonder why that was decided as the stopping point. Like, why could we not, we could have omitted like the final like 7 chapters and then just put the words like they did it. Also pretty messed up of God to brainwash the Egyptians, literally to set them up for failure so that way we could mass murder them. I don't know about that one. I'm gonna run some ads and then go pour another beverage, and then we'll start the next book, of the Bible. Be right back. There are two predominant religions, Catholic and Evangelical. I wonder if it's like that in the United States. Yeah, pretty much. It's mostly Evangelical. In Brazil, it's probably more Catholic. And here in the USA, it's mostly Christians. I don't know if what do we call them? Evangelical? As far as Christianity goes, what's the difference between Protestants and evangelicals? Notes? Here's my Bible notes. Right here. Here's Exodus. This is pretty messed up. Is this accurate? Did I interpret this correctly? Not I think it's been losing its strength because of technology. Maybe. Also, all your firstborn animals? Yeah, but... Evangelical isn't really a specific label, it just means that it's literal interpretations of the Bible. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty accurate. Alright. Leviticus.
Leviticus, chapter 1. The Lord called to Moses and spoke to him from the tent of meeting. He said,
The tent of meeting.
Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when anyone among you brings an offering to the Lord, bring as your offering an animal from either the herd or the flock. If the offering is a burnt offering from the herd, you are to offer a male without defect. You must present it at the entrance to the tent of meeting, so that it will be acceptable to the Lord. You are to lay your hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it will be accepted on your behalf to make atonement for you. You are to slaughter the young bull before the Lord, and then Aaron's sons the priests shall bring the blood and splash it against the sides of the altar at the entrance to the tent of meeting.
We've already done this one.
You are to skin the burnt offering and cut it into pieces. The sons of Aaron the priest are to put fire on the altar and arrange wood on the fire. Then Aaron's sons the priests shall arrange the pieces, including the head and the fat, on the wood that is burning on the altar. You are to wash the internal organs and the legs with water, and the priest is to burn all of it on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food
They repeat
offering,
themselves in great
an aroma
detail.
pleasing
That's
to
a drink.
the Lord. If the offering is a burnt offering from the flock, from either the sheep or the
This is
goats,
the whole first third
you
of
are
this
to
book,
offer
by
a
the way.
male
That's pretty
without
tight.
defect. You are to slaughter it at the north side of the altar before the Lord. And Aaron's sons the priests shall splash its blood against the sides of the altar. You are to cut it into pieces, and the priest shall arrange them, including the head and the fat, on the wood that is burning on the altar. You are to wash the internal organs and the legs with water, and the priest is to bring all of them and burn them on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. If the offering to the Lord is a burnt offering of birds, you are to offer
Does
a
any
dove
sect
or a young
of
pigeon.
Christianity
The
do this at
priest
all?
shall bring it to the altar, wring off the head, and burn it on the altar.
Catholics,
its blood shall be
Jews,
drained
anyone,
out on the side of the
anyone
altar.
at all do this?
He is to remove
currently,
the crop
current year?
and the feathers.
No
and
one
throw
does this,
them
right?
down east of the altar, where the ashes are. He shall tear it open by the wings, not dividing it completely. And then the priest shall burn it on the wood that is burning on the altar. It is a burnt offering, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord.
Chapter 2.
When anyone brings a grain offering to the Lord,
grain
their
offerings.
offering is to
Yo,
be
at
of
least
the
these are some
finest
short
flour.
chapters, you feel
They
me?
are to pour olive oil on it, put incense on it, and take it to Aaron's sons, the priests. The priest shall take a handful of the flour and oil, together with all the incense, and burn this as a memorial portion on the altar, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering belongs to Aaron and his sons. It is a most holy part of the food offerings presented to the Lord. If you bring a grain offering baked in an oven, it is to consist of the finest flour, either thick loaves made without yeast and with olive oil mixed in, or thin loaves made without yeast and brushed with olive oil. If your grain offering is prepared on a
Catholics
griddle,
are the strongest.
it is to be
They're
made
very
of the
connected to the
finest
saints
flour
/
mixed
evangelicals.
with oil and without yeast.
They believe only in
Crumble
God.
it and pour oil on
As
it.
he is the guy who
It is a
works the
grain
miracles
offering.
and not the saints.
If your grain offering is
That's why
cooked in
there's
a pan,
like
it
a
is
little
to be
war
made
between
of the
evangelicals and
finest
Catholics, where
flour
Catholics
and
are
some
angry
olive oil.
with evangelical
Bring
customs.
the grain offering made
Evangelical
of these
are
things
angry
to the
with
Lord.
Catholic
Present
customs.
it to the priest, who shall take it to the altar. He shall
Yeah,
take
it's
out
kind
the
of
memorial
like
portion from the grain offering
America.
and burn it on the altar as a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering belongs to Aaron and his sons.
Not all that much,
It
though.
is a most holy
Catholics
part
are
of
much
the food
smaller.
offerings presented to the Lord. Every grain offering you bring to the Lord must be made without yeast, for you are not to burn any yeast or honey in a food offering presented to the Lord. You may bring them to the Lord as an offering of the first fruits, but they are not to be offered on the altar as a pleasing aroma. Season all your grain offerings with salt.
They were
Do
only
not
allowed to make
leave
them
the
at
salt
specific
of the
tabernacles,
covenant
and they
of
were
your
all
God
destroyed.
out of your grain offerings. Add
Well,
salt
can they
to
not make
all your
new
offerings.
ones, new tabernacles?
If you bring a grain offering of first fruits to the Lord,
that
offer
in the
crushed
exact,
heads
extremely
of new
specific
grain roasted
specifications,
in the
like
fire.
they feel like it'd be
Put
pretty easy
oil
to make
and
another one, right?
incense on it. It is a grain offering. The priest shall burn the memorial
We have the
portion
instruction
of the crushed
manual.
grain and the oil, together with all the incense, as a food offering presented to the Lord.
Chapter 3.
If your offering
Made a second one in
is a
70
fellowship
CE, which was also
offering,
destroyed.
and you offer an animal
just do it
from the
again.
herd,
Who cares?
whether
Just
male
keep
or
making more.
female, you are to present before the Lord an animal without defect. You are to lay your hand on the head of your offering and slaughter it at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Then Aaron's sons, the priests, shall
Think God would be
splash
mad
the
knowing
blood
that I'm eating
against the
McDonald's and
sides
reading,
of the altar.
reading his good word.
From the fellowship
Well, I'm drinking a
offering,
screwdriver,
you are to
so
bring a food offering to the Lord, the internal organs and all the fat that is connected to them, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the long lobe of the liver, which you will remove with the
What
kidneys.
makes Catholicism different?
Then Aaron's sons are to burn it on the altar on top of the burnt offering.
I actually don't
that
know
is
the answer
lying
here.
on the burning wood.
Is it
a
just
food
customs,
offering,
or
an aroma pleasing to the Lord?
is it adhering to different parts of the
If you offer
Bible?
an animal from the flock as a fellowship offering
What's the
to
difference?
the Lord, you are to offer a male or female without defect. If you offer a lamb, you are to present it before the Lord, lay your hand on its head, and slaughter it in front of the tent of meeting. Then
Way more
Aaron's
rules.
sons shall splash its blood against the sides of the altar. From the fellowship offering, you are to bring a food offering to the
You have to
Lord.
commune with the priest,
Its
who then
fat,
communes with
the
God.
entire fat
Evangelically,
tail cut off
directly
close
commune
to
with
the
God.
backbone, the internal organs and all the fat that is connected to them, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the long lobe of the liver, which you will remove with the kidneys. The priest shall burn them on the altar as a food offering presented to the Lord. If your offering is a goat, you are to present it before the Lord. Lay your hand on its head and slaughter it in front of the tent of meeting. Then Aaron's sons shall splash its blood against the sides of the altar. From what you offer, you are to present this food offering to the Lord, the internal organs and all the fat that is connected to them, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the long lobe of the liver, which you will remove with the kidneys. The priest shall burn them on the altar as a food offering, a pleasing aroma. All the fat is the Lord's. This is a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. Wherever you live, you must not eat any fat
God being
or any
hyper-specific about
blood.
stuff? Yup.
Chapter 4. The Lord said to Moses,
Say to the Israelites, when anyone sins unintentionally and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, if the anointed priest sins, bringing guilt on the people, he must bring to the Lord a young bull without defect as a sin offering for the sin he has committed. He is to present the bull at the entrance to the
shout outs
tent
to
of
Jesus
meeting
for
before the Lord.
making us not have to do
He
this
is
anymore.
to lay his hand on its head and slaughter it there before the Lord.
Is
Then
that how it
the anointed
works?
priest shall take some
Jesus
of the
accepted
bull's
all
blood
sin from
and carry
man
it
or whatever,
into the
so
tent of meeting. He is to dip his
we
finger into the
retconned
blood and
having to
sprinkle some of it
atone
7
for our
times
sins
before the Lord
personally.
in front of the curtain of the sanctuary. The priest shall then put some of the blood on the horns of the altar of fragrant incense that is before the Lord in the tent of meeting. The rest of the bull's blood he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering at the entrance to the tent of meeting.
We
He
still
shall
have to
remove
atone, do
all
we?
the fat from the bowl of the sin offering, all the fat that is connected to the internal organs, both kidneys with the fat on them near the loins, and the long lobe of the liver, which he will remove with the kidneys.
So
Just as the
go to
fat is
confession and then do
removed
penance?
from the ox sacrificed as a fellowship offering.
Isn't that a Catholic
Then
only thing?
the priest shall burn them on the altar of burnt offering. But the hide of the bull and all its flesh, as well as the head and legs, the internal organs, and the intestines, that is, all the rest of the bull, he must take outside the camp to a place ceremonially clean, where the ashes are thrown, and burn it there in a wood fire on the ash heap.
Sheesh, man.
If the whole Israelite community sins unintentionally and does what is forbidden in
The
any
whole
of the Lord's
community?
commands, even though the community is unaware of the matter, when they realize their guilt and the sin they committed becomes known, the assembly must bring a young bull as a sin offering
Yo, we
and
can just
present
do
it
we can
before
just
the tent of meeting. The elders of the
we
community
can just do it
are to
all
lay
together.
their
And it's like,
hands
oh
on the
yeah,
bull's
we'll just
head
give him the
before
one.
Lord, and the
This
bull
is the
shall
group
be slaughtered
offering.
before the Lord. Then the anointed priest is to take some of the bull's blood into the tent of meeting. He shall dip his finger into the blood and sprinkle it before the Lord 7 times in front of the curtain. He is to put some of the blood on the horns of the altar that is before the Lord in the tent of meeting. The rest of the blood he shall pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering.
But yeah, what if
at
they
the
never
entrance
realize
to
their
the
guilt?
tent of meeting. He shall remove all the fat from it and
But also,
burn it
what
on
is
the
a
altar,
sin?
and do with
We've
this
been
bull
using this
just
term.
as he did with the bull for the sin
But what
offering.
is it?
In this way,
We have not
the
described.
priest will make atonement
Is it just
for
the stuff that
community,
we
and they will
described
be
in the
forgiven.
commandments?
Then he shall
Are those
take
the only
bull
ones?
outside the camp and burn it as he burned the
Because we used the
first
term
bull.
sin even
This
before we
is
listed off
sin
the
offering
commandments.
for the community. When a leader sins unintentionally and does what is forbidden in any of the commands of the Lord his God, when he realizes his guilt and the sin he has committed becomes known, he must bring as his offering a male goat without defect. He is to lay his hand on the
It
goat's
has to be a
head
good
and
goat.
slaughter it at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered before the Lord. It is a sin offering.
Sin is what God doesn't
Then
like.
the priest
But how do I
shall
know?
take some of the
How
blood
do I
of the
know not
sin
to do
offering
it?
with his finger and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering.
I feel like
and
the rules
pour
are
out
very
the rest
ill-defined.
of the blood at the base of the altar. He shall burn all the fat on the altar as he burned the fat of the fellowship offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for the leader's sin, and he will be forgiven. If any member of the community sins unintentionally and does what is forbidden in any of the Lord's commands, when they realize their guilt and the sin they have committed becomes known, they must bring as their offering for the sin they committed a female goat without defect. They are to lay their hand
It
on
has
the
to be-
head
it
of
has
the
to be a
sin
lady
offering
goat,
and
alright.
slaughter it at the place of the burnt offering. Then the priest is to take some of the blood with his finger and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering and pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. They shall remove all the fat, just as the fat is removed from the fellowship offering. And the priest shall burn it on the altar as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. In this way, the priest will make atonement for them, and they will be forgiven. If someone brings a lamb as their sin offering, they are to bring a female without defect. They are to lay their hand on its head and slaughter it for a sin offering at the place where the burnt offering is slaughtered. Then the priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering and pour out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. They shall remove all the fat, just as the fat is removed from the lamb of the fellowship offering, and the priest shall burn it on the altar on top of the food
It's crazy to
offerings
me that it's
presented
caught
to the
on.
Lord. In this way, the priest will make atonement for them for the sin
Is
they
this
have
this section
committed,
of the Bible? It
and
feels
they will
like
be
this isn't
forgiven.
for the people. These are just instructions to
Chapter
people who
5.
will like
If
lead the
anyone
religion.
sins
This is
because they do not
this is
speak
just-
up when they hear a public
This is only
charge
for the
to
real
testify
freaks who are
regarding
trying to
something
take up
they have seen
like
or learned
positions of
about.
priesthood
They will
or
be
whatever,
held
right?
responsible. If
And it's
anyone
not
becomes
actually
aware
meant
that
for
they are
the
guilty,
regular
if they
person to read.
unwittingly touch anything ceremonially unclean,
It's just a bunch of
whether the
irrelevant
carcass of an
information.
unclean animal, wild or domestic, or of any unclean creature that moves along the ground, and they are unaware that they have become unclean, but then they come to realize their guilt, or if they touch human uncleanness, anything that would make them unclean, even though they are unaware of it, but then they learn of it and realize their guilt. Or if anyone thoughtlessly takes an oath to do anything, whether good or evil, in any matter one might carelessly swear about, even though they are unaware of it, but then they learn of it and realize their guilt. When anyone becomes aware that they are guilty in any of these matters, they must confess in what way they have sinned. As a penalty for the sin they have committed, they must bring to the Lord a female lamb or goat from the flock as a sin offering, and the priest shall make atonement for them for their sin.
Dog, what?
Anyone who cannot afford a lamb is to bring 2 doves or 2 young pigeons to the Lord as a penalty for their sin, one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. They are to bring them to
What
the
does all this
priest,
mean?
who shall first offer the one for
If
the
they
sin
touch
offering.
human
He is
uncleanliness,
to wring its
anything
head
that
from
would
its
make
neck,
them unclean,
not dividing it completely, and is to splash some of the blood of the sin offering against the side of the altar. The rest of the blood must be drained out
The
at the
dovetails
base of
rubbing
the
his
altar.
hands.
It is a sin offering. The priest shall then offer the other as a burnt offering in the prescribed way and make atonement for them for the sin they have committed, and they will be forgiven. If, however, they cannot afford 2 doves or 2 young pigeons, they are to bring as an offering for their sin 1/10 of an ephah of the finest flour for a sin offering. They must not put olive oil or incense on it, because it is a sin offering. They are
What?
to bring it to the priest,
Why?
who shall take a handful of it as a
Okay.
memorial portion and burn it on the altar
No olive oiled
on top
flour.
of the food offerings presented to the Lord. It is a sin offering. In this way, the priest will make atonement for them for any of these sins they have committed, and they will be forgiven. The rest of the offering will belong to the priest, as in the case of the
This is one of the
grain
easier to read translations
Lord
of the
said to
Bible.
Moses,
Yeah, I picked
when
this
anyone
one
is
for that
unfaithful
reason.
to the Lord by sinning unintentionally,
At least from
in
my
regard
cursory
to any of
research,
the Lord's
the
holy
New
things,
International
they are to
Version
bring to the Lord as a penalty a
was
ram from the flock, one
like the
without
middle ground
defect,
between
and of the
ease of
proper
reading
value in
and
silver, according to the sanctuary
retaining
shekel.
the
It is a
meaning
guilt offering. They must make
of the more
restitution
literal
for what
translations.
they have failed to do in regard to the holy things, pay an additional penalty of 1/5 of its value, and give it all to the
Why
priest.
is the Bible still
The
describing
priest will
stuff
make
for sin
atonement
on
for
it?
them with the ram as a guilt offering.
Do we
and
do
they
it
will be
untranslated?
forgiven.
What, like
If
in
anyone
Hebrew?
sins
I don't
and
think
does
I'm going
what
to
is
sit through that
forbidden
one.
in any of the Lord's commands, even though they do not know it, they are guilty and will be held responsible. They are to bring
Living
to the
Translation
priest
was
as a
ready
guilt
to read
offering
when I
a
cared about
ram
this
from
stuff.
the flock,
Ready?
one without defect and of the proper value. In this way, the priest will make atonement for them for the wrong they have committed unintentionally,
Easy to
and
read.
they will be forgiven. It is
Well,
a
yeah.
guilt offering. They have
This
been
is
guilty
this
of
is not the
wrongdoing
easiest to
against
read.
the Lord.
New Living Translation's probably better in that regard.
Chapter 6. The Lord said to Moses,
But like I said, this is like the
If
middle ground
anyone
between the
sins
literal
and is
translation and
unfaithful
the
to the Lord by deceiving a neighbor about
and
something
the
entrusted to them or left
translations
in their
that
care,
perhaps
or
lose
about
some of the
something
original
stolen,
meaning.
or if they cheat their neighbor, or if they find lost property and lie about it, or if they swear falsely about any such sin that people may commit, When they sin in any of these ways and realize their guilt, they must return what they have stolen or taken by extortion, or what was entrusted to them, or the lost property they found, or whatever it was they swore falsely about. They must make restitution in full, add a fifth of the value
a 20%,
to it, and give it all to the owner on the day they present their guilt offering. And as a penalty, they must bring
if you
to
do
the priest,
some trickery,
that is, to the Lord,
you have to give
their
them
guilt
20%
offering, a ram
on top
from
of
the
the
flock,
original,
one without defect and of the proper value. In this way, the priest
and a ram
will make
from your
atonement
flock
for them before the Lord, and they will be forgiven for any of the things they did that made them guilty.
The Lord said to Moses,
I don't have any
Give
rams,
Aaron and his sons
man.
this
I have no rams
These
at
are the
all.
regulations
Actually,
for
I
the
can't
burnt
give you a
offering.
I can't
The
give
burnt
you a
offering
ram.
is to remain on the altar hearth throughout the night till morning, and the fire must be kept burning on the altar. The priest shall then put on his linen clothes, with linen undergarments next to his body, and shall remove the ashes of the burnt offering that the fire has consumed on the altar, and place them beside the altar. Then he is to take off these clothes and put on others, and carry the ashes outside
and put on
the
something
camp
else.
to a place that is ceremonially clean. The fire on the altar must be kept burning. It must not go out. Every morning the priest is to add
Could you imagine this is a
and
sales
arrange
pitch?
the burnt offering
Yeah, imagine
on the
you're doing
fire
missionary
and
work
burn
and you're
the
like,
fat
all right,
of
check
the
this out.
fellowship
Open up
offerings on it.
Leviticus.
The fire must be kept burning on the altar continuously. It must not go out. These are the regulations for the grain offering. Aaron's sons are to bring it before the Lord in front of the altar. The priest is to take a handful of the finest flour and some olive oil, together with all the incense on the grain offering, and burn the memorial portion on the altar as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. Aaron and his sons shall eat the rest of it, but it is to be eaten without yeast in the sanctuary area. They are to eat it in the courtyard of the tent of meeting. It must not be baked with yeast. I have given it as their share of the food offerings presented to me. Like the sin offering and the guilt offering, it is most holy.
What is the difference
Any
between
male
sinning and
descendant
guilting?
of Aaron may eat it. For all generations to come, it is his perpetual share of the food offerings presented to the Lord.
Can I just
Whatever
claim that I'm a
touches
descendant
them
of Aaron?
will become
Or
holy.
like, when
the
does
Lord
this fall
also
off?
said to Moses,
This is the offering.
It's like so
Aaron
hyper
and his
specific.
sons are to bring
It
to
seems
the
like we
Lord
wrote
on the
this
day
just so
he
that
is
way we could
anointed.
be
a tenth of an ephah
treated
of the finest
more
flour as a regular
treated better
grain
than our
offering. Half of
than
it in
people
the morning
around us.
and half
Like, yeah,
in
no,
the
man, we're the
evening.
holy guys.
It must be prepared with oil on a griddle. Bring it well mixed.
On
and
a griddle?
present the grain offering broken in pieces as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. The son who is to succeed him as anointed priest shall prepare it. It is the Lord's perpetual share, and is to be burned completely. Every grain offering
They
of
didn't
a
expect
priest
time
shall
to
be
go on
burned
nearly this
completely.
long.
It must not be eaten.
the Lord said to Moses,
Say to Aaron and his sons, these
Like, you guys
are
are
the
reading this how long in the
regulations for
future?
The sin offering. The sin offering is to be slaughtered before the Lord, in the place the burnt offering is slaughtered. It is most holy. The priest who offers it shall eat it. It is to be eaten in the sanctuary area, in the courtyard of the tent of meeting. Whatever touches any of the flesh will become holy. And if any of the blood is spattered on a garment, you must wash it in the sanctuary area. The clay pot the meat
That's
is
not going to
cooked
come
in
out, man.
must be broken.
I'm sorry,
But if
that's
it is
not going to
cooked
come
in a
out.
bronze pot, the pot is to
Gonna
be
be stained
scoured
forever.
and rinsed with water. Any male in a priest's family may eat it. It is most holy. But any sin offering whose blood is brought
Nepotism?
into the tent of meeting to make atonement in the holy place must not be eaten. It must be burned up.
Chapter 7.
These are the regulations for the guilt offering, which is
Jeez,
most
I've lost
holy.
track. Haven't we
guilt
already done
offering
this?
is to be slaughtered in the place
Is this
where
not
the burnt
literally?
offering is
We've
slaughtered,
already done this one,
and
right?
its blood is to be splashed against the sides of the altar. All its fat shall be offered, the fat tail and the fat that covers the internal organs, both kidneys with the fat on them
Why-
near the
why are we
loins,
repeating
and the
ourselves
long
so
lobe
much?
of the liver, which is to be removed with the kidneys. The priest shall burn them on the altar as a food offering presented to the Lord. It is a guilt offering. Any male in a priest's family may eat it, but it must be eaten in the sanctuary area. It is most holy. The same law applies to both the sin offering and the guilt offering. They belong to the priest who makes atonement with them. The priest who offers a burnt offering for anyone may keep its hide for himself. Every grain offering baked in an oven or cooked in a pan or on a griddle belongs to the priest who offers it. And every grain offering, whether mixed with olive oil or dry, belongs equally to all the sons of Aaron. These are the regulations for the fellowship offering anyone may present to the Lord. If they offer it as an expression of thankfulness, then along with this thank offering, they are to offer thick loaves made without yeast and with olive oil mixed in.
Or if they're thin, you brush it. Yeah. Good.
With oil.
I remember.
And thick loaves of the finest flour, well kneaded and with oil mixed in. Along
you
with
can't mix the oil in if it's a thin loaf because it's going to get all soggy.
They are to present an offering with thick loaves of bread made with yeast.
Can you
they
make
are
the
to
game
bring
bigger,
one
please?
of each kind as an offering.
I still don't get the no yeast part.
To the
Neither
Lord.
do I.
It belongs to the
Is it just
priest
like a
who
specific thing
splashes
so
the
that way
blood of
you're
the
like
fellowship
part of the
offering
in
against
crowd?
The altar. The meat of their fellowship offering of
Hi, Cade.
thanksgiving must be eaten on the day it is offered.
You can now learn about the fellowship offering. If you were to offer anything to the Lord as an expression of thankfulness, this is what you do.
Offering. The sacrifice shall be eaten on the day they offer it, but anything left over
We've been
may
listening
be
to
eaten
God
on the next
give
day.
some hyper-specific details
sacrifice left over
as to how to praise Him for like
if any meat
an
of
hour
the
and a half.
Offering is eaten on the third day, the one who offered it will not.
It is in
accepted.
such great detail you would not believe.
Be reckoned to their credit, for it has become impure. The person who eats any of it will be held responsible.
And also, we keep
meat
repeating it.
Anything ceremonially unclean must
keep
not
repeating
be
it.
eaten. It must be burned
verbatim
up.
over and
As
over.
For other meat, anyone ceremonially clean may eat it. But if anyone who is unclean eats any meat of the fellowship offering belonging to the Lord, they must be cut off from their people. Anyone who touches something unclean,
what is
whether
unclean?
human
What does this mean?
Or an unclean animal, or any unclean creature that moves along the ground, and then eats any of the meat of the fellowship offering belonging to the Lord, must be cut off from their people.
The Lord said to
Snake
Moses,
Eater is unholy.
Say to the Israelites,
Metal Gear
do
Solid
not
3
eat any of the fat of
is not
sheep or goats. The fat
is not
of
in
an
accordance with
animal
the Lord.
found dead or torn by wild animals may be used for any other purpose, but you must not eat it. Anyone who eats the fat of an animal from which a food offering may be presented to the Lord must be cut off from their people. And wherever you live, you must not eat the blood of any bird or animal. Anyone who eats blood must be cut off from their people.
The Lord said to Moses,
Say to the Israelites,
okay, yeah, no blood.
Anyone who brings a fellowship offering to the Lord is to bring part of it as their sacrifice to the Lord.
Rare steak is
a
sin.
Hands, they are to present the food offering to the Lord. They are to bring the fat together with the breast, and wave the breast before the Lord as a wave offering. The priest shall burn the fat on the altar, but the breast belongs to Aaron and his sons. You are to give the
He says, actually, I get the breast.
Fellowship offerings to the priest as a contribution. The son of Aaron who offers the blood and the fat
Aaron
of
says,
the
"Yummy! I like
shall
chicken
have
breast."
the right thigh as his share. From the fellowship offerings of the Israelites, I have taken the breast that is waved and the thigh that is presented, and have given them to Aaron the priest and his sons as their perpetual share from the Israelites.
This is the portion of the food offerings presented to the Lord
that
were allotted to Aaron and his sons on the day they were presented to
I am the
serve
most
the Lord
holy,
as
so I get
priests.
the most scrumptious,
On the day they were anointed,
parts.
the Lord commanded that the Israelites give this to them as their perpetual share for the generations to come.
Every
These
time?
then are the
That's crazy
regulations for the
value.
burnt offering, the grain offering, the sin offering, the guilt offering, the ordination offering, and the fellowship offering.
Dude,
which
no
the
one
Lord
does
gave
this.
Moses
It's so
at Mount
crazy.
Sinai
No one
in
does
the desert
this.
of Sinai on the
No
day
one
he
at all does
commanded the
this.
Israelites to bring their offerings to the Lord. Chapter 8. The Lord said to Moses,
Bring Aaron and his sons, their garments, the anointing oil, the bull for the sin offering, the 2 rams, and the basket containing bread made without yeast, and gather the entire assembly at the entrance to the tent of meeting.
Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the assembly gathered at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Moses said to the assembly,
"This is what the Lord has commanded to be done."
Then Moses brought Aaron and his sons forward, and washed them with water. He put the tunic on Aaron, tied the sash around him, clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod on him. He also fastened the ephod with a decorative waistband, which he tied around him. He placed the breastpiece on him, and put the Urim and Thummim in the breastpiece. Then he placed the turban on Aaron's head, and set the gold plate, the sacred emblem, on the front of it, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses took the anointing oil, and anointed the tabernacle and everything in it, and so consecrated them. He sprinkled some of the oil on the altar 7 times, anointing the altar and all its utensils, and the basin with its stand, to consecrate them. He poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head, and anointed him to consecrate him. Then he brought Aaron's sons forward, put tunics on them, tied sashes around them, and fastened caps on them, as the Lord commanded Moses. He then presented the bull for the sin offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on its head.
The bull.
Moses
Dude, we just be
slaughtered
messing
the
up
bull
animals.
and took some of the blood, and with his finger he put it on all the
The
horns
Bible
of
is
the
very
altar to
explicitly
purify the altar.
anti-vegan.
He poured out the rest of the blood at the base of the altar. So he consecrated it.
There is
to make
absolutely
atonement
no
for
way
it.
of slicing it.
Moses also took all the fat around
You
the
can't be
internal
Christian
organs,
and vegan at the
the
same
long
time.
lobe of the liver,
It is-
and both kidneys and their
they strictly
fat,
do not
and burned it
coincide.
on the altar. But the bull with its hide and its flesh and its intestines he burned up outside the camp, as the Lord commanded Moses. He then presented the ram for the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on its head. Then Moses slaughtered the ram, and splashed the blood against the sides of the altar. He cut the ram into pieces, and burned the head, the pieces and the fat. He washed the internal organs and the legs with water, and burned the whole ram on the altar. It was a burnt offering, a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. He then presented the other ram,
as the Lord
ram
commanded.
for the ordination, and Aaron
then they
and his
do
sons
it.
laid their hands on its head. Moses slaughtered the ram, and took some of
We
its
describe
blood
what needs
and
to be
put it on
done,
the lobe of Aaron's
and
right
then we have
ear,
the people
on
build
the thumb
it,
of
and
his
then we
right
have the
hand,
people do
and
it.
on the big toe of his right foot. Moses also brought Aaron's
Is this
sons
the second or
forward
the third
and
time
put
that we're
some of the
describing
blood
these
on the lobes
events?
of their right ears, on the thumbs of their right hands, and
Is this
on the
only
big
the second
toes of their
time?
right feet. Then he
I
splashed
don't know.
blood against the sides of the altar. After that, he took the fat tail, all the fat around the internal organs.
Anytime the Old Testament
long
mentions
lobe
an
of the
offering
liver,
or sacrifice,
both
it's no longer
kidneys and their
part of the
fat, and
evangelical
the
or
right
Catholic
thigh.
religions because Jesus
And from the basket
was
of
the
bread
quote
made
last
without
and
yeast,
ultimate sacrifice.
which was before the Lord, he
I
took
see.
1 thick loaf,
That's a
one
big
thick loaf
retcon.
with olive oil mixed in, and 1 thin loaf, and he put these on the fat portions and on the right thigh. He put all these in the hands of Aaron and his sons.
You don't have to
and they
sacrifice
waved
the
them
bulls
before the
anymore
Lord as a wave
because
offering.
I don't know. It's like
Then
that's
Moses
getting
took
kind of
them
old.
from their
Here's
hands and
here's
burned
my
them on
son.
the altar
It's
on
like,
top of the burnt offering
well, do
as an
with this one, I
ordination
guess.
offering, a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord. Moses also took the breast, which was his share of the ordination ram, and waved it before the Lord as a wave offering, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then Moses took some of the anointing oil, and some of the blood from the altar, and sprinkled them on Aaron and his garments, and on his sons and their garments.
I don't understand where we
so
divide
he consecrated
verses.
Aaron and his garments,
Honestly.
and his sons and their garments. Moses then
Sometimes
said to Aaron
they're
and
kind
his
of
sons,
long.
Cook the meat at the entrance to the tent of meeting, and eat it there with the bread from the basket of ordination offerings, as I was commanded. Aaron and his sons are to eat it. Then burn up the rest of the meat and the bread. Do not leave the entrance to the tent of meeting for 7 days, until the days of your ordination are completed, for your ordination will last 7 days. What has been done today was commanded
First
by
divisions
the
come
Lord
from the
to
Middle
make atonement
Ages?
for you. You must stay
Why
at
did
the
they
entrance
divide
to
it
the tent
that
of
way
meeting
then?
day and night for 7 days, and do what the Lord
Just to make
requires,
it easier to
so
read,
you
or
will
what?
not die. For that is what I have been commanded.
So Aaron and his sons did everything
We have to hang
the Lord
out for
commanded
7
through
days?
Moses.
Ishman.
Chapter 9. On the 8th day Moses summoned Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. He said to Aaron,
Take a bull calf for your sin offering and a ram for your burnt offering, both without defect, and present them before the Lord. Then say to the Israelites, Take a male goat for a sin offering, a calf and a lamb, both a year old and without defect, for a burnt offering.
Yo, we have to. We're burning so many animals. This is fucked up.
To sacrifice before the Lord. together with the grain offering mixed with olive oil. For today the Lord will appear to you.
They took the things Moses commanded to the front of the tent of meeting, and the entire assembly came
Not a
near
retcon if
and
he uses
stood before
established
the Lord.
mechanics. Well,
Then
imagine
Moses
I'm
said,
a
This is what the
aspiring
Lord has
Christian,
commanded you to
follower
do,
of the Lord.
so that the glory of the Lord may appear to you.
And
Moses
then I
said
hadn't
to
got
Aaron,
that far
Come
yet.
to the
Like,
altar
do I
and
have to read the whole
sacrifice
thing
your
before I
sin
begin
offering
practicing
and
my
your
faith,
burnt
or what?
offering, and make atonement for yourself.
I'm going to be
and the
largely
people.
misconstrued if
Sacrifice the
I
offering
started
that is for the
practicing at
people,
this point
and make
in my
atonement for
reading
them,
of the Bible.
as the
I'm
Lord
going
has
to be
commanded.
missing
So
on
Aaron
a
came
bunch
to
of
the altar
levels.
and slaughtered the calf as a sin offering for himself. His sons brought the blood to him, and he dipped his finger into the blood, and put it on the horns of the altar. The rest of the blood he poured out at the base of the altar. On the altar he burned
I'm
the
going
fat,
to be
the
wildly,
kidneys, and the long lobe of the liver from the sin offering, as the Lord commanded Moses.
wildly missing what
the
I'm
flesh
meant
and
to
the
be
hide
doing.
he burned up outside the camp. Then
Start with the
he
New
slaughtered
Testament,
the
then go
burnt
back.
offering. His sons handed him the blood, and he splashed it against the sides of the altar. They handed him the burnt offering piece by piece, including the head, and he burned them on the altar. He washed the internal organs and the legs, and burned them on top of the burnt offering on the altar. Aaron then brought the offering that was for the people. He took the goat for the people's sin offering, and slaughtered it, and offered it for a sin offering, as he did with the first one. He brought the burnt offering, and offered it in the prescribed way. He also brought the grain offering, took a handful of it, and burned it on the altar, in addition to the morning's burnt offering. He slaughtered the ox and the ram as the fellowship offering for the people. His sons handed him the blood, and he splashed it against the sides of the altar. But the fat portions of the ox and the ram, the fat tail, the layer of fat, the kidneys, and the long lobe of the liver, these they laid on the breasts, and then Aaron burned the fat on the altar. Aaron waved the breasts and the right thigh before the Lord as a wave offering, as Moses commanded. Then Aaron lifted his hands toward the people and blessed them. And having sacrificed the sin offering, the burnt offering, and the fellowship offering, he stepped down. Moses and Aaron then went into the tent of meeting. When they came out, they blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. Fire came out from the presence of the
Fireball
Lord, and
wave,
consumed
no way.
the burnt offering and the fat portions
I know
on the
that sound
altar.
effect.
And when all the people saw it, they shouted for joy and fell face down. Chapter 10. Aaron's sons, Nadab and Abihu, took their censers, put fire in them, and added incense. And they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord, contrary to his command.
What is
So
unauthorized
fire? Came
fire?
out from the presence of the Lord,
What does this
and
mean?
consumed them, and they died before the Lord.
What?
Moses then said to Aaron,
Holy
this
shit!
This is what the Lord spoke of when he said, Among those who approach me, I will be proved holy. In the sight of all
Holy
the
fuck,
people,
they're
I
dead?
will be honored.
Aaron
Jeez,
remained
man.
silent. Moses summoned Mishael
R-
and
rip
Elzaphan,
Aaron's sons.
sons of Aaron's uncle Uzziel, and said to them,
Come here. Carry your cousins
They're dead.
outside the
What the
camp,
fuck?
away from the front of the sanctuary.
So they came
They
and
did it
carried them,
wrong.
still in their
Perish.
tents, outside the camp, as Moses ordered.
He
Then
said I
Moses
was very
said to Aaron and his
specific
sons
in my
Eleazar and
instructions.
Do not let your hair become unkempt, and do not tear your clothes, or you will die, and the Lord will be angry with the whole community. But your relatives, all the Israelites, may mourn for those the Lord has destroyed by fire. Do not leave the entrance to the tent of meeting, or you will die, because the Lord's anointing oil is on you.
So they did as Moses said. Then the Lord said to Aaron,
You and your sons
That's
are
crazy.
not to drink wine or
You have
other
to
fermented
cover your
drink
head?
whenever you go into the tent of meeting, or you will
And
die.
don't show up in rags?
This is a lasting ordinance for the generations to come, so that you can distinguish between the holy and the common, between the unclean and the clean, and so you can teach the Israelites all the decrees the Lord has given them through Moses.
Moses said to Aaron and his remaining sons, Eleazar and Ithamar,
Take the grain offering left over from the food offerings prepared without yeast and presented to the Lord, and eat it
no getting
beside the
drizzy
altar,
in the tent
for
of
it is
meeting.
most holy. Eat it in the sanctuary area, because it is your share and your son's share of the food offerings presented to the Lord. For so I have been commanded. But you and your sons and your daughters may eat the breast that was waved, and the thigh that was presented. Eat them in a ceremonially clean place. They have been given to you and your children as your share of the Israelites' fellowship offerings. The thigh that was presented and the breast that was waved must be brought with the fat portions of the food offerings, to be waved before the Lord as a wave offering. This will be the perpetual share for you your children, as the Lord has commanded.
We not just
when
like
Moses inquired about the goat of
bundle
the sin
them all up
offering
together
and found
like
that
the
it
same
had been
kinds of
burned up,
offerings.
he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, Aaron's remaining sons, and asked,
Why didn't you eat the sin offering in the sanctuary area? It is most holy. It was given to you to take away the guilt of the community by making atonement for them before the Lord.
Is that what it means?
Since its blood was not taken into the holy place, you should have eaten the goat in the sanctuary area, as I commanded.
Oh, you ate it in the
Aaron
wrong place,
replied to
dumbass.
Moses,
Today they sacrifice their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord. But such things as this have happened to me. Would the Lord have been pleased if I had eaten the sin offering today?
When Moses heard this, he was satisfied.
Like, yeah, whatever, that's fine.
Chapter 11.
All right.
The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
This is what you're
Say
meant
to
to eat.
the Israelites, of all the animals that live on land, these are the ones you may eat. You may eat any animal that has a divided hoof and that chews the cud. There are some
Sweet.
that only chew the cud, or only have a divided hoof, but you must not eat them. The camel, though it chews the cud, does not have a divided hoof.
Okay,
It
no
is
camels.
ceremonially unclean for you. The hyrax, though it chews
What?
the cud, does not have a divided
What is this?
hoof. It is unclean for you. The rabbit, though it chews the cud, does not have a divided hoof.
You
It
can't
is
eat
unclean
rabbit?
for you.
Come on.
And the pig, though it has a divided hoof, does not chew the cud. It is unclean for you. You must not eat their meat
pig.
or touch their carcasses. They are unclean for you. Of all the creatures living in the water of the seas and the streams, you may eat any that have fins and scales. But all creatures in the seas or streams that do not have fins and scales, whether among all the swarming things or among all the other living creatures in the water, you are to regard as unclean. And since you are to regard them as unclean, you must not eat their meat. You must regard their carcasses as unclean. Anything living in the water that does not have fins and scales is to be regarded as unclean by you. These are the birds you are to regard as unclean and not eat because they are unclean: the eagle, the vulture, the black vulture, the red kite, any kind of black kite, any kind of raven, the horned owl, the screech owl, the gull, any kind of hawk, the little owl, the cormorant, the great owl,
I mean, at this
the
point,
white
why
owl,
not just
the
list the
desert
owls that we
owl,
can eat?
the osprey, the stork, any kind of heron, the hoopoe, and the bat. All flying insects that walk on all fours are to be regarded as unclean by you. There are, however, some flying insects that walk on all
What
fours.
about flies?
that
They have
you
6
may
legs.
eat.
Or like
Those that
all
have
insects.
jointed
What do you
legs
mean?
for
All
hopping on the
fours?
ground. Of these, you may eat any kind of locust, katydid, cricket, or grasshopper.
Yeah, we can eat
But
grasshoppers?
all other
Lit.
flying insects that have 4 legs, you are to regard as unclean.
They don't-
You will make yourselves unclean.
They don't have 4
by these.
legs.
Whoever touches their carcasses will be unclean till evening. Whoever picks up one of their carcasses must wash their clothes, and they will be unclean till evening. Every animal that does not have a divided hoof, or that does not chew the cud, is unclean for you. Whoever touches the carcass of any of them will be unclean. Of all the animals that walk on all fours, those that walk on their paws are unclean for you. Whoever touches their carcasses will be unclean till
So it has to
evening.
be hooved?
Anyone who picks up their carcasses must wash their clothes, and they will be unclean till evening. These animals are unclean for you. Of the animals that move along the ground,
can't eat a
these
wolf.
are unclean for you. The weasel, the rat, any kind of great lizard, the gecko, the monitor lizard, the wall lizard, the skink, and the chameleon. Of all those that move along the ground, these are unclean for you. Whoever touches them when they are dead will be unclean till evening. When
You have to
one
let
of them
it-
dies
you have
and
to let
falls
it
on something,
air out
that article, whatever
until
its
evening.
use, will be unclean, whether it is made of wood, cloth, hide, or sackcloth. Put it in water, it will be unclean till evening.
Wash your clothes.
And then it will be clean. If one of
After
them
you
falls
handle
into a
the
clay
dead carcass.
pot, everything in it will be unclean, and you must break the pot. Any food you are allowed to eat that has come into contact with water from any such pot is unclean, and any liquid that is drunk from such a pot is unclean. Anything that one of their carcasses falls on becomes unclean. An oven or cooking pot must be broken up. They are unclean, and you are to regard them as unclean. A spring, however, or a cistern for collecting water remains clean, but anyone who touches one of these carcasses
Like, well, we can't
is
do away
unclean.
with the whole spring.
If a carcass falls on any seeds that are to be planted, they remain clean. But if water has been put on the seed and a carcass falls on it, it is unclean for you. If an animal that you are allowed to eat dies, anyone who touches its carcass will be unclean till evening.
Well, what if it,
Anyone
like,
who
just
eats
died?
some of its carcass must wash their clothes, and they will be unclean till evening.
I don't think
Anyone
this
who
one's
picks
necessarily
up the carcass
accurate.
must wash their clothes, and they will be unclean till evening. Every creature that moves along the ground is to be regarded as unclean. It is not to be eaten. You are not to eat any creature that moves along the ground, whether it moves on its belly or walks on all fours or on many feet. It is unclean. Do not defile yourselves by any of these creatures. Do not make yourselves unclean by means of them, or be made unclean by them. I am the Lord your God. Consecrate yourselves and be holy, because I am holy. Do not make yourselves unclean by any creature that moves along the ground.
Dude, yeah, you
I
keep
am
saying
the
it,
Lord
man.
who brought you up out of Egypt to be your God. Therefore, be holy, because I am holy. These are the regulations concerning animals, birds, every living thing that moves about in the water, and every creature that moves along the ground. You must distinguish between the unclean and the clean.
No rabbits, I
between
guess.
living
That sucks.
creatures that may be eaten and those that may not
Can't
be
eat frog, I guess. Frogs are along
Chapter
the ground.
12. The Lord said to Moses,
Say to the Israelites, a woman who becomes...
Pop, bam, pop, bam, bop. Small break. It's bathroom time. A few ads, and then we'll talk about purification after childbirth. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. We're back. Okay.
Comes pregnant and gives birth to a son will be ceremonially unclean for 7 days, just as she is unclean during her monthly period. On the 8th day, the boy is to be circumcised. Then the woman must wait 33 days to be purified from her bleeding. She must not touch anything sacred or go to the sanctuary until the days of her purification are over. If she gives birth to a daughter, for 2 weeks the woman will be unclean, as during her period. Then she must wait 66 days to be purified from her bleeding. When the
Twice
days
as long
of
for
her
a girl?
purification for a son or daughter are over, she is to bring to the priest at the entrance to the tent of meeting a year-old lamb for a burnt offering, and a young
you have to
pigeon
burn
or
a
a
lamb?
dove for a sin offering. He shall offer them before the Lord to make atonement for her, and then she will be ceremonially clean from her flow of blood. These are the regulations for the woman who gives birth to a boy or a girl. But if she cannot afford a lamb, she is to bring 2 doves or 2 young pigeons, one for a burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. In this way the priest will make atonement for her, and she will be clean.
Chapter 13. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
When anyone has a swelling, or a rash, or a shiny spot on their
Yo,
skin that
skin
may
diseases.
be a defiling skin disease, they must be brought to Aaron the priest, or to one of his sons who is a priest. The priest is to examine the sore on the skin, and if the hair in the sore has turned white, and the sore appears to be more than skin deep, it is a defiling skin disease. When the priest examines that person, he shall pronounce them ceremonially unclean. If the shiny spot on the skin is white, but does not appear to be more than skin deep, and the hair in it has not turned white, the priest is to isolate the affected person for 7 days. On the 7th day, the priest is to examine them, and if he sees that the sore is unchanged and has not spread in the skin,
The priests are also the
isolate them
doctors.
for another 7 days. On the 7th day, the priest is to examine them again, and if the sore has faded and has not spread in the skin, the priest shall pronounce them clean. It is only a rash. They must wash their clothes, and they will be clean. But if the rash does spread in their skin after they have shown themselves to the priest to be pronounced clean, they must appear before the priest again. The priest is to examine that person, and if the rash has spread in the skin, he shall pronounce them unclean. It is a defiling skin disease. When anyone has a defiling skin disease, they must be brought to the priest. The priest is to examine them, and if there is a white swelling in the skin that has turned the hair white, and if there is raw flesh in the swelling, it is a chronic
What is
skin
raw
disease,
flesh?
and the priest shall pronounce them unclean. He is not to isolate them, because they are already unclean. If the disease breaks out all over their skin, and, so far as the priest can see, it covers all the skin of the affected person from head to foot, the priest is to examine them. And if the disease has covered their whole body, he shall pronounce them clean. Since it has all turned white, they are clean. But whenever raw flesh appears on them, they will be unclean. When the priest sees the raw flesh, he shall pronounce them unclean.
If you have
the raw
a
flesh is
a head to
unclean.
toe skin
They have a
disease, as long as you don't have any
defiling
open
disease.
wounds, you're
If
good.
the raw flesh changes and turns white, they must go to the priest. The priest is to examine them, and if the sores have turned white, the priest shall pronounce the affected person clean. Then they will be clean.
Sure, yeah, they're
When
good.
someone has a boil on their skin and it heals, and in the place where the boil was, a white swelling or reddish-white spot appears, they must present themselves to the priest. The priest is to examine it, and if it appears to be more than skin deep, and the hair in it has turned white, the priest shall pronounce that person unclean. It is a defiling skin disease that has broken out where the boil was. But if, when the priest examines it, there is no white hair in it, and it is not more than skin deep and has faded, then the priest is to isolate them for 7 days. If it is spreading in the skin, the priest shall pronounce them unclean. It is a defiling disease. But if the spot is unchanged and has not spread, it is only a scar from the boil, and the priest shall pronounce them clean. When someone has a burn on their skin, and a reddish white or white spot appears in the raw flesh of the burn, the priest is to examine the spot. And if the hair in it has turned white, and it appears to be more than skin deep,
the hair
it is
turns
a
white,
defiling
that's
disease
how you
that
know,
has broken
I
out
guess.
in the burn. The priest shall pronounce them unclean. It is a defiling skin disease. But if the priest examines it, and there is no white hair in the spot, and if it is not more than skin deep and has faded, then the priest is to isolate them for 7 days. On the 7th day the priest is to examine that person, and if it is spreading in the skin, the priest shall pronounce them unclean. It is a defiling skin disease. If, however, the spot is unchanged and has not spread in the skin, but has faded, it is a swelling from the burn, and the priest shall
the
pronounce
FDA
them
guidelines,
clean. It is
biblical
only a
edition.
scar from the burn. If a man or woman has a sore on their head or chin, the priest is to examine the sore.
Head or
if
chin.
it appears to be more than skin deep, and the hair in it is yellow and thin, the priest shall pronounce them unclean. It is a defiling skin disease on the head or chin. But if when the priest examines the sore, it
if I'm
does not
naturally
seem
blonde?
to be more than skin deep,
Or
and
is
there
that
is
not
no
like a
black
thing
hair
yet?
in it, then the priest is to isolate the affected person for 7 days. On the 7th day the priest is to examine the sore, and if it has not spread, and there is no yellow hair in it, and it does not appear to be more than skin deep, then the man or woman must shave themselves, except for the affected area, and the priest is to keep them isolated another 7 days. On the 7th day the priest is to examine the sore, and if it has not spread in the skin and appears to be no more than skin deep, the priest shall pronounce them clean. They must wash their clothes, and they will be clean. But if the sore does spread in the skin after they are pronounced clean, the priest is to examine them. And if he finds that the sore has spread in the skin, he does not need to look for yellow hair. They are unclean. If, however, the sore is unchanged so far as the priest can see, and if black hair has grown in it, the affected person
in
is
Hebrew
healed.
is a
They
specific
are clean,
spiritual
and
ailment,
the priest shall
which is
pronounce them
often
clean.
mistranslated as
When a
leprosy.
man or woman has white spots on the skin, the priest is to examine them. And if the spots are dull white, it is a harmless rash that has broken out on the skin. They are clean. A man who has lost his hair and is bald is clean. If he has lost his hair from the front of his scalp and has a bald forehead, he is clean. But if he has a reddish-white sore on his bald head or forehead, it is a defiling disease breaking out on his head or forehead. The priest is to examine him, and if the swollen sore on his head or forehead is reddish-white like a defiling skin disease, the man is diseased and is unclean.
Oh, no,
the priest shall pronounce him unclean because of the sore on his head. Anyone with such a defiling disease must wear torn clothes, let their hair be unkempt, cover the lower part of their face, and cry out, "Unclean, unclean." As long as they have the disease, they remain unclean. They must live alone. They must live outside the camp.
Damn.
As for any fabric that is spoiled with a defiling mold, any woolen or linen clothing, any
You have to
woven or
fucking
knitted
mask up.
material of linen or wool, any leather or anything
Literally, the
made
Bible
of
tells
leather.
you to wear a mask.
If the affected area in the fabric, the leather, the woven or knitted material, or any leather article is greenish or reddish, it is a defiling mold and must be shown to the priest. The priest is to examine the affected area and isolate the article for 7 days. On the 7th day, he is to examine it, and if the mold has spread in the fabric, the woven or knitted material, or the leather, whatever its use, it is a persistent defiling mold. The article is unclean. He must burn the fabric, the woven or knitted material of wool or linen, or any leather article that has been spoiled, because the defiling mold is persistent. The article must be burned. But if, when the priest examines it, the mold has not spread in the fabric, the woven or knitted material, or the leather article, he shall order that the spoiled article be washed. Then he is to isolate it for another 7 days. After the article has been washed, the priest is to examine it again. And if the mold has not changed its appearance, even though it has not spread, it is unclean. Burn it, no matter which side of the fabric has been spoiled.
Come on.
When the priest examines it,
Can't
the
just
mold
wash
has
it?
faded after the article has been washed, he is to tear the spoiled part out of the fabric, the leather, or the woven or knitted material. But if it reappears in the fabric, in the woven or knitted material, or in the leather article, it is a spreading mold. Whatever has the mold must be burned. Any fabric, woven, or knitted material, or any leather article that has been washed and is rid of the mold must be washed again. Then it will be clean.
These are the regulations concerning defiling molds in woolen or linen clothing, woven or knitted material, or any leather article, for pronouncing them clean or unclean.
Wait.
Chapter 14. The Lord said to Moses,
These are the regulations for any diseased
How do I
person
undefile
at
my
the time
skin?
of their ceremonial cleansing, when they are brought to the priest. The priest is to go outside the camp and examine them. If they have been healed of their defiling skin disease, the priest shall order that 2 live clean birds and some cedar wood, scarlet yarn, and hyssop be brought for the person to be cleansed. Then the priest shall order that one of the birds be killed over fresh water in a clay pot. He is then to take the live bird and dip it, together with the cedar wood, the scarlet yarn, and the hyssop, into the blood of the bird that was killed over the fresh water. 7 times he shall sprinkle the one to be cleansed of the defiling disease, and then pronounce them clean. After that, he is to release the live bird in the open fields. The person to be cleansed must wash their clothes, shave off all their hair, and bathe with water. Then they will be ceremonially clean. After this, they may come into the camp, but they must stay outside their tent for 7 days. On the 7th day, they must shave off all their hair. They must shave their head, their beard, their eyebrows, and the rest of their hair. They must wash their clothes and bathe themselves with water, and they will be clean. On the 8th day, they must bring 2 male lambs and 1 ewe lamb a year old, each without defect, along with 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with olive oil for a grain offering, and 1 log of oil. The priest who pronounces them clean shall present both the one to be cleansed and their offerings before the Lord at the entrance to the tent.
I must
of
offer
meeting.
to the Lord
Then
because I got
the
sick.
priest is to take one of the male lambs and offer it as a guilt offering, along with the log of oil. He shall wave them before the Lord as a wave offering. He is to slaughter the lamb in the sanctuary area where the sin offering and the burnt offering are slaughtered. Like the sin offering, the guilt offering belongs to the priest. It is most holy. The priest is to take some of the blood of the guilt offering and put it on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of their right hand, and on the big toe of their right foot. The priest shall then take some of the log of oil, pour it in the palm of his own left hand, dip his right forefinger into the oil in his palm, and with his finger sprinkle some of it before the Lord 7 times. The priest is to put some of the oil remaining in his palm on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of their right hand, and on the big toe of their right foot, on top of the blood of the guilt offering. The rest of the oil in his palm the priest shall put on the head of the one to be cleansed, and make atonement for them before the Lord. Then the priest is to sacrifice the sin offering and make atonement for the one to be cleansed from their uncleanness. After that, the priest shall slaughter the burnt offering and offer it on the altar, together with the grain offering, and make atonement for them, and they will be clean. If, however, they are poor and cannot afford these, they must take 1 male lamb as a guilt offering to be waved to make atonement for them, together with 1/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with olive oil for a grain offering, a log of oil, and 2 doves or 2 young pigeons, such as they can afford, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. On the 8th day they must bring them for their cleansing to the priest at the entrance to the tent of meeting before the Lord. The priest is to take the lamb for the guilt offering, together with the log of oil, and wave them before the Lord as a wave offering. he shall slaughter the lamb for the guilt offering, and take some of its blood, and put it on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of their right hand, and on the big toe of their right foot. The priest is to pour some of the oil into the palm of his own left hand, and with his right forefinger sprinkle some of the oil from his palm 7 times before the Lord. Some of the oil in his palm he is to put on the same places he put the blood of the guilt offering, on the lobe of the right ear of the one to be cleansed, on the thumb of their right hand, and on the big toe of the right foot.
And I ask why.
The rest of the oil in
why
his
do we
palm,
do this?
The priest shall put on the head of the one to be cleansed, to make atonement for them before the Lord. Then he shall sacrifice the doves or the young pigeons, such as the person can afford, one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering, together with the grain offering. In this way the priest will make atonement before the Lord on behalf of the one to be cleansed.
These are the regulations for anyone who has a defiling skin disease and who cannot afford the regular offerings for their cleansing.
You can't afford it.
The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
"When you enter the land of Canaan," which
and
I
his
have
next
given you
line
for your
was,
possession, "and I put a spreading mold in a house in that land, the owner of the house must go and tell the priest, I have seen something that looks like a defiling mold in my house. The priest is to order the house to be emptied before he goes in to examine the mold, so that nothing in the
house
will
is
be
moldy,
pronounced
help.
unclean. After this, the priest is to go in and inspect the house. He is to examine the mold on the walls, and if it has greenish or reddish depressions that appear to be deeper than the surface of the wall, the priest shall go out the doorway of the house and close it up for 7 days. On the 7th day, the priest
mold will
shall
probably
return to inspect the house.
The mold's
If the
probably
mold
gone after
has
7
spread on
days.
the walls, he is to order that the contaminated stones be torn out and thrown into an unclean place outside the town. He must have all the inside walls of the house scraped, and the material that is scraped off dumped into an unclean place outside the town. Then they are to take other stones to replace these, and take new clay and plaster the house. If the defiling mold reappears in the house after the stones have been torn out and the house scraped and plastered, the priest is to go and examine it, and if the mold has spread in the house, it is a persistent defiling mold. The house is unclean. It must be torn down,
we have to
its
dismantle the
stones,
whole
timbers,
house.
and all the plaster, and taken out of the town
Can we not just like kill the mold?
Anyone who goes into the house while it is closed up will be unclean till evening. Anyone who sleeps or eats in the house must wash their clothes. But if the priest comes to examine it, and the mold has not spread after the house has been plastered, he shall pronounce the house clean, because the defiling mold is gone. To purify the house, he is to take 2 birds and some cedar wood, scarlet yarn, and hyssop. He shall kill one of the birds over fresh water in a clay pot. Then he is to take the cedar wood, the hyssop, the scarlet yarn, and the live bird, dip them into the blood of the dead bird and the fresh water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. He shall purify the house with the bird's blood, the fresh water, the live bird, the cedar wood, the hyssop, and the scarlet yarn. Then he is to release the live bird in the open fields outside the town. In this way he will make atonement for the house, and it will be clean.
These are the regulations for any defiling skin disease, for a sore, for defiling molds in fabric or in a house, and for a swelling, a rash, or a shiny spot, to determine when something is clean or unclean. These are the regulations for defiling skin diseases and defiling molds.
Okay.
Chapter 15. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
"Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when any man has an unusual bodily discharge, such a discharge is unclean. Whether it continues flowing from his body or is blocked, it
is this
will
whenever
make
I got
him
the drip?
unclean. This is how his discharge will bring about uncleanness. Any bed the man with a discharge lies on will be unclean, and anything he sits on will be unclean. Anyone who touches his bed must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. Whoever sits on anything that the man with a discharge sat on must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. Whoever touches the man who has a discharge must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. If the man with the discharge spits on anyone who is clean, they must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. Everything the man sits on when riding will be unclean, and whoever touches any of the things that were under him will be unclean till evening. Whoever picks up those things must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. Anyone the man with a discharge touches without rinsing his hands with water must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. A clay pot that the man touches must be broken.
Yeah, whenever somebody's sick, you don't want to get sick too, right?
When a man is cleansed from his discharge, he is to count off
Pretty
7
sound
days
advice.
for his ceremonial cleansing. He must wash his clothes and bathe himself with fresh
I think
water.
the specifics are probably not all that accurate.
On the 8th day he must take 2 doves or 2 young pigeons, and come before the Lord to the entrance to the tent of meeting and give them to the priest. The priest is to sacrifice them, the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. In this way he will make atonement before the Lord for the man because of his discharge. When a man has an emission of semen, he must bathe his whole body with water, and he will be unclean till evening. Any clothing or leather that has semen on it must be washed with water, and it will be unclean till evening. When a man has sexual relations with a woman and there is an emission of semen, both of them must bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. When a woman has her regular flow of blood, the impurity of her monthly period will last 7 days, and anyone who touches her will be unclean.
You have to take a bath
till
after
evening.
you come.
Anything she lies on during her period will be unclean, and anything she sits on will be unclean.
If you come,
Anyone who
you have to go
touches
take
her
a
bed
bath.
will be unclean. They must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. Anyone who touches anything she sits on will be unclean. They must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. Whether it is the bed or anything she was sitting on, when anyone touches it, they will be unclean till evening. If a man has sexual relations with her and her monthly flow touches him, he will be unclean for 7 days. Any bed he lies on will be unclean.
No sex during the
when
period,
a woman has a
but if you
discharge
do,
of blood for many days at a time,
you
other
have
than
to
her monthly period,
quarantine for
or
7
has
days.
a discharge that continues beyond her period, she will be unclean as long as she has the discharge, just as in the days of her period. Any bed she lies on while her discharge continues will be unclean, as is her bed during her monthly period, and anything she sits on will be unclean, as during her period. Anyone who touches them will be unclean. They must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be unclean till evening. When she is cleansed from her discharge, she must count off 7 days, and after that she will be ceremonially clean. On the 8th day she must take 2 doves or 2 young pigeons, and bring them to the priest at the entrance to the tent of meeting. The priest is to sacrifice one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. In this way he will make atonement for her before the Lord for the uncleanness of her discharge. You must keep
for
the
that particular
Israelites
story,
separate
it's
from things that make them unclean,
it's because
so they will not die in
Anon
their uncleanness for
had
defiling
sex with
my
his
dwelling
brother's
place,
widow.
which is among them.
These are the regulations for a man with a discharge, for anyone made unclean by an emission of semen, for a woman in her monthly period, for a man or a woman with a discharge, and for a man who has sexual relations with a woman who is ceremonially unclean. Chapter 16. The Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron who died when they approached the Lord. The Lord said to Moses,
Tell your brother Aaron that he is not to come whenever he chooses into the most holy place behind the curtain in front of the atonement cover on the ark, or else he will die. For I will appear in the cloud over the atonement cover. This is how Aaron is to enter the most holy place. He must first bring a young bull for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He is to put on the sacred linen tunic, with linen undergarments next to his body. He is to tie the linen sash around him
for a
and
week
put
every
on the
month.
linen turban. These
Yeah, I don't know. They're
sacred
probably
garments,
spreading
so
disease.
He must bathe himself with
Is
water
Leviticus
before
just
he puts
rules?
them
Yeah,
on.
pretty much.
From the Israelite community, he
You
is to take
hear the
2
term of
male
Levitical
goats for a sin
law?
offering and a
This
ram
is
for a burnt offering. Aaron is to offer
a bunch
the
of
bull
not
for
necessarily,
his own sin offering
not
to
all
make
that poor
atonement for
advice
himself and his household. Then he is
of how
take
to
the
like
2 goats
not get sick and
present them
die.
before the Lord at the
But then there's a
entrance
bunch
to
of
the tent of
the
meeting.
bunch of malarkey where
He is
you have to
cast
offer
lots
things
for
as
the 2 goats,
as
one lot
burnt
for the
offerings
Lord
and
the other
ritualistic
for the
sacrifice and
Aaron
stuff like
shall
that,
bring the goat whose
which is a
lot
bunch of
falls
malarkey.
to the Lord and sacrifice it for a sin offering.
But then there's
But
like
the
a bunch
goat
of like
chosen by
quarantine
Lot as the
advice
scapegoat
that's like
shall
kind of
be
playing it
presented
safe
alive
in terms
before
of
the
not
Lord to be
spreading
used for
infectious
making
disease.
atonement by sending it into the wilderness as a scapegoat.
Things like
Aaron shall bring
STDs
the
and,
bull for
and
his own sin offering to make
viruses.
atonement for himself and his household, and he is to slaughter the bull for his own sin offering. He is to take a censer full of burning coals from the altar before the Lord, and 2 handfuls of finely ground fragrant incense, and take them behind the curtain. He is to put the incense on the fire before the Lord, and the smoke of the incense will conceal the atonement cover above the tablets of the covenant law, so that he will not die. He is to take some of the bull's blood and with his fingers sprinkle it on the front of the atonement cover. Then he shall sprinkle some of it with his finger 7 times before the atonement cover. He shall then slaughter the goat for the sin offering for the people, and take its blood behind the curtain, and do with it as he did with the bull's blood. He shall sprinkle it on the atonement cover and in front of it. In this way he will make atonement for the most holy place, because of the uncleanness and rebellion of the Israelites, whatever their sins have been. He is to do the same for the tent of meeting, which is among them in the midst of their uncleanness. No one is to be in the tent of meeting from the time Aaron goes in to make atonement in the most holy place until he comes out, having made atonement for himself, his household, and the whole community of Israel. Then he shall come out to the altar that is before the Lord and make atonement for it. He shall take some of the bull's blood and some of the goat's blood and put it on all the horns of the altar. He shall sprinkle some of the blood on it with his fingers 7 times to cleanse it, and to consecrate it from the uncleanness of the Israelites. When Aaron has finished making atonement for the most holy place, the tent of meeting and the altar, he shall bring forward the live goat. He is to lay both hands on the head of the live goat and confess over it all the wickedness and rebellion of the Israelites, all their sins, and put them on the goat's head. He shall send the goat away into the wilderness in the care of someone appointed for the task. The goat will carry on itself all their sins to a remote place, and the man shall release it in the wilderness.
Yeah, just
Then
put all
Aaron
of
is to
the
go
bad
into the
juju
tent
onto the
of
goat
meeting
and then
and
just
take off the
take
linen
it somewhere
garments
else.
he put on before he entered the most holy place, and he is to leave them there. He shall bathe himself with water in the sanctuary area, and put on his regular garments. Then he shall come out and sacrifice the burnt offering for himself and the burnt offering for the people, to make atonement for himself and for the people. He shall also burn the fat of the sin offering on the altar. The man who releases the goat as a scapegoat must wash his clothes and bathe himself
Literally
with
the
water.
scapegoat.
Afterward he may come into the camp. The bull and the goat for the sin offerings, whose blood was brought into the most holy place to make atonement, must be taken outside the camp. Their hides, flesh, and intestines are to be burned up. The man who burns them must wash his clothes and bathe himself with water. Afterward he may come into the camp. This is to be a lasting ordinance for you. On the 10th day of the 7th month you must deny yourselves and not do any work, whether native-born or a foreigner residing among you, because on this day atonement will be made for you, to cleanse you. Then before the
June
Lord
10th.
you will be clean from all
That's,
your sins.
June 10th is
It is a day
Labor
of
Day.
Sabbath rest, and you must deny yourselves. It is a lasting ordinance.
What if that falls
the
on a
priest
Sunday?
who is
Do we
anointed
double down?
and ordained to succeed his father as high priest is to make atonement. He is to put on the sacred linen garments and make atonement for the most holy place, for the tent of meeting and the altar. and for the priests and all the members of the community. This is to be a lasting ordinance for you. Atonement is to be made once a year for all the sins of the Israelites."
And it was done as the Lord commanded Moses.
And then they did it.
Chapter 17. The Lord said to Moses,
"Speak to Aaron and his sons,
Eating
and
blood
to
forbidden.
all the Israelites, and say to them, This is what the Lord has commanded. Any Israelite who sacrifices an ox, a lamb, or a goat in the camp or outside of it, instead of
Exodus
bringing
already?
it to the entrance to the tent of
It
meeting
sucks.
to present
Exodus
it as
is
an
terrible.
offering to the Lord in front of the
And
tabernacle
Leviticus
of the
isn't
Lord,
any better.
that person shall be considered guilty of bloodshed. They
At least
have
this
shed
one
blood and must be cut
is
off
giving you
from
like
their
health
people.
advice rather
This
than
is so the Israelites will bring to the Lord the sacrifices they are now making in the open fields.
rather than
They
it
must
being
bring them to the priest, that is,
how
to
to worship.
the Lord at the entrance to the tent of meeting, and
That was one
sacrifice
book a
them
day.
as fellowship
No one ever
offerings.
said that.
The priest is to splash
You
the
made that up
blood
yourself.
against the altar of the Lord at the entrance to the tent of meeting, and burn the fat as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. They must no longer offer any of their sacrifices to the goat idols, to whom they prostitute themselves. This is to be a lasting ordinance for them and for the generations to come. Say to them, any Israelite or any foreigner residing among them who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice and does not bring it to the entrance to the tent of meeting to sacrifice it to the Lord must be cut off from the people of Israel. I will set my face against any Israelite or any foreigner residing among them who eats blood, and I will cut them off from the people. For the life of a creature is in the blood, and I have given it to you to make atonement for yourselves on the altar. It is the blood that makes atonement for one's life. Therefore I say to the Israelites, none of you may eat blood, nor may any foreigner residing among you eat blood. Any Israelite or any foreigner residing among you who hunts any animal or bird that may be eaten must drain out the blood and cover it with earth, because the life of every creature is its blood. That is why I have said to the Israelites, you must not eat the blood of any creature, because the life of every creature is its blood. Anyone who eats it must be cut off. Anyone, whether native-born or foreigner, who eats anything found dead or torn by wild animals must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and they will be ceremonially unclean till evening. Then they will be clean. But if they do not wash their clothes and bathe themselves, they will be held responsible.
Chapter 18.
Oh yeah,
the
baby.
Lord said to Moses,
Speak to the
Here's who you can
Israelites
fuck.
and say to them, I am the Lord your God. You must not do as they do in Egypt, where you used to live, and you must not do as they do in the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you. Do not follow their practices. You must obey my laws and be careful to follow my decrees. I am the Lord your God. Keep my decrees and laws, for the person who obeys them will live by them. I am the Lord. No one is to approach any close relative to have sexual relations.
We have literally...
I am the Lord. Do not dishonor your father by having sexual relations with your mother. She is your mother. Do not have relations with her.
We have literally...
Do not have sexual relations with
broken
your
this
father's
rule
wife. That would dishonor
many
your
times.
father. Do not have sexual relations with your sister, either your father's daughter or your mother's daughter, whether she was born in the same home or elsewhere. Do not have sexual relations with your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter. That would dishonor you. Do not have sexual relations with the daughter of your father's wife.
He's the God of Abraham, but
born
Abraham
to your father.
literally...
She is your sister. Do not have sexual relations with
married
your
his stepsister.
father's sister. She is your father's close relative. Do not have sexual relations with your mother's sister, because she is your mother's close relative. Do not dishonor your father's brother by approaching his wife to have sexual relations. She is your aunt. Do not have sexual relations with your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. Do not have relations with her. Do not have sexual relations with your brother's wife. That would dishonor your brother. Do not have sexual relations with both a woman and her daughter. Do not have
Come
sexual
on.
relations with either her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter. They are her close relatives. That is wickedness. Do not take your wife's sister as a rival wife and have sexual relations with her while your wife is living. Do not approach a woman to have sexual relations during the uncleanness of her monthly period.
Come on, man.
Do not have sexual
Let me get
relations
freaky.
with your neighbor's wife and defile yourself with her. Do not give any of your children to be sacrificed to Moloch, for you must not profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. Do not have sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman. That is detestable.
No
Do
gayness.
not have sexual
Sorry.
relations with an animal and defile yourself with it. A woman must not present herself to an animal to have sexual relations with it. That is a perversion. Do not defile yourselves in any of these ways, because this is how the nations that I am going to drive out before you became defiled. Even the land was defiled, so I punished it for its sin, and the land vomited out its inhabitants. But you must keep my decrees and my laws. The native-born and the foreigners residing among you must not do any of these detestable things, for all these things were done by the people who lived in the land before you, and the land became defiled. And if you defile the land, it will vomit you out as it vomited out the nations that were before you. Everyone who does any of these detestable things, such persons must be cut off from their people. Keep my requirements, and do not follow any of the detestable customs that were practiced before you came, and do not defile yourselves with them. I am the Lord your God.
Chapter 19. The Lord said to Moses,
Various
Speak
laws.
to the entire assembly of Israel, and say to them, Be holy, because I, the Lord your God, am holy. Each of you must respect your mother and father, and you must observe my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. Do not turn to idols or make metal gods for yourselves. I am the Lord your God. When you sacrifice a fellowship offering to the Lord, sacrifice it in such a way that it will be accepted on your behalf. It shall be eaten on the day you sacrifice it, or on the next day. Anything left over until the third day must be burned up. If any of it is eaten on the third day,
What does
it is
NIV stand
impure
for?
and
New
will
International
not
Version?
be accepted. Whoever eats it will be held responsible, because they have desecrated what is holy to the Lord. They must be cut off from their people. When you reap the harvest of your land, do not reap to the very edges of your field, or gather the gleanings of your harvest. Do not go over your vineyard a second time, or pick up the grapes that have fallen. Leave them for the poor and the foreigner. I am the Lord your God. Do not steal. Do not lie. Do not deceive one another. Do not swear falsely by my name, and so profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. Do not defraud or rob your neighbor. Do not hold back the wages of a hired worker overnight. Do not curse the deaf or put a stumbling block in front of the blind, but fear your God. I
This
am
would be
the
pretty
Lord.
fucked up.
Do not pervert justice. Do not show partiality to the poor or favoritism to the great, but judge your neighbor fairly. Do not go about spreading slander among your people. Do not do anything that endangers your neighbor's life. I am the Lord. Do not hate a fellow Israelite in your heart. Rebuke your neighbor frankly, so you will not share in their guilt. Do not seek revenge or bear a grudge against anyone among your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Keep my decrees. Do not mate different kinds of animals. Do not plant your field with two kinds of seed. Do not wear clothing woven of two kinds of material. If a man sleeps with a female slave who is promised to another man, but who has not been ransomed or given her freedom, there must be due punishment. Yet they are not to be put to death, because she had not been freed. The man, however, must bring a ram to the entrance to the tent of meeting for a guilt offering to the Lord. With the ram of the guilt offering, the priest is to make atonement for him before the Lord for the sin he has committed, and his sin will be forgiven. When you enter the land and plant any kind of fruit tree, regard its fruit as forbidden. For 3 years you are to consider it forbidden. It must not be eaten. In the 4th year, all its
Any
fruit
kind of fruit
will be
tree?
holy, an offering of praise to the Lord. But in the 5th year you may eat its fruit. In this way your harvest will be increased. I am the Lord your God. Do not eat any meat with the blood still in it. Do not practice divination or seek omens. Do not cut the hair at the sides of your head, or clip off the edges of your beard. Do not cut your bodies for the dead, or put tattoo marks on yourselves. I am the Lord. Do not degrade your daughter by making her a prostitute, or the land will turn to prostitution and be filled with wickedness. Observe my Sabbaths, and have reverence for my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Do not turn to mediums or seek out spiritists, for you will be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. Stand up in the presence of the aged, show respect for the elderly, and revere your God. I am the Lord. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Do not use dishonest standards when measuring length, weight, or quantity.
Use honest scales.
Honest scales and honest weights, an honest ephah and an honest hin. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt. Keep all my decrees and all my laws, and follow them. I am the Lord.
Sheesh, man.
Chapter 20. The Lord said to Moses,
Say to the Israelites,
that's a whole laundry list of things that people hold extremely dearly in culture today, and also a bunch of shit that people do not hold dearly in the slightest.
The members of the community are to stone him. I myself
do not do
my
prostitution
against him, and will
do
cut
not
him
trim
off from his
the
people.
sides of your hair
For by
or your
sacrificing
beard.
His children to Moloch, he has defiled
Don't
my
have gay
sanctuary
sex.
and profaned my holy name. If the members of the community
Don't walk on any
close their
lands with
eyes
fruit
when that
trees.
man
Don't wear clothing with
sacrifices one of
multiple
his children to
materials.
Moloch, and if they fail to put him to death, I myself will set my face against him and his family, and will cut them off from their people, together with all who follow him in prostituting themselves to Moloch. I will set my face against anyone who turns to mediums and spiritists to prostitute themselves by following them, and I will cut them off from their people. Consecrate yourselves and be holy, because I am the Lord your God. Keep my decrees and follow them. I am the Lord who makes you holy. Anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death. Because they have cursed their father or mother, their blood will be on their own head. If a man commits adultery with another man's wife, with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress are to be put to death. If a man has sexual relations with his father's wife, he has dishonored his father. Both the man and the woman are to be put to death. Their blood will be on their own heads. If a man has sexual relations with his daughter-in-law, both of them are to be put to death. What they have done is a perversion. Their blood will be on their own heads. If a man has sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman, both of them have done what is detestable. They are to be put to death. Their blood will be on their own heads. If a man marries both a woman and her mother, it is wicked. Both he and they must be burned in the fire, so that no wickedness will be among you. If a man has sexual relations with an animal, he is to be put to death, and you must kill the animal. If a woman approaches an animal to have sexual relations with it, kill both the woman and the animal. They are to be put to death. Their blood will be on their own heads. If a man marries his sister, the daughter of either his father or his mother, and they have sexual relations, it is a disgrace. They are to be publicly removed from their people. He has dishonored his sister and will be held responsible. If a man has sexual relations with a woman during her monthly period, he has exposed the source of her flow, and she has also uncovered it. Both of them are to be cut off from their people.
You have to be...
Do not have sexual relations with the sister of either your mother or your father, for that would dishonor a close relative. Both of you would be held responsible. If a man has sexual relations with his aunt, he has dishonored his uncle.
Aaron and Moses
they
are literally
will be held responsible.
the result of this, by the way.
They will die childless. If a man marries his brother's wife, it is an act of impurity. He has dishonored his brother. They will be childless. Keep all my decrees and laws and follow them, so that the land where I am bringing you to live may not vomit you out. You must not live according to the customs of the nations I am going to drive out before you. Because they did all these things, I abhorred them. But I said to you, you will possess their land. I will give it to you as an inheritance, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God, who has set you apart from the nations. You must therefore make a distinction between clean and unclean animals, and between unclean and clean birds. Do not defile yourselves by any animal or bird or anything that moves along the ground. Those that I have set apart as unclean for you. You are to be holy to me, because I, the Lord, am holy, and I have set you apart from the nations to be my own. A man or woman who is a medium or spiritist among you must be put to death. You are to stone them. Their blood will be on their own heads.
What is a medium or a spiritist?
Chapter 21. The Lord said to Moses,
Speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, A priest must not make himself ceremonially unclean for any of his people who die, except for a close relative, such as his mother or father,
a necromancer,
his son or daughter,
or psychic,
his brother, or an unmarried sister who is dependent on him since she has no husband. For her he may make himself unclean. He must not make himself unclean for people related to him by marriage, and so defile himself. Priests must not shave their heads, or shave off the edges of their beards, or cut their bodies. They must be holy to their God, and must not profane the name of their God. Because they present the food offerings,
I trim my beard and
Lord,
I shave my head, so that means
God,
I'm considered unholy.
They must not
I
marry
do both of
women
these things.
defiled by prostitution or divorced from their husbands, because priests are holy to their God. Regard them as holy, because they offer up the food of your God. Consider them holy, because I, the Lord, am holy.
Only if you're a priest.
I who make
you
holy.
Where was it?
If a priest's daughter defiles herself
about
by becoming
shaving your
a
beard
prostitute,
back here?
she disgraces her father. She must be burned in the fire. The high priest, the one among his brothers
what is
who
the
has
verse?
had the anointing oil poured on his head, and who has been ordained to wear
right
the
here.
priestly garments,
this tells you not
must
to do it.
not let his hair become unkempt or tear his clothes.
You don't cut the hair at the sides of your head,
He must not
or
enter
clip
a
off the edges
place
of your
where
beard.
there is a dead body. He must not make himself unclean, even for his father or mother, nor leave the sanctuary of his God, or desecrate it, because he has been dedicated by the anointing oil of his God. I am the Lord. The woman he marries must be a virgin. He must not marry a widow, a divorced woman, or a woman defiled by prostitution, but only a virgin.
You have to marry young if you're a
people,
priest.
so that
Sorry.
he will not defile his offspring among his people. I am the Lord, who makes him holy.
The Lord said to Moses,
Say to Aaron, for the generations to come, none of your descendants who has a defect may come near to offer the food of his God. No man who has any defect may come near. No man who is blind or lame, disfigured or deformed, no man with a crippled foot or hand, or who is a hunchback or a dwarf, or who has any eye defect, or who has festering or running sores or damaged testicles.
What the hell is
no descendant of Aaron the priest who
work.
has any defect is to come near to present the food offerings to the Lord. He has a defect. He must not come near to offer the food of his God. He may eat the most holy food of his God as well as the holy food, yet because of his defect, he must not go near the curtain or approach the altar, and so desecrate my sanctuary.
So does this also mean that if you're disabled, you can't?
So Moses told this to Aaron and his sons.
If you're disabled, you can't offer food or whatever.
Chapter
so that also
22.
means you can't be a priest, right?
The Lord said to Moses,
"Tell Aaron and his sons to treat with respect the sacred offerings the Israelites consecrate to me, so they will not profane my holy name. I am the Lord. Say to them, for the generations to come, if any of your descendants is ceremonially unclean, and yet comes near the sacred offerings that the Israelites consecrate to the Lord, that person must be cut off from my presence. I am the Lord. If a descendant of Aaron has a defiling skin disease, or a bodily discharge, he may not eat the sacred offerings until he is cleansed. He will also be unclean if he touches something defiled by a corpse, or by anyone who has an emission of semen, or if he touches any crawling thing that makes him unclean, or any person who makes him unclean, whatever the uncleanness may be. The one who touches any such thing will be unclean till evening. He must not eat any of the sacred offerings unless he has bathed
was Jacob's
himself
dad able to
with
bless
water.
his son that AMF was
When
blind?
the sun goes down, he will be clean.
Well,
And
he was
after
like
that,
dying.
He may
so.
eat the sacred offerings, for they are his food. He must not eat anything found dead or torn by wild animals, and so become unclean through it. I am the Lord. The priests are to perform my service in such a way that they do not become guilty and
love how he
die
signs all
for
of these
treating it with contempt. I am the
statements
Lord
with "I am
who
the
makes
Lord."
them holy. No one outside a priest's family may eat the sacred offering, nor may the guest of a priest or his hired worker eat it. But if a priest buys a slave with money, or if slaves are born in his household, they may eat his food. If a priest's daughter marries anyone other than a priest, she may not eat any of the sacred contributions. But if a priest's daughter becomes a widow or is divorced, yet has no children, and she returns to live in her father's household as in her youth, she may eat her father's food.
This is such
no
a hyper-specific
unauthorized person, however,
rule set
may
for
eat
who
it.
may eat the
Anyone
food
who
or not.
eats a sacred offering by mistake must make restitution to the priest for the offering and add a fifth of the value to it. The priests must not desecrate the sacred offerings the Israelites present to the Lord by allowing them to eat the sacred offerings, and so bring upon them guilt requiring payment. I am the Lord who makes them holy.
The Lord said to Moses,
Speak to Aaron and his sons, and to all the Israelites, and say to them, If any of you, whether an Israelite or a foreigner residing in Israel, presents a gift for a burnt offering to the Lord, either to fulfill a vow or as a freewill offering, you must present a male without defect from the cattle, sheep, or goats, in order that it may be accepted on your behalf. Do not bring anything with a defect, because it will not be accepted on your behalf. When anyone brings from the herd or flock a fellowship offering to the Lord, to fulfill a special vow, or as a free will offering, it must be without defect or blemish to be acceptable. Do not offer to the Lord the blind, the injured, or the maimed, or anything with warts, or festering, or running sores.
Am I allowed to eat
Do not
peanuts
place
during
any
Passover?
of these on the altar as a food offering presented to the Lord. You may, however, present as a free will offering an ox or a sheep that is deformed or stunted. but
Or
it
is that
will
frowned
not
upon?
be accepted in fulfillment of a vow. You must not offer to the Lord an animal whose testicles are bruised, crushed, torn, or cut. You must not do this in your own
I forget what the
land,
rules are.
and you must not accept such animals from the hand of a foreigner and offer them as the food of your God. They will not be accepted.
It was just like
on your
specifically
behalf
bred on certain
because they are
days. That
deformed
was
and have defects.
no yeast.
The Lord said to Moses,
When a calf, a lamb, or a goat is born,
I don't
it is
remember.
to remain with
It's
its
too
mother
specific.
for 7 days. From the 8th day on, it will be acceptable as a food offering presented to the Lord. Do not slaughter a cow or a sheep and its young on the same day. When you sacrifice a thank offering to the Lord, sacrifice it in such a way that it will be accepted on your behalf. It must be eaten that same day. Leave none of it till morning. I am the Lord. Keep my commands and follow them. I am the Lord. Do not profane my holy name, for I must be acknowledged as holy by the Israelites. I am the Lord, who made you holy and who brought you out of Egypt to be your God.
Well, I'm not an
I
Israelite, so
am the
none of this
Lord.
applies to me. So I don't really care.
Chapter 23. The Lord said to Moses,
When does he list
Speak
off the
to
rules for
Israelites
Americans?
and say to them, These are my appointed festivals, the appointed festivals of the Lord, which you are to proclaim as sacred assemblies. There are 6 days when you may work, but the 7th day is a day of Sabbath rest, a day of sacred assembly. You are not to do any work.
Yo,
wherever you live,
talking about
it is a
we're talking about
Sabbath to the
Passover
Lord.
again.
These are the Lord's appointed festivals, the sacred
Let's fucking
assemblies
go.
you are to proclaim
What kind of
at
peanuts are
their
you eating?
appointed times. The Lord's Passover
lightly
begins
salted
at
cocktail
twilight
peanuts.
on the 14th day of the first month. On the 15th day of that month, the Lord's festival of unleavened bread begins. For 7 days you must eat bread made without yeast. On the first day hold a sacred assembly and do no regular work. For 7 days present a food
You know, I'm
offering
glad they're
to the
reiterating
Lord.
what
And
I
on the
do during
7th
Passover,
day,
because I was literally
hold a
just
sacred
asking about it.
assembly and do no
So I'm glad we're
regular
getting the
work.
refresher
The Lord
course.
said to Moses,
Speak to the Israelites and say to them, When you enter the land I am going to give you, and you reap its harvest, bring to the priest a sheaf of the first grain you harvest. He is to wave the sheaf before the Lord, so it will be accepted on your behalf.
Hat on. Sorry.
The priest is to wave it on the day after the Sabbath. On the day
saw
you
that
wave
up
the sheaf,
further
you
and I
must
just ignored it.
sacrifice as a burnt offering to the Lord a lamb a year old without defect, together with its grain offering of 2/10 of an ephah of
And
the
there's hat
finest
off.
flour
I was
mixed
only
with
8 minutes
olive
late to
oil,
that one.
a food offering presented to the Lord, a pleasing aroma,
Really hate to see
and
it.
its drink offering of 1/4 of a hin of wine. You must not eat any bread, or roasted, or new grain, until the very day you bring this offering to your God. This is to be a lasting ordinance for the generations to come, wherever you live. From the day after the Sabbath, the day you brought the sheaf of the wave offering, count
There's
off
a lot of rules
7
as to what we
full
can't
weeks.
eat.
Count off 50 days up to the day after the 7th Sabbath, and then present
But
an offering
doesn't,
of
like-
new grain to the Lord. From
It's not
wherever
really
you
telling us
live,
what,
bring
like,
2 loaves
can I
made
eat,
of
like, ramen
2/10
noodle?
of
Is
an
that- is
ephah
that-
of the
is that
finest
fine?
flour, baked with yeast as a wave offering of first fruits to the Lord. Present with this bread 7 male lambs, each a year old and without defect, 1 young bull and 2 rams.
7 full
They
weeks.
will be a burnt offering to the Lord, together with their grain offerings and drink offerings, a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. Then sacrifice 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 lambs, each a year
Sheesh,
old,
man.
for a fellowship offering. The priest is to wave the 2 lambs before the Lord as a wave
There's a lot of,
offering, together with the bread of the
You have to
first
kill a lot of
fruits.
goats and
They
stuff.
are a sacred offering to the Lord for the priest. On that same day, you are to proclaim a sacred assembly and
I
do
missed the
no
plagues. That's a
regular
banger
work.
arc.
This is to
Yeah,
be a lasting
the wild part about
ordinance
the
for
plagues
generations
is
to come, wherever you live.
God literally said
When you
multiple
reap the
times that
harvest
he's
of your
going to
land,
mind
do
control
not
the
reap
Pharaoh of
to
Egypt.
the very edges of your field,
So that
or
way
gather
the
the
Pharaoh
gleanings of
doesn't
your harvest.
let them go.
Leave
So that
them
way he
for
can
the
do
poor
some
and for the
crazier and
foreigner
crazier
residing
plagues.
among you. I am the Lord your God.
He said that he's going to
Say
harden
to
the Pharaoh's heart, so that way the Pharaoh does not let his people
You are
go.
to have a day of Sabbath rest, a
That way he
sacred
continues
assembly
enslaving the
commemorated
Israelites.
with trumpet blasts. Do no regular work.
That way we can
but
really
present
fuck 'em
a
up.
food offering to the Lord.
The Lord said to Moses,
The 10th day of this 7th month is the Day of Atonement. Hold a sacred assembly and deny yourselves and present a food offering to the Lord. Do not do any work
Anyone do
on
this?
that
Do
day,
they sound the
because
trumpets
it is
on
the day of
July
atonement,
1st?
when atonement is made for you before the Lord your God. Those who do not deny themselves on that day must be cut off from their people. I will destroy from among their people anyone who does any work on that day. You shall do no work at all. This is to be a lasting
Or so
ordinance
September?
for the generations to come, wherever
How is
you
September
live.
the
It
7th
is a
month?
day of Sabbath rest for you, and you must deny yourselves. From the
How did this
evening
happen?
of the 9th day of the month until the following evening, you are to observe your Sabbath.
The Lord said to Moses,
Say to the Israelites, on the 15th day of the 7th month, the Lord's Festival of Tabernacles
Use a
begins,
different calendar?
and it lasts for 7
Which
days.
calendar are we using here?
The first day is a sacred assembly. Do no regular work. For 7 days present food offerings to the Lord. And on the 8th day, hold a sacred assembly.
June and August
present
weren't
a food
invented until the
offering to
Romans.
the Lord. It is the closing special assembly. Do no regular work.
It's a lunar
These
calendar?
are the Lord's appointed festivals,
To where
which
there's-
you
to where
are to
the
proclaim
year
as
is,
sacred
what would that be?
assemblies for bringing food offerings
20
to
moons?
the Lord. The burnt offerings and
20
grain
moons to a
offerings,
year?
sacrifices and drink offerings required for each day. These offerings are in addition to those for the Lord's Sabbaths, and in addition to your gifts and whatever you have vowed, and all the freewill offerings you give to the Lord. So beginning with the 15th day of the 7th month, after you have gathered the crops of the land, celebrate the festival to the Lord for 7 days.
Seems really complicated.
The first day is a day of Sabbath rest, and the 8th day also is a day of Sabbath rest. On the first day you are to take branches from luxuriant trees, from palms, willows, and other leafy trees, and rejoice before the Lord your God for 7 days. Celebrate this as a festival to the Lord for 7 days each year. This is to be a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. Celebrate it in the 7th month. Live in temporary shelters for 7 days. All native-born Israelites are to live in such shelters, so your descendants will know that I had the Israelites live in temporary shelters when I brought them out of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
So Moses announced to the Israelites the appointed festivals of the Lord.
What the? Do we have to make a new
Chapter
one every
24.
time?
The Lord said to Moses,
Command the Israelites to bring you clear
Or can we use the
oil,
one from
pressed olives
last year?
for the light, so that the lamps may be kept burning continually. Outside the curtain that shields the Ark of the Covenant law in the tent of meeting, Aaron is to tend the lamps before the Lord from evening till morning, continually. This is to be a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. The lamps on the pure gold lampstand before the Lord must be tended continually. Take the finest flour and bake 12 loaves of bread, using 2/10 of an ephah for each loaf. Arrange them in 2
Whoever
stacks.
wrote Leviticus at
6
least learned
in
to write,
each
and then they
stack
did it
on the
instead of
table of
repeating
pure
everything.
gold before the Lord. By each stack, put some pure incense as a memorial.
Yeah, this one,
portion to represent
we're
the
getting on
bread
with it
and
much
to be a
much
food
more than
offering
Exodus.
presented to the Lord. This bread is to be set out before the Lord regularly, Sabbath after Sabbath, on behalf of the Israelites, as a lasting covenant. It belongs to Aaron and his sons, who are to eat it in the sanctuary area, because it is a most holy part of their perpetual share of the food offerings presented to the Lord.
Now the son of an Israelite mother and an Egyptian father went out among the Israelites, and a fight broke out in the camp between him and an Israelite. The son of the Israelite woman blasphemed the name with a curse, so they brought him to Moses. His mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri the Danite. They put him in custody until the will of the Lord should be made clear to them. Then the Lord said to Moses,
"Take the blasphemer outside the camp. All those who heard him are to lay their hands on his head, and the entire assembly is to stone him. Say to the Israelites, anyone who curses their God will be held responsible. Anyone who blasphemes the name of the Lord is to be put to death. The entire assembly must stone them, whether foreigner or native born. When they blaspheme the name, they are to be put to death. Anyone who takes the
Does this
life
only
of
apply
a
if
human
I'm an
being
Israelite, or is
to
this
be
everybody?
put to death. Anyone who takes the life of someone's animal must make restitution, life for life. Anyone who injures their neighbor is to be injured in the same manner. Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. The one who has inflicted the injury must suffer the same
does this not
injury.
apply to
Whoever kills an animal
this doesn't
must
apply to
make
current day.
restitution, but whoever kills a human being is to be put to death. You are to have the same law for the foreigner and the native born. I am the Lord your God."
Then Moses spoke to the Israelites, and they took the
I feel like this
blasphemer
is,
outside the camp and stoned him.
I feel like
Israelites
this
did
would claim
as
that
the
it
Lord commanded Moses.
holds true today.
Chapter 25. The Lord said to Moses at Mount Sinai,
So we're meant to
the
kill
Israelites
blasphemers.
and say to them, when you enter the land I am
What does it
going
mean
to
to
give
blaspheme?
you, the land itself must observe
how do you
a
define?
Sabbath to the Lord. For 6
Does
years
this go as far as
sow
me
your
saying
fields,
goddamn?
and for 6 years prune your vineyards and gather their
Or
crops.
is it, or do I
but
have
in
to,
the seventh year the
or
land
has
is
that
to have a year
lost
of
its meaning
Sabbath
in
rest,
current context?
a Sabbath to the Lord. Do not sow your fields or prune your vineyards. Do not reap what grows of itself or harvest the grapes of your untended vines. The land is to have a year of
It would definitely
rest.
apply to any
Whatever
and all
the land
atheists.
yields during the Sabbath year will be food for you. For yourself,
this would,
your male and female
I feel like this is
servants,
vindication
and
for
the
the Crusades,
hired
yeah?
worker and temporary resident who live among you, as well as for your
Means
livestock
people who are
and the
crusading,
wild
they're just
animals
going
in your
around
land.
and
Whatever the land
rounding up the
produces
blasphemers
may
now.
be eaten. Count off 7 Sabbath years, 7 times 7 years, so that the 7 Sabbath years amount to a period of 49 years. Then have the trumpet sounded everywhere on the 10th day of the 7th month. On the Day of Atonement sound the trumpet throughout your land. Consecrate the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee for you. Each of you is to return to your family property and to your own clan. The 50th year shall be a jubilee for you. Do not sow, and do not reap what grows of itself, or harvest the untended vines, for it is a jubilee, and is to be holy for you. Eat only what is taken directly from the fields. In this year of jubilee, everyone is to return to their own property. If you sell land to any of your own people or buy land from them, do
No
not
one does
take
this.
advantage of
The
each
Sabbath
other.
year?
You are to buy
Come
from
on.
your own people on the basis
Literally
of the
nobody
number
does
of
this.
years since the Jubilee, and they are to sell to you
This
on the
one
basis
is,
of the number of years left for harvesting crops. When the
This
years
one is
are
entirely
many,
antiquated.
You are to increase the price, and when the years
A lot of
are
stuff in this
few,
book
you are
is
to
still
decrease
true
the
today, but not
price,
this one.
because what is really
A whole
being
year
sold
where we
to
don't
you
harvest
is
stuff.
the number of crops. Do not take advantage of each other, but fear your God. I am the Lord, your God. Follow my decrees and be careful
What's
to
the punishment
obey my
if
laws,
I
and
harvest
you will
on
live
the 7th
safely
year?
in the land. Then the land will yield its fruit, and you will eat your fill and live there in safety. You may ask, what will we eat in the 7th year if we do not plant
You're
or
gonna take crops and
harvest
that's almost
our
the same
crops?
thing?
I will send
I
you
don't think
such a
so.
blessing in the 6th year that the land will yield enough for 3 years. While you plant during the 8th year, you will eat from the old
Right
crop
here?
and will continue to eat from it until the harvest.
Sabbath rest, the
of
Sabbath of the
9th
Lord, do not
year
sow your
comes
fields
in.
and do not prune your vineyards.
The land must not be sold permanently, because the land is mine, and
What's
you
the punishment
reside
for most
in my
sins?
land
Well,
as
you were describing
foreigners
earlier how
and
we should kill them.
strangers. Throughout
kill
the
people.
land that you hold as a possession, you must provide for the redemption of the land. If one of your fellow Israelites becomes poor and sells some of their property, their nearest relative is to come and redeem what they have sold. If, however, there is no one to redeem it for them, but later on they prosper and acquire sufficient means to redeem it themselves, they are to determine the value for the years since they sold it and refund the balance to the one to whom they sold it. They can then go back to their own property. But if they do not acquire the means to repay, what was sold will remain in the possession of the buyer until the year of Jubilee. It will be returned in the Jubilee, and they can then go back to their property. Anyone who sells a house in a walled city retains the right of redemption a full year after its sale. During that time, the seller may redeem it. If it is not redeemed before a full year has passed, the house in the walled city shall belong permanently to the buyer and the buyer's descendants. It is not to be returned in the Jubilee. But houses in villages without walls around them are to be considered as belonging to the open country. They can be redeemed, and they are to be returned in the Jubilee. The Levites always have the right to redeem their houses
if
in the
you sell your
Levitical
house in a
towns
walled
which they
city.
possess. So the property of the Levites is redeemable, that is, a house sold in any town they hold, and is to be returned in the Jubilee, because the houses in the towns of the Levites are their property among the Israelites. But the pasture land belonging to their towns must not be sold. It is their permanent possession.
You can just say it was a
If
prank.
any of your fellow Israelites become poor and are unable to support themselves among you, help them as you would a foreigner and stranger, so they can continue to live among you. Do not take interest or any profit from them, but fear your God, so that they may continue to live among you.
Damn, son.
You must not lend them money at interest or sell them food at a profit. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and
Does this
sell
only apply
themselves
to your
you,
fellow
do
Israelites?
not make them work as slaves.
Can we
They are
profit
to be
off of
treated
foreigners?
as hired workers or temporary residents among
I don't
you.
understand
They are to work
the
for you
specificities
until
here.
the year of Jubilee.
We're talking
Then
about our fellow Israelites.
They and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought
We're
out
definitely
of Egypt,
just
they
talking
must
about our
not be
guys at this
sold
point,
as
right?
slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. If a foreigner residing among you becomes rich and any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to the foreigner or to a member of the foreigner's clan, they retain the right of redemption after they have sold themselves. One of their relatives may redeem them. An uncle or a cousin or any blood relative in their clan may redeem them. Or if they prosper, they may redeem themselves. They and their buyer are to count the time from the year they sold themselves up to the year of Jubilee. The price for their release is to be based on the rate paid to a hired worker for that number of years. If many years remain, they must pay for their redemption a larger share of the price paid for them. If only a few years remain until the year of Jubilee, they are to compute that and pay for their redemption accordingly.
You're losing me
They are
here,
to be treated as
God.
workers hired from
How
year
does the
to
math
year.
here work?
You must see to it that those to whom they owe service do not rule over them ruthlessly. Even
tell me
if
how much I
someone
owe,
is not
man.
redeemed in any of these ways, they and their children are to be released in the year of Jubilee. For the Israelites belong to me as servants. They are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
Chapter 26.
We're almost
Do
done with
not make
Leviticus.
idols or set up an image
We're almost done with the
or a sacred
laws.
stone for yourselves, and do not place a carved stone in your land to bow down before it. I am the Lord your God. Observe my Sabbaths, and have reverence for my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you follow my decrees and are careful to obey my commands, I will send you rain in its season, and the ground will yield its crops and the trees their fruit. Your threshing will continue until grape harvest, and the grape harvest will continue until planting, and you will eat all the food you want and live in safety in your land. I will grant peace in the land, and you will lie down, and no one will make you afraid.
That's where the Jewish banker stereotype comes from.
I will remove wild beasts from the land, and the sword will not pass through your country. You will pursue your enemies, and they will fall by the sword before you. 5 of you will chase 100, and 100 of you will chase 10,000, and your enemies will fall by the sword before you. I will look on you with favor, and make you fruitful, and increase your numbers, and I will keep my covenant with you. You will still be eating last year's harvest, when you will have to move it out to make room for the new. I will put my dwelling place among you, and I will not abhor you. I will walk among you and be your God, and you will be my people. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt so that you would no longer be slaves to the Egyptians.
Thanks, fam.
I broke the bars of your yoke and enabled you to walk with heads held high. But if you will not listen to me and carry out all these commands, and if you reject my decrees and abhor my laws and fail to carry out all my commands, and so violate my covenant, then I will do this to you. I will bring on you sudden terror, wasting diseases and fever that will destroy your sight and sap your strength. You will plant seed in vain, because your enemies will eat it. I will set my face against you so that you will be defeated by your enemies. Those who hate you will rule over you, and you will flee even when no one is pursuing you. If after all this you will not listen to me, I will punish you for your sins 7 times over. I will break down your stubborn pride and make the sky above you like iron, and the ground beneath you like bronze. Your strength will be spent in vain, because your soil will not yield its crops, nor will the trees of your land yield
their fruit. If I broke a rule by
fruit.
accident?
If you remain hostile toward me and refuse to listen to me, I will multiply your afflictions 7 times over, as your sins deserve. I will send wild animals against you, and they will rob you of your children, destroy your cattle, and make you so few in number that your roads will be deserted. If in spite of these things you do not accept my correction but continue to be hostile toward me, I myself will be hostile toward you, and will afflict you for your sins 7 times over. And I will bring the sword on you to avenge the breaking of the covenant. When you withdraw into your cities, I will send a plague among you, and you will be given into enemy hands. When I cut off your supply of bread, 10 women will be able to bake your bread in 1 oven, and they will dole out the bread by weight. You will eat, but you will not be satisfied.
This just seems very petty.
If in spite of this you still do not listen to me, but continue to be hostile toward me,
he goes
then
at length
in my
what
anger,
happens if you,
I will be
if
hostile
you disobey.
toward you, and I myself will punish you for your sins 7 times over. You will eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters. I will destroy your high places, cut down your incense altars, and pile your dead bodies on the lifeless forms of your idols. And I will abhor you. I will turn your cities into ruins and lay waste your sanctuaries, and I will take no delight in the pleasing aroma of your offerings. I myself will lay waste the land, so that your enemies who live there will be appalled. I will scatter you among the nations and will draw out my sword and pursue you. Your land will be laid waste, and your cities will lie in ruins. Then the land will enjoy its Sabbath years all the time that it lies desolate,
what happens if you disobey?
In the country of your enemies. Then the land will rest and enjoy its Sabbaths. All the time that it lies desolate, the land will have the rest it did not have during the Sabbaths you lived in it. As for those of you who are
The next
left,
3 books are
I
just
will
this.
make their hearts so fearful in the lands of their enemies that the sound of a wind-blown leaf will put them to flight.
Him just
They will run as though
ranting.
fleeing from the sword, and they will fall, even though no one is pursuing them. They will stumble over one another as though fleeing from the sword, even though no one is pursuing them. So you will not be able to stand before your enemies. You will perish among the nations. The land of your enemies will devour you. Those of you who are left will waste away in the lands of their enemies because of their sins. Also because of their ancestors' sins, they will waste away. But if they will confess their sins and the sins of their ancestors, their unfaithfulness and their hostility toward me, which made me hostile toward them so that I sent them into the land of their enemies, then when their uncircumcised hearts are humbled and they pay for their sin, I will remember my covenant with Jacob and my covenant with Isaac and my covenant with Abraham, and I will remember the land. For the land will be deserted by them, and will enjoy its Sabbaths while it lies desolate without them. They will pay for their sins because they rejected my laws and abhorred my decrees. Yet in spite of this, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them or abhor them, so as to destroy them completely, breaking my covenant with them. I am the Lord their God. But for their sake I will remember the covenant with their ancestors, whom I brought out of Egypt in the sight of the nations to be their God.
Is he just talking about circumcision here?
I am the Lord.
These are the
Whenever
decrees,
Abraham
the
and all the
laws, and
homies
regulations
cut off their
that the Lord
foreskin, he's like,
established
all
at
right.
Mount Sinai between himself and the Israelites
Y'all the real ones.
through Moses. Chapter 27. The Lord said to Moses,
Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if anyone makes a special vow to dedicate a person to the Lord by giving the equivalent value, set the value of a male between the ages of 20 and 60 at 50 shekels of silver, according to the sanctuary shekel. For a female, set her value at 30 shekels. For a person between the ages of 5 and 20, set the value of a male at 20 shekels.
Women are literally not worth as much.
10 shekels.
But also
For
it's a flat
person
amount.
Between 1 month and 5 years, set the value of a male at 5 shekels of silver, and that of a female at 3 shekels of silver. For a person 60 years old or more, set the value of a male at 15 shekels, and of a
special
female
vow to
at
dedicate
10
the person
shekels.
to the Lord? What does that
If
mean?
anyone making the vow is too poor to pay the specified amount, the person being dedicated
what
is
does
to
this
be
mean?
presented
I don't know what
to
this
the
means.
priest, who will set the value according to what the one
Special vow to
making the
dedicate the person to
can
the Lord by
afford.
giving the equivalent
If
value?
what they vowed is an animal that is acceptable as
what does
an
this
offering
mean?
to the Lord, such an animal given
Are we
to
talking
the
about
Lord
slavery,
becomes
or are we
holy.
talking
They
about
must not exchange it or substitute
giving
a
them
good
to
one
be a
for
priest?
a bad one, or a bad one for a good one. If they should substitute one animal for another, both it and the substitute become holy. If what they vowed is a ceremonially unclean animal, one that is not acceptable as an offering to the Lord, the animal must be presented to the priest, who will judge its quality as good
But
or
you
bad.
can't do
Whatever
women,
value
right?
the priest then
You're not meant
sets,
to.
that is what it will be.
It has to be your firstborn
If the
son.
owner wishes to redeem the animal, a fifth must be added to its value. If anyone dedicates their house as something holy to the Lord, the priest will judge its quality as good or bad. Whatever value the priest then sets, so it will remain. If the one who dedicates their house wishes to redeem it, they must add a fifth to its value, and the house will again become theirs. If anyone dedicates to the Lord part of their family land, its value is to be set according to the amount of seed required for it, 50 shekels of silver to a homer of barley seed. If they dedicate a field during the year of Jubilee, the value that
Probably
has been
about
set
300 pounds.
remains. But if they dedicate a field after the Jubilee, The priest will determine the value according to the number of years that remain until the next year of Jubilee, and its set value will be reduced. If the one who dedicates the field wishes to redeem it, they must add a fifth to its value, and the field will again become theirs. If, however, they do not redeem the field, or if they have sold it to someone else, it can never be redeemed. When the field is released in the Jubilee, it will become holy. Like a field devoted to the Lord, it will become priestly property. If anyone dedicates to the Lord a field they have bought, which is not part of their family land, the priest will determine its value up to the year of Jubilee, and the owner must pay its value on that day.
What does it mean to be family land? How did they
Lord.
get it? Did they
In
not
the
purchase
year of
it?
Jubilee, the field will revert to the person from whom it was bought, the one whose land it was. Every value is to be set according to the sanctuary shekel, 20 gerahs to the shekel. No one, however, may dedicate the firstborn of an animal, since the firstborn already belongs to the Lord, whether an ox or a sheep. It is the Lord's. If it is one of the unclean animals,
does that just mean the church? You just have to give it to the church?
Of the value to it. If it is not redeemed, it is to be sold at its set value.
You just have to give it.
But nothing that
just belongs to them, and they get to
devotes to the Lord,
profit
whether
off of the
a human
livestock,
being or an animal or family land, may be sold or redeemed. Everything so devoted is most holy to the Lord. No person devoted to destruction may be ransomed. They are to be put to death. A tithe of everything from the land, whether grain from the soil or fruit from the trees, belongs to the Lord. It is holy to the Lord. Whoever would redeem any of their tithe must add a fifth of the value to it. Every tithe of the herd and flock, every 10th animal that passes under the shepherd's rod, will be holy to the Lord. No one may pick out the good from the bad, or make any substitution. If anyone does make a substitution, both the animal and its substitute become holy and cannot be redeemed.
These are the commands the Lord gave Moses at Mount Sinai for the Israelites.
Holy piss, brother. That's Leviticus. That's it. So I'm just gonna keep going. Today, this Friday, is the day of the Lord. We're just gonna keep going. But now we're gonna start with Numbers, you guys. There are 36 chapters of Numbers. I don't even really know what's in Numbers. I knew some of the stuff in Exodus, and I knew that Leviticus was just like a listing of rules. I don't know what's in Numbers. But that's what we're gonna do next. I'm gonna go prepare more alcohol, I think, actually. Be right back. Alright. This one's pretty dry, so strap in. Come on. My brain melted, so I stepped away for a couple hours. What I miss? So we just finished Leviticus. If the last thing you remembered was Tabernacles, you missed like the entirety of Leviticus, I think. And I'll give you my notes right now. Here are my notes on Leviticus. We repeated Exodus forever. A lot of rules about the animals that you can and can't eat. You apparently have to give sacrifice after you birth a child. A lot of really antiquated medical advice about like skin disease and things of the sort. What happens whenever you have open sores. A lot of different rules about what it means to be clean, such as being on your period or coming. Very ironically claims that you shouldn't do incest. No gay sex is immediately preceded about exactly what the rules are about what happens whenever you have sex with a female slave. It literally, like, in the exact same chapter, which is pretty funny. We really seem to hold on to this no gay sex thing in current year, but yet here I am wearing polyester clothing. It really makes you curious. If there's any land with fruit trees planted in it, you can't. Don't go there. Here's some other rules. Don't trim your beard. I don't really understand that one. Don't do prostitution. That's the one that people. That's one that people care about. It says to treat foreigners fairly. Disabled people are not meant to approach altars, which I assume means that they can't be priests either. So that's pretty messed up. They said that you're meant to stone blasphemers to death, which I think is probably where you get vindication for doing the Crusades. And some other stuff that is very at odds with current year society. How you shouldn't sell food at a profit, and what the right ways to price yourself for slavery are. You shouldn't be expected to give offerings, I guess. No, it said that you can't. They're like unclean. It's not that you shouldn't. That you don't have to. It's that you can't. You're told not to. And yeah, those are my notes for Leviticus. And now we'll do Numbers.
Communism is based.
Yo, Rain thanks for the Prime. And I do a bulleted list. Bop, bop. Bam. Ow. Bop. Let's get back into the news. Numbers.
Numbers, chapter 1.
Numbers.
The Lord spoke to Moses in the tent of meeting in the desert of Sinai on the first day of the 2nd month of the 2nd year after the Israelites came out of Egypt. He said,
Take a census of the whole Israelite community by their clans and families, listing every man by name, one by one. You and Aaron are to count according to their divisions all the men in Israel who are 20 years old or more, and able to
Your
serve
notes
in
are
the
incredible.
army.
Thanks.
1 man from each tribe, each of them the head of his family, is to help you. These are the names of the men who are to assist
Oh
you.
yeah, I
From
love it when we
Reuben,
just list
Eliezer,
people.
son of Shedeur.
for
From
like
Simeon,
3 minutes in a row.
Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai. From Judah, Nahshon,
These
son
words are made
of
up.
Amminadab. From Issachar, Nathanael, son of Zur. From Zebulun, Eliab, son of Helon. From the sons of Joseph, from Ephraim, Elishama, son of Ammihud. From Manasseh, Gamaliel, son of Pedazer.
In
Benjamin,
all of these extremely
Abidan,
silly
son
sounding
of
names, you have
Gideoni.
real names
From
that people are
Dan,
actually
Ahiezer,
called in current
son
year.
of Ammishaddai. From Asher, Pagiel, son of Ochran. From Gad, Eliasaph, son of Duel. From Naphtali, Ahira, son of Enan.
These were the men appointed from the community,
Sheesh, man.
the leaders of their ancestral tribes. They were the heads of the clans of Israel.
I'll definitely
Moses and Aaron
internalize
took
all
these
that.
men whose names had been specified, and they called the whole community together on the first day of the second month. The people registered their ancestry by their clans and families, and the men 20 years old or more were listed by name, one by one, as the Lord commanded Moses. And so he counted them in the desert of Sinai. From the descendants of Reuben, the firstborn son of Israel, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army were listed by name, one by one, according to the records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Reuben was 46,500. From the descendants of Simeon,
man, we've really been piping,
all the men
huh?
20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army were counted and listed by name, one by one, according to the records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Simeon was 59,300. From the descendants of Gad, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army were listed by name, according to the records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Gad was 45,650.
They could have just I see the numbers.
Judah,
do we really have to repeat all of,
like
the first 20 words of this phrase verbatim over and over?
The records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Judah was 74,600. From the descendants of Issachar, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army
I know why they
were
call it the
listed
Book
by
of
name,
Numbers.
according to the records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Issachar was 54,400. From the descendants of Zebulun, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army were listed by name, according to the records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Zebulun was 57,400. From the sons of Joseph, from the descendants of Ephraim, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army were listed by name, according to the records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Ephraim was 40,500. From the descendants of Manasseh, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army
that
were
Judah
listed
pipes
by
the
name,
most?
according to the records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Manasseh was 32,200. From the descendants of Benjamin, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army were listed by name, according to the records of their clans and families. The number from the tribe of Benjamin was 35,400. From the descendants of Dan, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army
family
were
does?
listed by name,
Like,
according to the records
they're
of
not
their
that
clans
old,
and
right?
families.
So
The
if
number
these
from
were
the tribe
all,
of Dan was
assuming the tribe of
62,700.
Judah starts with Judah,
From the
you would have had to have
descendants of Asher,
piped some
all
people,
the
and then
men
they would have
20
had
years
to
old
have
or
gotten
more who were
busy
able to serve in the
really
army were
fast
listed
in order
by
for them to
name,
multiply to
according to the records of their
74,000.
clans and families. The number from the tribe of Asher
How
was
old are the descendants of Israel at this point?
From the descendants of Naphtali, all the men 20 years old or more who were able to serve in the army were
How
listed
far
by
removed
name,
are we from
according
these
to the
people being
records of their
born?
clans and families. The number from the tribe of Naphtali was 53,400. These were the men counted by Moses and Aaron and the 12 leaders of Israel, each one representing his
430
family.
years between the original
All
tribes
the
and these
Israelites
guys.
20 years old or more who were able to serve in Israel's army were counted according to their families. The total number was 603,550. The ancestral tribe of the Levites, however, was not counted along with the others. The Lord had said to Moses,
You must not count the tribe of Levi, or include them in the census of the other Israelites. Instead, appoint the Levites to be in charge of the tabernacle of the covenant law, over all its furnishings and everything belonging to it. They are to carry the tabernacle and all its furnishings. They are to take care of it and encamp around it. Whenever the tabernacle is to move, the Levites are to take it down. And whenever the tabernacle is to be set up, the Levites shall do it. Anyone else who approaches it is to be put to death. The Israelites are to set up their tents
that is
by
not my job.
divisions,
Sorry.
each of them in their own camp under their standard. The Levites, however, are to set up their tents around the tabernacle of the covenant law, so that my wrath will not fall on the Israelite community. The Levites are to be responsible for the care of the tabernacle of the covenant law.
The Israelites did all this just as the Lord commanded Moses. Chapter 2. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
The Israelites are to camp around the tent of meeting
oh boy.
distance from it, each of them under their standard and holding the banners of their family.
On the east, toward the sunrise, the divisions of the camp of Judah are to encamp under their standard. The leader of the people of Judah is Nahshon, son of Amminadab. His division numbers 74,600. The tribe of Issachar will camp next to them.
Is this book meant to be like a flex to surrounding regions, being like, don't mess with us? We have a ton of people. You don't want to step near us because we'll mess you up because there's so many guys.
The leader of the people of Zebulun is Eliab, son of Helon. His division numbers 57,400. All the men assigned to the camp of Judah, according to their divisions, number 186,400. They will set out first. On the south will be the divisions of the camp of Reuben under their standard. The leader of the people of Reuben is Elizur, son of Shedeur. His division numbers 46,500. The tribe of Simeon will camp next to them. The leader of the people of Simeon is Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai. His division numbers 59,300. The tribe of Gad will be next. The leader of the people of Gad is Eliasaph, son of Duel. His division numbers 45,650.
It was used for manipulation. That's what it feels like. This feels like a propaganda piece, honestly.
151,450. They will set out second. Then the tent of meeting and the camp of the Levites will set out in the middle of the camps. They will set out in the same order as they encamp, each in their own place under their standard. On the west will be the divisions of the camp of Ephraim under their standard. The leader of the people of Ephraim is Elishama, son of Ammihud. His division numbers 40,500. The tribe of Manasseh will be next to them. The leader of the people of Manasseh is Gamaliel, son of Pedazur. His division numbers 32,200. The tribe of Benjamin will be next. The leader of the people of Benjamin is Abidan, son of Gideoni. His division numbers 35,400.
At least this part
All
can't really be left up
the
into interpretation.
Ephraim, according to their divisions,
this is a really big army. Yeah.
100. They
Like,
will
what are we going to war about?
On the north will be the divisions of the camp of Dan under their standard.
Why do we need so many
Leader of the
guys?
people
We
of
can just have
Dan
God do
is
it for us.
Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai. His division numbers
If we're the Holy Army, why does
62,700.
like
The tribe of Asher will camp next to them.
Moses defeated the
leader of
Egyptians
the
pretty
people
much
of Asher
single-handedly,
is
right?
Igiel, son of Ochran. His division numbers 41,500. The tribe of Naphtali will be next. The leader of the people of Naphtali is Ahira, son of Enan. His division numbers 53,400. All the men assigned to the
God
camp
made
of Dan
him. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we're God's homies, why do we need all these numbers?
Under their standards. These are the Israelites.
Yeah, and, you know, we could just be like a prosperous people or
all the men in the camps
whatever.
by their divisions number 603,550. The Levites, however, were not counted along with the other Israelites, as the Lord commanded Moses. So the Israelites did everything the Lord commanded Moses. That is the way they encamped under their standards, and that is the way they set out, each of them with their clan and family. Chapter 3.
Levites.
This is the account of the family of Aaron and Moses at the time the Lord spoke to Moses at Mount Sinai. The names of the sons of Aaron were Nadab the firstborn, and Abihu, Eleazar,
What makes
and
Aaron and
Ithamar.
Moses a Levite?
Those were the names of Aaron's sons, the anointed priests, who were ordained to
Because
serve
they're not
as
sons of
priests.
Israel?
Nadab and Abihu, however, died before the Lord when they made an offering with unauthorized fire before him in the desert of Sinai. They had no sons, so Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests during the lifetime of their father Aaron.
Because initially, whenever
Bring the
they were talking
tribe
about
of Levi
Moses
and
being
present
born
them to Aaron the priest
at the very
to
start of
assist
Leviticus,
him. They are to perform
the
duties
parents were
for him
unnamed.
and for the
Yeah.
whole community at the tent of meeting by doing the work of the tabernacle. They are to take
was
care
set
of
in
all the furnishings of the tent of meeting,
he was set down
fulfilling
the
the
Nile,
obligations of the
picked up by a
Israelites
foster
by
mother.
doing the work of the tabernacle. Give the Levites to Aaron and his sons. They are the Israelites who are to be given wholly to him. Appoint Aaron and his sons to serve as priests. Anyone else who approaches the sanctuary is to be put to death.
The Lord also said to Moses,
I have taken the Levites from among the Israelites in place of the first male offspring of every Israelite woman. The Levites are mine, for all the firstborn are mine. When I struck down all the firstborn in Egypt, I set apart for myself every firstborn in Israel, whether human or animal. They are to be mine.
Okay.
I am the Lord.
The Lord said to Moses in the desert of Sinai,
It's pretty weird.
Count the Levites by their families and clans.
He says, all right.
Count every male a month old
Count 'em up.
or more.
So Moses counted them as he was commanded by the word of the Lord. These were the names of the sons of Levi:
Count 'em up.
Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. These were the names of the Gershonite clans: Libni and Shimei. The Kohathite clans: Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. The Merarite clans: Malai and Mushi. These were the Levite clans according to their families. To Gershon belonged the clans of the Libnites and Shimeites. These were the Gershonite
Boy, it's a
clans.
history lesson.
The number of all the males a month old or more who were counted was 7,500. The Gershonite clans were to camp on the west, behind the tabernacle. The leader of the families of the Gershonites was Eliasaph, son of Lael. At the tent of meeting, the Gershonites were responsible for the care of
Perhaps
the tabernacle.
this is what Dad was describing to me whenever he said that the Old Testament was, quote, a grind.
The curtains of the courtyard, the curtain at the entrance to the courtyard surrounding the tabernacle and altar, and the ropes, and everything related to their use. To Kohath belonged the clans of the Amramites, Izharites, Hebronites, and Uzzielites. These were the Kohathite clans. The number of all the males a month old or more was 8,600. The Kohathites were responsible for the care of the sanctuary. The Kohathite clans were to camp on the south side of the tabernacle. The leader of the families of the Kohathite clans was Elizaphan, son of Uzziel. They were responsible for the care of the ark, the table, the lampstand, the altars, the articles of the sanctuary used in ministering, the curtain, and everything related to their use. The chief leader of the Levites was Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest. He was appointed over those who were responsible for the care of the sanctuary. To Merari belonged the clans of the Malites and the Mushites. These were the Merarite clans. The number of all the males a month old or more who were counted was 6,200. The leader of the families of the Merarite clans was Zuriel, son of Abihail. They were to camp on the north side of the tabernacle. The Merarites were appointed to take care of the frames of the tabernacle, its crossbars, posts, bases, all its equipment, and everything related to their use, as well as the posts of the surrounding courtyard with their bases, tent pegs, and ropes.
Pretty funny to me, like this kind of information.
Moses and Aaron and his sons were to camp to the east of the tabernacle toward the sunrise.
It's just
in front
it's
of the
pointless.
tent of meeting.
This is
They were
pointless
responsible
information.
for the care of the sanctuary on behalf of the Israelites. Anyone else
In
who
GL, I
approached
thought
the
you'd be
sanctuary
reading it.
was to be
Me
put to death.
reading it myself
The total
personally?
number of
Hell
Levites
no.
counted at the Lord's command by Moses
That
and
is a
Aaron,
lot of work.
according to their clans, including every male a month old or more, was 22,000. The Lord said to Moses,
Count all the firstborn Israelite males who are a month old or more, and make a list of their names. Take the Levites for me in place of all the firstborn of the Israelites, and the livestock of the Levites in place of all the firstborn of the livestock of the Israelites. I am the Lord.
So Moses counted all the firstborn of the Israelites,
Well,
as
why
the
a
Lord
month?
commanded him.
Why is that important?
The total number of firstborn males a month old or more, listed by name,
Infant
was
mortality?
22,273.
Go crazy?
The Lord also said to Moses,
Take the Levites in place of all the firstborn of Israel, and the livestock of the Levites in place of their livestock. The Levites are to be mine. I am the Lord. To redeem the 273 firstborn Israelites who exceed the number of the Levites, collect 5 shekels for each one, according to the sanctuary shekel,
are we just
which
grifting?
weighs 20 gerahs. Give
Like,
the
not
money
even,
for
like,
the redemption
not from
of the additional
God grifting
Israelites
perspective,
to
but
Aaron
like
and his sons.
I'm
So
just
Moses
imagining that
collected the redemption money from those who exceeded the
I'm
number
just imagining that a
redeemed by the
Levite wrote this and like, yeah,
From
and
the
you owe us
firstborn of
5
the
shekels
Israelites he
per
collected silver, weighing
excess
1,365
Israelite.
shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. Moses gave the redemption
Remember
money
being
to
he's
Aaron
Lord all
and
the
his
time really
sons,
deadens its
as he was
impact.
commanded by the
I think
word of
it's
the
for
Lord.
purpose of people going and picking out a passage
Chapter 4.
out of context.
The Lord said to Moses
so that way
and
they
Aaron,
know.
Take a census
Like, what if I
of
didn't
the
read the
Kohathite
earlier
branch
parts?
of the Levites by their clans
Being
and
thorough
families.
about it.
Count all the men from 30 to 50 years of age who come to serve in the work at the tent of meeting.
30 to 50.
This is the work of the Kohathites at the tent of meeting, the care of the most holy things. When the
Isn't
camp
this
is
like
to
an unfair
move,
sample?
Aaron
Weren't
and
we
his
counting
sons
people 20
are to
up?
go in and take down the shielding curtain and put it over the ark of the covenant law.
For the
Then
other,
they are to cover the curtain with a durable leather.
we were counting
Spread a
from 20
cloth of
20 plus
solid
before.
blue
Now we're doing
over
30 to
that
50?
And put the poles in place. Over the table of the presence, they are to spread
Why are
a
you in
blue
Numbers?
cloth and
Well, you
put
see, it's
on
actually the fourth
plates,
book of the Bible,
dishes,
and we're doing them in
bowls,
order.
And the jars for drink offerings. The bread
Literally
that is
one of the
continually
worst.
there
That's awesome.
is to remain on it.
We're
They
doing
are
the
to
whole
spread
thing.
a scarlet cloth
Except
over
for
them.
Psalms. We're not
Cover
that
that
we're not going to
with
do that
the
one.
durable leather and put the poles in place.
That one's just songs.
They are to take a blue cloth and cover the lampstand that is for light, together
Up there with
its
Leviticus?
lamps, its wick
I think
trimmers
Leviticus
and
isn't that
trays,
bad.
and all its jars for the olive oil
I actually think
used
Leviticus
to
is
supply
better
it.
than Exodus.
Then they are to wrap it and all its accessories in a covering of the durable leather and put it on a carrying frame. Over the gold altar, they are to spread a blue cloth and cover that with the durable leather and put the
Big fan if
poles
you're gonna go for
in
dude.
place.
There's like
They are to take
Psalms
all
is
the
so
articles
long.
used
It's like
for
158
ministering
chapters
in
or
the
something.
sanctuary, wrap them
And it's
in
just
a blue
music.
cloth, cover that with the durable leather, and put them on a carrying frame. They are to remove the ashes from the bronze altar and spread a purple cloth over it. Then they are to place on it all the utensils used for ministering at the altar, including the fire pans, meat forks, shovels,
Do a
and
tier list at the end
sprinkling
of all the
bowls.
chapters.
Over it, they
Yeah,
are
probably
to
should.
spread a covering of the durable leather and put the poles
Doing all this
in place.
just for Christians that
After
tell you haven't read
Aaron
the
and his
Bible
sons
or you
have
just didn't
finished
get it.
covering the holy furnishings
Say what?
and all the
Can you
holy
rephrase the question?
articles, and when the camp is ready to move, only then
You didn't like
are
how
the
he- hearing
Kohathites
about
to
how hard
come
the Pharaoh's
and
heart
do
was?
the carrying. But they must
No,
not
that part was the
touch
good part of
the holy
Exodus, but
things, or they will die. The Kohathites are to carry those things that
I'm
are
talking
in
about the other
tent of
part.
meeting.
Where they do
Eleazar,
this
son
shit.
of Aaron, the priest, is to have charge of the oil for the light, the fragrant incense,
Or we just
the regular grain
give off a
offering,
list of
and the anointing
instructions
oil. He
of
is
how to
be
build
in
the
charge of
tabernacle.
the entire tabernacle and everything in it, including its holy furnishings and articles.
The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
See that the Kohathite tribal clans are not destroyed from among the Levites, so that they may live and not die when they come near the most holy things. Do this for them. Aaron and his sons are to go into the sanctuary and assign to each man his work and what he is to carry. But the Kohathites must not go in to look at the holy things, even for a moment, or they will die.
The Lord said to Moses,
You cannot
Take a
go
census
in.
also of the Gershonites by their
if you're
families
a
and
Kohathite,
clans. Count
you'll
all the
die
men from 30
instantly.
to 50 years of age who come to serve in the work at the tent of meeting. This is the service of the Gershonite clans in their carrying and their other work.
That was,
They are to
do we
carry
think
the
this
curtains of
this
the tabernacle,
book of the Bible is
that
like a
is, the
collaborative
tent of
work?
meeting. Its
Who wrote
covering
it?
and its outer covering of durable leather. The curtains for the
What are the
entrance
biases
to the
like?
tent of meeting, the curtains of the courtyard surrounding the tabernacle and altar, the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard, the ropes and all the equipment used in the service of the
It's like
tent.
to know that whole
The
bit isn't
Gershonites
repeated
are
later
to
in
do
Deuteronomy.
all that needs to be
Dude, they
done
repeated
with
it
these
in
things.
Exodus. They
All
said
their
it 2
service,
times
whether
in
carrying
Exodus.
or doing other work, is to be done under the direction of
Back to
Aaron
back.
and his
They said it
sons.
twice.
You shall assign to them as their responsibility all they are to carry. This is the service of the Gershonite clans at the tent of meeting. Their duties are to be under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the priest. Count the Merarites by their clans and families.
Experiencing
Count
this
all
in
the
a
men from 30 to 50 years of age who come to serve in the work at the tent of meeting.
Experiencing this in a group setting with Twitch chat is definitely much more bearable than if you were stomaching it by yourself.
Posts and bases, as well as the posts of the surrounding courtyard with their bases, tent pegs, ropes, all their equipment, and everything related to their use. Assign to each man the specific things he is to carry. This is the service of the Merarite clans as they work at the tent of meeting under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the priest.
Moses, Aaron, and the leaders of the community counted the Kohathites by their clans and families. All the men from 30 to 50 years of age who came to serve in the work at the tent of meeting, counted by clans, were 2,750. This was the total of all those in the Kohathite clans who served at the tent of meeting. Moses and Aaron counted them according to the Lord's command through Moses. The Gershonites were counted by their clans and families. All the men from 30 to 50 years of age who came to serve in the work at the tent of meeting, counted by their clans and families, were 2,630. This was the total of those in the Gershonite clans who served at the tent of meeting.
Sounds like Warhammer 40k
according to the Lord's
speech.
command. The Merarites were counted by their clans and families.
It's honestly
All
pretty
the men
impressive.
30 to 50 years of age who came
The
to
length
serve
that
in the
we're
work
currently
at the
going
tent of
through
meeting,
to
counted by
describe
their
these
clans,
events.
were 3,200. This was the total of those in the
About
Merari
how we are
clans.
building the church.
Moses and Aaron counted them according to the Lord's command through Moses. So Moses, Aaron, and the leaders of Israel counted all the Levites by their clans and families.
It's
all the men from 30 to 50
it's like,
years of
it's
age
like
who came to
shockingly
do the work of serving
detailed
and, carrying the tent of meeting
and repetitive.
8,580. At the Lord's command through Moses, each was assigned his work and told what to carry. Thus they were counted as the Lord commanded Moses. Chapter 5. The Lord said to Moses,
Command the Israelites to send away from the camp anyone who has a defiling skin disease, or a discharge of any kind, or who is ceremonially unclean because of a dead body. Send away male and female alike. Send them outside the camp, so they will not defile their camp, where I dwell among them.
Yo, if you're sick, you just have to leave the community. That's so tragic.
They did just as the Lord had instructed Moses.
You get exiled.
The Lord said to Moses,
Say to the Israelites, any man or woman who wrongs another in any way, and so is unfaithful to the Lord, is guilty, and must confess the sin they have committed. They must make full restitution for the wrong they have done. Add a fifth of the value to it,
assholes tell me
and
they didn't
give
have
it
enough
all
Bible
to
space
the
to get
person
specific.
they
What
have
do you
wronged.
mean?
But if that person has no close relative to whom restitution
repeating
can
themselves
be made
over and
for the
over.
wrong, the restitution belongs to the Lord, and must be
The
given
first
to
5
the
books
priest,
were all written
along
by
with the ram,
Moses.
with which atonement is made for
All
the
the
wrongdoer.
logistical shit all sounds
All
the exact
sacred
same, and there's a lot of it.
contributions the
That's true.
Israelites bring to a priest will belong to him. Sacred things
This is
belong
this
to
is from
their
the horse's
owners,
mouth.
but
Moses
what they
says,
give
"Bro,
to the
trust
priest
God actually
will
told me
belong
this."
to the priest.
You have to believe
Then the Lord
me.
said to Moses,
Speak to the Israelites, and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sexual relations with her, and this is hidden from her husband, and her impurity is undetected, since there is no witness against her, and she has not been caught in the act. And if feelings of jealousy come over her husband, and he suspects his wife,
We're
and
really
she
victim
is
blaming here.
impure, or if he is jealous and suspects her even though she is not impure,
There's an entire book called
then
Numbers.
he is to take
Oh,
his
buddy,
wife to the priest.
I have great news
He
for
must
you.
also take an offering of 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour on her behalf. He must not pour olive oil on it or put incense on it, because it
must
is a
take his
grain
wife to the
offering
priest.
for jealousy, a reminder offering to draw attention to wrongdoing. The priest shall bring her and have her stand before the Lord. Then he shall take some holy water in a clay
Show
jar
the stream title.
and put
Yeah,
some
well, we
dust
started
from
on
the tabernacle
Exodus
floor
6
into the
hours
water.
ago. So
After the
this
priest
is where
has
we're at
had
now.
the woman stand before the Lord, he shall loosen her hair and place in her hands the reminder offering, the grain offering for jealousy, while he himself holds the bitter water that brings a curse.
What?
Then
What
the
in the
priest
hell
shall put the
are we
woman under
talking
oath
about?
and say to her, If no other man has had sexual relations with you, and you have not gone astray and become impure while married to your husband, may this bitter water that brings a curse not harm you. But if you have gone astray while married to your husband, and you have made yourself impure by having sexual relations with a man other than your husband, here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord cause you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May this water that brings a curse enter your body so that your abdomen swells or your womb miscarries.
So here, so here, do we remember, like, when Abraham couldn't have children with when Abraham couldn't have children with Sarah, and then Sarah said, "Ayo, just fuck the slave instead and have a child through her." Is that cool by this definition, or is it only if the woman does it? Can men have sexual relations with other women, but women can't have sexual relations with other men during marriage? Is that what we are applying a double standard across the two genders? That's really the only way that I can interpret it, unless what we're saying, the children that Abraham bore with Sarah prior to Isaac. So I don't know.
Then the woman is to say, "Amen, so be it." The priest is to write these curses on a scroll and then wash them off into the bitter water. He shall make the woman drink the bitter water that brings a curse.
Did he make the slave became a nation that fucked up the Israelites for ages? What was the kid's name?
Will enter her.
What was
the priest is to
Abraham
take
and
from
Hagan?
her hands the grain offering for jealousy, wave it before the Lord,
the slave
and
woman's
bring
name?
it to the altar. The priest is then to take a handful of the grain offering as a memorial offering and burn it on the altar. After that, he is to have the woman drink the water. If she has made herself impure and been unfaithful to her husband, this will be the result. When she is made to drink the water that brings a curse and causes bitter suffering, it will enter
that might be a spoiler.
Her abdomen will swell and her womb will miscarry, and she will become a curse. If, however, the woman has not made herself impure, but is clean, she will be cleared of guilt and will be able to have children. This, then, is the law of jealousy when a woman goes astray and makes herself impure while married to her husband, or when feelings of jealousy come over a man because he suspects his wife. The priest is to have her stand before the Lord and is to apply this entire law to her. The husband will be innocent of any wrongdoing
if she cheats on him, or if the husband suspects it
of her sin.
We are really putting all the
Chapter
cards
6.
in the hand of the man
The Lord
at
said to Moses,
this point.
Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man or woman wants to make a special vow, a vow of dedication to the Lord as a Nazirite, they must abstain from wine and other fermented drink, and must not drink vinegar made from wine or other fermented drink. They must not drink grape juice, or eat grapes or raisins. As long as they remain
no
under
grape
their
products.
Nazirite vow, they must not eat anything that comes from the grapevine,
Sucks to be
not
y'all.
even the seeds or skins. During the entire period of their Nazirite vow, no razor may be used on their head. They must be holy until the period of their dedication to the Lord is over. They must let their hair grow long. Throughout the period of their dedication to the Lord, the Nazirite must not go near a dead body. Even if their own father or mother or brother or sister dies, they must not make themselves ceremonially unclean on account of them, because the symbol of their dedication to God is on their head. Throughout the period of their dedication, they are consecrated to the Lord. If someone dies suddenly in the Nazarite's presence, thus defiling the hair that symbolizes their dedication,
Oh, no.
they must shave their head on the seventh
If somebody falls
day,
over dead,
the
you have to
day
start
of their
over.
cleansing. Then, on
That
the
sucks.
8th day, they must bring 2 ducks or 2 young pigeons to the
Heard
priest
this in the last
at the
book?
entrance to the tent of
No.
meeting. The
We're
priest
talking-
is to
no, we
offer
haven't.
one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering.
We
to
described
make
what
atonement
cleanliness
for
and
the
uncleanliness
Nazarite,
was,
because
but
they
now we're
sinned by
describing
being
that
in the presence
if you
of
belong
the
to this
dead body.
particular tribe,
That same day,
this is
they
your
are to
role
consecrate their head
in the
again.
church.
They must rededicate themselves to the Lord for the same period of dedication, and must bring a year-old male lamb as a guilt offering. The previous days do not count, because they became defiled during their period of dedication.
They do not count.
Now this is the law of the Nazarite when the period of their dedication
Nazarites weren't a
is
tribe.
over.
It's like a
They
special
are to be
vow you
brought
take on
to
yourself?
the entrance to the tent of meeting. There they are to present their offerings to the Lord. A year-old male lamb without defect.
Man or
for a
woman wants to
burnt
make a special
offering.
vow of
A
dedication
year-old
to the Lord
ewe
as a
lamb
Nazarite.
without
They must abstain
defect
from
for
wine.
a sin offering.
Well, what
A
does it mean to be a
lamb without
Nazarite?
defect for a fellowship offering, together with their grain offerings and
Why would
drink
you do that?
offerings,
Why not
and
just
a basket of
go
bread
about as normal?
made with the finest flour and without yeast, thick loaves with olive oil mixed in, and thin loaves brushed with olive oil. The priest is to present all these before the Lord and make the sin offering and the burnt offering. He is to present the basket of unleavened bread and is to sacrifice the ram as a fellowship offering to the Lord, together with its grain offering and drink offering. Then,
this is
at
just
the entrance to the tent
this
of
is just
meeting,
worship
the
plus.
Nazarite must shave off the hair that symbolizes their dedication. They are to take the hair and put it in the fire that is under the sacrifice of the fellowship offering. After the Nazarite has shaved off the hair that symbolizes their dedication, the priest is to place in their hands a boiled shoulder of the ram and 1 thick loaf
that sounds
and
pretty
1
tasty.
thin loaf from the basket, both made without yeast. The priest shall then wave these before the Lord as a wave offering. They are holy and belong to the priest, together with the breast that was waved and the thigh that was presented. After that, the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the law of the
Wine's back on the
Nazarite who
table.
vows offerings to the Lord in accordance with their dedication, in addition to whatever else they can afford. They must fulfill the vows they have made according to the law of the Nazarite.
The Lord said to Moses,
Tell Aaron and his sons, this is how you are to bless the Israelites. Say to them, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord
The most
make his
consistent thing
face
about the Bible is
shine
that
on
yeast
you
is bad.
and be gracious to you.
Well,
the Lord
I don't know
turn
if that's
his
necessarily
face
the
toward
case.
you
It's just that,
and
like,
give you
during
peace. So they will put my name
during like
on
holy
the
offerings,
Israelites,
we're meant to make
and
it with no
I
yeast
will bless them.
for whatever reason, just to be special.
Chapter 7.
I don't know.
When Moses finished setting up the tabernacle, he anointed and consecrated it and all its furnishings.
But perhaps you can
he
do it
also
during
anointed and
like
consecrated the altar and all its
every other time.
utensils. Then the leaders of Israel, the heads of families who were the tribal leaders in charge of those who were counted, made offerings. They brought as their gifts before the Lord 6 covered carts and 12 oxen, an ox from each leader and a cart from every 2. These they presented before the tabernacle. The Lord said to Moses,
Accept these from them, that they may be used in the work at the tent of meeting. Give them to the Levites as each man's work requires.
So Moses took the carts and oxen and gave them to the Levites. He gave 2 carts and 4 oxen to the Gershonites as their work required, and he gave 4 carts and 8 oxen to the Merarites as their work required. They were all under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the priest. But Moses did not give any to the Kohathites, because they were to carry on their shoulders the holy things for which they were responsible.
Okay, yeah, just carry
when
yourself.
the altar was anointed,
yes.
The leaders brought their offerings for its dedication and presented them before the altar. For the Lord had said to Moses,
Each day 1 leader is to bring his offering for the dedication of the altar.
The one who brought his offering on the first day was Nahshon, son of Amminadab, of the tribe of Judah. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, and 1 silver sprinkling bowl weighing 70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel, each filled with the finest flour mixed with olive oil as a grain offering, 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense, one young bull, one ram, and one male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, one male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Nahshon, son of Amminadab. On the 2nd day, Nethanel, son of Zur, the leader of Issachar, brought his offering. The offering he brought was 1 silver plate, weighing 130 shekels, and 1 silver sprinkling bowl, weighing 70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel, each filled with the finest flour mixed with olive oil as a grain offering. 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering.
Another stream title says blind reaction. Do you have no experience with any scripture, even Jesus
and
stuff?
5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering.
I read some Bible whenever I was like a child.
On the 3rd day,
and I've lived in America my whole life, so that's pretty much my exposure to.
His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, and 1 silver sprinkling bowl weighing 70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel.
I haven't been living under a rock, if that's what you're asking.
Flour mixed with olive oil as a grain offering. 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old.
But I have not regularly attended church my entire life, and I've
and 2 oxen, 5 rams.
Any Bible reading that I've done was
and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Eliab, son of Helon.
Man.
On the 4th
Who cares?
day, Elizur, son of Shedeur, the leader of the people of Reuben, brought his
offering.
Who
cares?
His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, and 1 silver sprinkling bowl weighing 70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel, each filled with the finest flour mixed with olive oil.
Why is this important to include?
1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Elizur, son of Shedeur. On the 5th day,
we're talking about the Bible like a normal book.
The leader of the people of Simeon brought his offering.
I feel
his
like you
offering
should
was
like
1 silver plate weighing
why not put it under the
shekels,
same
and 1 silver sprinkling bowl
the
weighing
same
70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel. Each
criticism
filled with
does
the
anything
finest
else
flour mixed with olive oil as a grain offering. 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering.
I think it really begs the question is, why would anyone read this?
2 oxen, 5 rams,
How
5
did this
male
catch
goats,
on?
and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship
Whenever
offering.
anyone opens it, they get instantly put to sleep.
Son of Zurishaddai. On the 6th day, Eliasaph, son of Duel, the leader of the people of Gad, brought his offering. His offering was
you
1
open
silver
this and
plate
it's like you get
shekels,
like Gengar
and 1
casts
silver
hypnosis on
sprinkling
you
bowl weighing
just
70
the instant
shekels,
that
both
you look at the
according to
words.
the sanctuary shekel, each filled with the finest flour mixed with olive oil as a grain offering. 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense. 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering. 1 male goat for a sin offering.
We're not even halfway
5
done.
rams, 5 male goats,
with the
and
offerings.
5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Eliasaph, son of Duel. On the 7th day, Elishama, son of Ammihud, the leader of the people of Ephraim, brought his offering. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130
This is
shekels,
like a prank.
and 1 silver
This is a
sprinkling
practical
bowl weighing
joke.
70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel, each filled with the finest flour mixed with olive oil as a grain offering. 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with
Blueprint
incense.
for Israelite
1
society
young
meant
bull,
for leaders.
1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering. 1 male goat
I'm
for a
more
sin
so
offering, and 2 oxen,
criticizing
5
the writing
rams,
style.
5
Like
male goats,
it
and
is.
5 male lambs a year old.
We're like
sacrificed
repeating
as a fellowship
pretty much
offering.
the same thing for each
This
offering.
was the offering of Elishama, son of Ammihud. On the 8th day, Gamaliel, son of Pedazer, the leader of the people of Manasseh, brought his offering. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, and 1 silver sprinkling bowl weighing 70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel, each filled with the finest flour mixed with olive oil as a grain offering. 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense.
Is it the same?
1 young bull,
Is it just
1
actually
ram,
like
and 1 male lamb
word
a
for
year
like
old for a burnt
this
offering. 1 male
this
goat for a sin
and
offering,
this say the same
and
thing.
2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed.
It's
as
like
a
all the
fellowship
same.
offering.
It's the same.
This was the offering of Gamaliel, son of Pedazer.
All of the offerings
On
are the
ninth
same.
day, Abidan, son of Gideoni, the leader of the people of Benjamin, brought his offering.
Control F. Okay, hold
his
on.
His offering was 1 silver
well,
plate
it's not going to work
130
because
shekels,
of the numbers,
1 silver
of the verse numbers.
bowl weighing 70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel, each filled with the finest flour mixed with olive oil as a grain offering. 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense.
Why are we repeating the same thing 12 times?
And 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was
so
the
we not just say
Abidan, son of Gideoni.
On each day the next son,
on the 10th
and
day,
then list them off.
Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai, the leader of the people of Dan, brought his offering.
And then just say all of the offerings included X
and 1 silver sprinkling bowl weighing 70 shekels, both according to the sanctuary shekel. Each
They're
filled
all the
with
same.
finest
Some of them
flour
are.
mixed with
Some of them are
olive oil as a
verbatim
grain
the same.
1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram,
2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats,
a year old for a
5 male
burnt
lambs a year
offering,
to sacrifice as a
1
fellowship
male
offering.
goat for a sin offering.
No, yeah, like
2
they're
oxen,
like
5 rams, 5 male
like
goats,
this,
and 5 male lambs
I
a year
can't
old to be
spot the difference. I don't
sacrificed
see
as
the
a
difference.
fellowship offering. This was the
silver
offering
plates.
of
They weigh
Ahiezer,
130 shekels.
son of Ammishaddai. On
A
the
silver
11th
sprinkling
day,
bowl weighing
Pagiel,
70.
son of Ochran, the leader of the people of Asher, brought his offering. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, and 1 silver sprinkling bowl weighing 70 shekels. Both
this is
according
the
to
endless
sanctuary
eight.
shekel, each filled
Whenever you're
with the
trying to
finest
spot the
flour
differences.
mixed with olive oil as a grain offering. 1 gold dish weighing 10 shekels, filled with incense.
Bro.
1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male
This
lamb
chapter
for a burnt offering.
is
1 male
10 and a
goat for a
half
sin
minutes
offering,
long
and 2 oxen,
on
5
the
rams,
reading.
5
This
male
is
goats,
10 and a half
and 5
minutes.
male lambs a year old to be sacrificed
10
as
and
a
a half
fellowship
minutes
offering.
long.
This was the offering of Pagiel, son of Ochran. On the 12th day, Ahira, son of Enan, the leader of the people of Naphtali, brought his offering. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, and 1 silver sprinkling bowl
2x
weighing
speed?
70 shekels,
Nope.
both according to the sanctuary shekel, each filled with the finest flour mixed
We are,
with olive oil as a grain offering.
We are not skipping
1
anything.
gold
We are
dish
not
weighing
fast
10
forwarding.
shekels, filled with incense. 1
Except
young
for all
bull,
the songs,
1 ram,
which
and
is
1
meant
male
to be
lamb
sung
a
in
year old
church.
for a burnt offering.
Because we're
1
not in
male
church,
goat
and
for
I
a
don't
sin
have any
offering,
music.
and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Ahira, son of Enan. These were the offerings of the Israelite leaders for the dedication of the altar when it was anointed. 12 silver plates, 12 silver sprinkling bowls, and 12 gold dishes. Each silver plate weighed 130 shekels, and
I'm
each
like,
sprinkling
wow.
bowl 70 shekels. Altogether, the silver dishes weighed
How else am I
2,400
supposed to
shekels.
know all the sons'
according to
names?
the
All the
sanctuary
sons'
shekel.
names that I definitely
The 12 gold dishes
that I
filled
definitely
with incense
remember.
weighed 10 shekels
2
each,
minutes after hearing
according
them.
to the sanctuary shekel. Altogether, the gold dishes weighed
Holy
120
moly,
shekels.
dude.
The total number of animals for the burnt offering came to 12 young bulls, 12 rams, and 12 male lambs a year old, together with their grain offering. 12 male goats were used for the sin offering.
I remember
The total
the
number
Old
of animals
Testament
for the
being
sacrifice of the fellowship offering came to
being pretty
24 oxen,
insubstantial
60
for a lot of
rams,
it, but
60
like
male goats,
nothing
and
like
60
this.
male lambs a year old. These were the offerings for the dedication of the altar after it was anointed. When Moses
I read
entered
the Bible.
tent
This is
meeting
definitely
to
a
speak with
scan
the Lord,
chapter.
he heard the voice speaking to him
Like,
from
why would
between
you?
the
Why
two
would you read
cherubim
it? This is
above the
pointless.
atonement
This is
cover on the
pointless
Ark of the Covenant
information.
law. In this way, the Lord spoke to him.
This means nothing.
Chapter 8. The
Chapter
Lord said
8.
to Moses,
Speak to Aaron and say to him,
What's
when
the
you
word count
set
of
up
this
the
chapter?
lamps, see
Hold
that
on, I got
all
you.
7 light up the area in front of the lampstand.
Aaron did so.
Control C.
He set up the lamps so that they faced forward on the lampstand, just as the Lord commanded Moses. This is how the lampstand
Word
was
counter.
made. It was made of hammered gold, from its base to its blossoms.
Paste.
The lampstand was
That
made
was
exactly like the pattern the Lord had shown
1,989
Moses.
words.
The Lord said to Moses,
Take the Levites from among all the Israelites, and make them ceremonially clean. To purify them, do this. Sprinkle the water of cleansing on them. Then have them shave their whole bodies and wash their clothes.
So nice.
And so they will purify themselves.
Shaving your whole body back
Have
in the
them
day
take
with
a
just like a
young
single
bull
blade
with its
razor,
grain
that'd have been
offering
precarious.
Of the finest flour mixed with olive oil.
No,
Then
you gotta
are
shave
to
the
take
pubes,
a
you gotta be
second
careful.
young bull for a sin offering. Bring the Levites to the front of the tent of meeting and assemble the whole Israelite community.
They give
You
God
are
a
to
different
bring
voice.
the Levites
Ooh,
before
did we
the
recast
Lord,
God?
and the Israelites are to lay their hands on them. Aaron is to present the Levites before the Lord as a wave offering from the Israelites, so that they may be ready to do the work of the Lord. Then the Levites are to lay their hands on the heads of the bulls, using one for a sin offering to the Lord and the other for a burnt offering, to make atonement for the Levites. Have the Levites stand in front of Aaron and his sons, and then present them as a wave offering to the Lord. In this way, you are to set the Levites apart from the other Israelites, and the Levites will be mine. After you have purified the Levites and presented them as a wave offering, they are to come to do their work at the tent of meeting. They are the Israelites who are to be given wholly to me. I have taken them as my own in place of the firstborn, the first male offspring from every Israelite woman. Every firstborn male in Israel, whether human or animal, is mine. When I struck down
I still don't
all
really
the
understand what
firstborn
this
in
means.
Egypt,
Does that
I
mean
set
that
them apart
they
for
have to
myself,
worship?
And I have taken the Levites in place of all the
What does it
firstborn
mean
sons
to
in
be
Israel.
belonging
From among
to the
all
Lord?
the Israelites, I have given the Levites as gifts to Aaron and his sons to do the work at the tent of meeting on behalf of the Israelites and to make atonement for them, so that no plague will strike the Israelites when they go near the sanctuary.
Moses, Aaron, and the whole Israelite community did with the Levites just as the Lord commanded Moses.
They
The
are
Levites purified themselves and washed
required
their
to
clothes.
spread the word.
Then Aaron presented them as a wave offering before the Lord, and made atonement for them to purify them. After that, the Levites came to do their work at the tent of meeting under the supervision of Aaron and his sons. They did with the Levites just as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses,
This applies to the Levites. Men 25 years old or more shall come to take part in the work at the tent of meeting. But at the age of 50, they must retire from their regular service and work no longer.
Yo, only
They
25
may
years of
assist
conscription.
their brothers in performing their duties at the tent of meeting, but they themselves must not do the work. This, then, is how you are to assign the responsibilities of the Levites.
Wait.
Chapter 9.
The Passover.
The Lord spoke to Moses.
Oh, there's no way we're about to
desert of
describe this
Sinai
again.
In the first month of the second year after they came out of Egypt. He said,
God was only
Have
for
the
the Israelites at this point.
celebrate
Yeah.
the Passover at the appointed time. Celebrate it at the appointed time at twilight on the 14th day
There's no shower
of this
about to-
month.
okay,
in
at least it's,
accordance
like,
with
not that
all
long.
its rules and regulations.
So Moses told the Israelites to celebrate the Passover, and they did so in the desert of Sinai at twilight on the 14th day of the first month. The Israelites did everything just as the Lord commanded Moses. But some of them could not celebrate the Passover on that day because they were ceremonially unclean on account of a dead body. So they came to Moses and Aaron that same day and said to Moses,
Dang, somebody died. Can't celebrate Passover. Sorry.
But why should we be kept from presenting the Lord's offering with the other Israelites at the appointed time?
Moses answered them,
Wait until I find out what the Lord commands
Numbers
concerning
rehashes the back half
Then
of
the Lord
Exodus
said to
with slight
Moses,
differences.
Tell the Israelites,
Dude, like, that's
when
what Leviticus
any of you
did.
or your descendants are unclean because of a dead body or are away on a journey, they are still to celebrate the Lord's Passover, but they are to do it on the 14th day of the second month at twilight. They are to eat the lamb together with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They must not leave any of it till morning or break any of its bones. When they celebrate the Passover, they must follow all the regulations. But if anyone who is ceremonially clean and not on a journey fails to celebrate the Passover, they must be cut off from their people.
I'm always on
for
a
not
journey.
presenting the
I'm
Lord's
always on a
offering
journey.
at the appointed time. They will bear the consequences
So I don't have to
of
do
their
it.
sin. A foreigner residing among you is also to celebrate the Lord's Passover in accordance with
Among
its
you?
rules and regulations. You must have the same regulations for both the foreigner and the native born.
On the day the tabernacle, the tent of the covenant law, was set up, the cloud covered it. From evening till morning, the cloud above the tabernacle looked like fire. That is how it continued to be. The cloud covered it.
I'd like
And
to
at
give a
night
shout out
it
to
looked like
all
fire.
100 of you plus
Whenever the cloud lifted from above the tent, the Israelites
who
set
are
out.
along for the ride currently.
Wherever the cloud
I
settled,
honestly can't
the
believe
Israelites
it.
encamped.
I thought I was gonna stream this to 15 viewers.
At his command, they encamped. As long as the cloud stayed over the tabernacle, they remained in camp. When the cloud remained over the tabernacle a long time, the Israelites obeyed the Lord's order.
This is some of the worst content that I've ever consumed.
Sometimes the cloud was over the tabernacle only a few days. At the Lord's command, they would encamp, and then at his command, they would set out. Sometimes the cloud stayed only from evening till morning, and when it lifted in the morning, they set out. Whether by day or by night, whenever the cloud lifted, they set out. Whether the cloud stayed over the tabernacle for 2 days, or a month, or a year, the Israelites would remain in camp and not set out. But when it lifted, they would set out. At the Lord's command, they encamped, and at the Lord's command, they set out. They obeyed the Lord's order in accordance with his command through Moses. Chapter 10. The Lord said to Moses,
Make 2 trumpets of hammered silver, and use them
it is very
for
curious
calling
that
the community together, and for having the camps
that the Lord our
set
God
out.
specifically
When
said,
both
you
are
cannot
sounded, the whole
experience
community
me,
is
or
to
you will
assemble
die. You
before
have to
at
go
the
through.
entrance to the
You
tent of
have to go
meeting.
through Moses.
If only one is sounded, the leaders, the heads of the clans of Israel,
And this
are
was
to
all
assemble
written by
before
Moses?
you. When a trumpet blast is sounded, the tribes camping on the east are to set out. At the sounding of a second blast,
I'm hearing you
the
critique the
camps
Bible like it's
on
a
the
video game or
south
anime.
are to
I mean,
set
why
out.
should I view it under
The blast
any,
will be the
any other
signal for
lens?
setting out. To gather the assembly, blow the trumpets, but not with the signal for setting out. The sons of Aaron, the priests, are to blow the trumpets. This is to be a lasting ordinance for you and the generations to come. When you go into battle in your own land against an enemy who is oppressing you, sound a blast on the trumpets. Then you will be remembered by the Lord your God and rescued from your enemies. Also, at your times of rejoicing, your appointed festivals and new moon feasts, you are to sound the trumpets over your burnt offerings
Moses was
and
a bag
fellowship
getter.
offerings.
Kind of seems
and
like
they
it
will be a memorial for you before
This kind of
your
feels
God.
like a grift to me. I don't know.
am the
It's like a
Lord, your God.
This is an
On
MLM
the
that
20th
spiraled
day of
way
the
out of
second
control.
month of the second year, the cloud lifted from above the tabernacle of the covenant law. Then the Israelites set out from the desert of Sinai and traveled from place to place until the cloud came to rest in the desert of Paran. They set out this first time at the Lord's command through Moses. The divisions of the camp of Judah went first. Under their standard, Nahshon, son of Amminadab, was in command. Nethanel, son of Zur, was over the division of the tribe of Issachar, and Eliab, son of Helon, was over the division of the tribe of Zebulun. Then the tabernacle was taken down, and the Gershonites and Merarites who carried it set out. The divisions of the camp of Reuben went next, under their standard. Elizur, son of Shedeur, was in command. Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai, was over the division of the tribe of Simeon, and Eliasaph, son of Duel, was over the division of the tribe of Gad. Then the Kohathites set out, carrying the holy things. The tabernacle was to be set up before they arrived.
Number one Bible reader on Twitch right now. I can't believe it.
Under their standard. Elishama, son of Ammihud, was in command.
I wonder if I have the most.
Was over the division of the tribe of Manasseh.
I wonder if I have the
Abidin,
most.
Son of Gideoni, was over the division of the tribe of Benjamin. Finally,
I wonder if I have the most viewership on the entire internet
the divisions of the camp
right
of
now
Dan set out under their standard.
for Bible
Ahiezer,
content.
son of Ammishaddai, was in command. Pagiel, son of Ochran, was over the division of the tribe of Asher.
You know, it feels like a
And Ahira, son
Sunday
of Enan,
morning or
was over
something.
the division
There's
of
like
the
no
tribe of
shot,
Naphtali.
but I am off
This
worship
was the order
hours.
of
You know.
march for the Israelite divisions as they set out. Now Moses said to Hobab, son of Reuel, the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law,
We are setting out for the place about which the Lord said, I will give it to you. Come with us, and we will treat you well, for the Lord has promised good things to Israel.
He answered,
No, I will not go. I am going back to my own land and my own people.
But Moses said,
Please do not leave us. You know where we should camp in the wilderness, and you can be our eyes. If you come with us, we will share with you whatever good things the Lord gives us.
So they set out from the mountain of the Lord and traveled for 3 days. The ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them during those 3 days to find them a place to rest. The cloud of the Lord was over them by day when they set out from the
Christian
camp.
TikTok goes hard.
Whenever the ark set out, Moses
Or are they
said,
streaming?
Rise up, Lord. May
Like,
your
in terms of
enemies
like
be
video
scattered.
viewership,
May your
absolutely
foes
not. But
flee before
are they
you.
live streaming right
Whenever it
now
came to
on
rest,
like
he
a?
said,
Return, Lord,
What are the
to
Instagram
the
stories
countless
like?
thousands of Israel.
Chapter 11. Now the people complained about their hardships in the
Yo,
hearing
oh my
of the
God,
Lord.
is
And when he
are
heard
events
them,
happening
his anger
again?
was aroused. Then fire from the Lord burned among them, and consumed some of the outskirts of the camp. When the people cried out to Moses, he prayed to the Lord, and the fire died down. So that place was called Taberah, because fire from the Lord had burned among them. The rabble with them began to crave other food, and again the Israelites started wailing and said,
If only we had meat to eat. We remember the fish we ate in Egypt at no cost.
Wait, why
Also
are we
the
lighting people on
cucumbers,
fire?
melons, leeks, onions, and garlic. But now we have lost our appetite. We never see anything but this manna.
The manna was like coriander seed and looked like resin. The people went around gathering it, and then ground it in a hand mill or crushed it in a mortar. They cooked it in a pot or made it into loaves, and it tasted like something made with olive oil. When the dew settled on the camp at night, the manna also came down. Moses heard the people of every family wailing at the entrance to their tents. The Lord became exceedingly angry, and Moses was troubled. He asked the Lord,
Why have you brought this trouble on your servant? What have I done to displease you, that you put the burden of all these people on me? Did I conceive all these people? Did I give them birth? Why do you tell me to carry them in my arms, as a nurse carries an infant to the land you promised on oath to their ancestors?
Praying for
Where
God does a
can
little
I
trolling.
get meat
Like,
for all these people?
what's
They
the
keep
people
wailing
complain
to
about
me,
their hardships
"Give
and the
us
hearing of the
meat to
Lord?
eat." I cannot carry
And then
all
he
these people
got
by
mad and
myself.
set
The
them on
burden
fire?
is too heavy for me. If this is how you're going to treat me,
Am I
please
interpreting
go
this
ahead
correctly?
and kill me if I have found favor in your eyes, and do not let me face my own ruin.
The Lord said to Moses,
Bring me 70 of Israel's elders who are known to you as leaders and officials among the people. Have them come to the tent of meeting, that they may stand there with you. I will come down and speak with you there, and I will take some of the power of the Spirit that is on you and put it on them. They will share the burden of the people with you, so that you will not have to carry it alone. Tell the people, consecrate yourselves in preparation for tomorrow, when you will eat meat. The Lord heard you when you wailed, If only we had meat to eat. We were better off in Egypt. Now the Lord will give you meat, and you will eat it. You will not eat it for just 1 day, or 2 days, or 5, 10, or 20 days, but for a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and you loathe it, because you have rejected the Lord who is among you, and have wailed before him, saying, Why did we
Oh my
ever
God, why is he?
leave
He is
Egypt?
so petty.
But Moses said,
Come on.
Here
He's like,
I am
oh, you
among
want meat?
600,000
I'm going to give you
men
so
on
much
foot,
meat
and
that you
say,
hate it.
I will give them meat to eat for a whole month. Would they have enough if flocks and herds were slaughtered for them? Would they have enough if all the fish in the sea were caught for them?
The Lord answered Moses,
Is the Lord's arm too short? Now you will see whether or not what I say will come true for you.
So Moses went out and
Why
told
is he
the
being
people
such a
what the Lord
cock?
had said. He brought together 70 of their elders and had them stand around the tent. Then the Lord came down in the cloud and spoke with him, and he took some of the power of the Spirit that was on him and put it on the 70 elders. When the Spirit rested on them, they prophesied, but did not do so again. However, 2 men, whose names were Eldad and Medad, had remained in the camp. They were listed among the elders, but did not go out to the tent. Yet the Spirit also rested on them, and they prophesied in the camp. A young man ran and told Moses,
Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp.
Joshua, son of Nun, who had been Moses' aide since youth, spoke up and said,
Moses,
Joshua.
my lord, stop them.
But Moses replied,
Are you jealous for my sake? I wish that all the Lord's people were prophets, and that the Lord would put his Spirit on them.
Then Moses and the elders of Israel returned to the camp. Now a wind went out from the Lord and
Doesn't
drove
come off as a
quail in from the
benevolent,
sea.
omnipotent being. He
It
comes off
scattered
as
them
a
up to
petty
2 cubits deep
asshole.
all around the camp, as far as a
Yeah, it's
day's
like-
walk in any direction.
Like, man, like, we
All
just
that
asked for
day and
food. It's
night,
like, oh
and
yeah,
all
you
the
want some
next day,
meat,
the
do
people
you?
went out and gathered
You little
quail.
piggies.
No one gathered less than 10 homers. Then
Yeah,
they
you're
spread them
complaining
out
about the
all around
meat.
the camp.
He's,
But while
dude.
the meat was still between
No,
their teeth,
Numbers 11,
and
God is
before it
going
could
through
be
one.
consumed, the anger of the Lord burned against the people, and he struck them with a severe plague. Therefore the place was named Kibroth Hattaavah, because there they buried the people who had craved other food. From Kibroth-Hattaavah, the people traveled to Hazirith and stayed there.
Dude, like,
Chapter 12.
What do you want, man?
Miriam and Aaron began to
what?
talk
Literally,
against
what do
Moses
you want
because
from
of
me?
his Cushite wife, for he had married a Cushite.
Has the Lord spoken only through Moses?
They
Like,
asked,
actually,
Hasn't he
what
also
do you want me to do so that you
And
do
the Lord
not
heard this.
strike me
Now
with a
Moses was
terrible
very humble
illness?
man, more humble than anyone else on the face of the earth. At once the Lord said to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam,
"Come out to the tent of meeting, all 3 of you."
So the 3 of them
Oh my
went
God, we
out,
have to go to the principal's
and
office.
The Lord came down in a
No.
pillar of cloud. He stood at the entrance to the tent and summoned Aaron and Miriam. When the 2 of them stepped forward, he said,
"Listen
Very key
to
for your
my
highlighting
words.
colors. No.
When there is a prophet among
red
you,
is stuff that we've
I, the Lord,
already read,
reveal
and then
myself to them
I
in
highlight the
visions.
other stuff in
I
random
speak
colors.
to them in dreams. But this is not true
It's either
of
red
my
or it's
servant
not.
Moses. He is faithful in all my house. With him I speak face to face, clearly, and not in riddles. He sees the form of the Lord. Why then were you not
Like
afraid
God's
to
advocate,
speak
the manna they
against
ate
my servant
was nourishing
Moses?
and was infinitely
The
generated.
anger of the
And God
Lord
was angry
burned
that the
against them,
Israelites wanted to
and
go
he
back
left
into
them.
slavery.
When the cloud lifted from above the tent,
Did they want to go
Miriam's
back into
skin was
slavery? They
leprous.
just said that they
It
wanted some
became as
meat,
white as
right?
snow. Aaron turned toward her and saw that she had a defiling skin disease. And he said to Moses,
Please, my lord, I ask you not to hold against us the sin we have so foolishly committed. Do not let her be like a stillborn infant coming from its mother's womb with its flesh half eaten away.
So Moses cried out to the Lord.
Please, God, heal her!
The Lord replied to Moses,
If her father had spit in her face, would she not have been in disgrace for 7 days? Confine her outside the camp for 7 days. After that, she can be brought back.
So Miriam was confined outside the camp
They wanted
for
to
7
meet
days,
like when they were in
and the
Egypt,
people
is
did
what
not
they
move
said.
on till she was brought back. After that, the people left Hazirith and encamped in the desert of Paran.
I mean,
Chapter 13.
I feel like we're
The
being
Lord
very
said to Moses,
picky about the
Send
language.
some men to explore the land of Canaan,
Oh,
which I am
geez.
giving to
Oh,
the
man.
Israelites. From each ancestral tribe, send one of its leaders.
So at the Lord's command, Moses sent them out from the desert of Paran. All of them were leaders of the Israelites. These are their names. From the tribe of Reuben, Shemuah.
Yeah, I don't
son of
know. I
Zachar.
think,
From the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat,
regardless
son
of the
Hori.
wording, I think the
From
point
the tribe of Judah,
is that they
Caleb,
wanted
son of
they
Jephunneh.
wanted some meat.
From the tribe of Issachar,
He's like, yeah, you want
Igal, son of
meat?
Joseph.
Yeah, you fucking want some
From
meat,
the
do
tribe
ya?
of Ephraim,
It's like,
Hoshea,
yeah,
son of
like
Nun.
is that
From
a
the
problem?
Tribe of Benjamin, Paltai,
It's
son
just-
of Raphu.
It's like, oh yeah, you guys
From the
aren't
tribe of
grateful for the
Zebulun,
bread.
Gaddiel, son of Sodai.
Like, come on,
From the
man.
tribe of
Like,
Manasseh, a tribe
it's just
of
an
Joseph,
offhanded comment.
Gadai, son of Susai.
It's just, yeah,
From
it
the
would be
tribe of
pretty
Dan,
nice if we had some meat.
Amiel, son of Gamalai. From the tribe of Asher,
That's all I'm saying. Is that'd be
Sether, son
like,
of
I would
Michael.
like it if we had
From
that.
the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai, son
Is
of
that a
Bophsai.
bad thing?
From the tribe of Gad, Guel, son of Machi. These are the names of the men Moses sent to explore the land.
And then we just started
Moses
throwing a
gave
fit.
Hoshea, son of Nun, the name Joshua. When Moses sent them to explore Canaan, he said,
Go up through the Negev and on into the hill country. See what the land is like, and whether the people who live there are strong or weak, few or many. What kind of land do they live in? Is it good or bad? What kind of towns do they live in? Are they unwalled or fortified? How is the
Is it a
soil?
gated
Is
community?
it fertile or poor? Are there trees in it or not? Do your best to bring back some of the fruit of the land.
it was the season for the first ripe grapes. So they went up and explored the land from the desert of Zin as far as Rehob toward Lebo-Hamath. They went up through the Negev and came to Hebron, where Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, lived. Hebron had been built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. When they reached the valley of Eshcol, they cut off a branch bearing a single cluster of grapes. 2 of them carried it on a pole between them, along with some pomegranates and figs. That place was called the Valley of Eshcol because of the cluster of grapes the Israelites cut off there. At the end of 40 days, they returned from exploring the land. They came back to Moses and Aaron and the whole Israelite community at Kadesh in the desert of Paran. There they reported to them and to the whole assembly and showed them the fruit of the land. They gave Moses this account.
We went into the land to which you sent us, and it does flow with milk and honey. Here is its fruit. But the people who live there are powerful, and the cities are fortified and very large. We even saw descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites live in the Negev, the Hittites, Jebusites, and Amorites live in the hill country, and the Canaanites live near the sea and along the Jordan.
Then Caleb silenced the people before Moses and said,
We should go up and take possession of the land, for we can certainly do it.
But the men who had gone up with him said,
We can't attack those people. They are stronger than we are.
And they spread among the Israelites a bad report about the land they had explored. They said,
The land we explored devours those living in it. All the people we saw there are of great size. We saw the Nephilim there. The descendants of Anak come from the Nephilim. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them.
Chapter 14. That night, all the members of the community raised their voices and wept aloud. All the Israelites grumbled against Moses and Aaron, and the whole assembly said to them,
If only we had died in Egypt, or in this wilderness.
I hate living.
Why is the Lord bringing us to this land only to let us fall by the sword? Our wives and children will be taken as plunder. Wouldn't it be better for us to go back to Egypt?
And they said to each other,
Actually, slavery is awesome.
We should choose a leader and go back to Egypt.
Then Moses and Aaron fell face down in front of the whole Israelite assembly gathered there. Joshua son of Nun and Caleb son of Jephunneh, who were among those who had explored the land, tore their clothes and said to the entire Israelite assembly,
The land we passed through and explored is exceedingly good. If the Lord is pleased with us, he will lead us into that land, a land flowing with milk and honey, and will give it to us. Only do not rebel against the Lord, and do not be afraid of the people of the land, because we will devour them. The protection is gone, but the Lord is with us. Do not be afraid of them.
But the whole assembly talked about stoning them. Then the glory of the Lord appeared at the tent of meeting to all the Israelites. The Lord said to Moses,
Closed hearing is a weird thing that keeps coming up.
Treat me with contempt?
Yeah, I think it just means that you're.
How long will they refuse to
it's
believe
like a
in me, in
testament
spite of
that
all
you are
the signs
not
I have
conforming
among them? I will strike them down with a plague and destroy them, but I will make you into a nation greater and stronger than they.
Moses said to the Lord,
Then the Egyptians will hear about it. By your power you brought these people up from among them,
again.
And they will tell the inhabitants of this land about it. They have already heard that you, Lord, are with these people, and that you, Lord, have been seen face to face, that your cloud stays over them, and that you go before them in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. If you put all these people to death, leaving none alive, the nations who have heard this report about you will say,
React content.
The Lord was not able to bring
what does that
these
mean?
people into the land he promised them on oath, so he slaughtered them in the wilderness. Now may the Lord's strength be displayed, just as you have declared. The Lord is slow to anger, abounding in love.
That is
and
not true.
Sin and
this is
yet
this
he does
is
not leave
false.
the guilty unpunished.
That
He
is
punishes
absolutely
the children
not
for the
true.
sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation. In accordance with your great love, forgive the sin of these people.
He punishes the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation.
Until now.
The Lord replied,
I have forgiven them, as you asked. Nevertheless, as surely as I live, and as surely as the glory of the Lord fills the whole earth, not one of those who saw my glory and the signs I performed in Egypt and in the wilderness, but who disobeyed me and tested me 10 times, not one of them will ever see the land I promised on oath to their ancestors. No one who has treated me with contempt will ever see it. But because my servant Caleb has a different spirit
gonna find
and
God
follows
because of
me
you?
wholeheartedly,
That would be
I will bring him
pretty
into the
incredible.
land he went to, and his descendants will inherit it. Since the Amalekites and the Canaanites are living in the valleys, turn back tomorrow and set out toward the desert, along the route to the Red Sea.
Love that we have
The
to
Lord
reason
said
with
to
the
Moses and
all-knowing
Aaron,
God.
How long will this wicked community grumble against me? I have heard the complaints of these grumbling Israelites.
Dude, he's
tell them,
actually venting.
as surely as I live, declares the Lord, I will do to you the very thing I heard you say. In this wilderness your bodies will fall, every one of you 20 years old or more, who was counted in the census, and who has grumbled against me. Not one of you will enter the land I swore with uplifted hand to make your home, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun. As for your children, that you said would be taken as plunder, I will bring them in to enjoy the land you have rejected. But as for you, your bodies will fall in this wilderness. Your children will be shepherds here for 40 years, suffering for your unfaithfulness, until the last of your bodies lies in the wilderness. For 40 years, 1 year for each of the 40 days you explored the land, you will suffer for your sins and know what it is like to have me against you. I, the Lord, have spoken. And I will surely do these things to this whole wicked community, which has banded together against me. They will meet their end in this wilderness. Here they will die.
So the men Moses had sent to explore the land returned and made the whole community grumble against him by spreading a bad report about it. These men who were responsible for spreading the bad report about the land were struck down and died of a plague before the Lord. Of the men who went to explore the land, only Joshua son of Nun and Caleb son of Jephunneh survived. When Moses reported this to all the Israelites, they mourned bitterly. Early the next morning, they set out for the highest point in the hill country, saying,
anyone remember
Now we are ready to go up to the land the Lord promised. Surely we have sinned.
But Moses
remember in Genesis whenever he claims that he doesn't want to kill everybody
this will not
ever
succeed.
again, but
do not go up, because the
I
Lord
guess
is not
he's
with
not
you.
killing everyone.
You will be defeated by your enemies.
We only just
For
killed
the
all the
Amalekites
Egyptian
and the
army, and now we're
Canaanites
killing
will
all
face you
literally
there.
his own followers.
Because you have turned away from the Lord, He will not be with you, and you will fall by the sword.
I think this is the most whack thing that God has done to this point.
They went up toward the highest point in the hill country.
These are literally your guys.
Neither Moses nor the ark of the Lord's covenant moved from the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who lived in that hill country came down and attacked them, and beat them down all the way to Hormah.
These are literally your guys.
Chapter 15. The Lord said to Moses,
Speak to the Israelites, and say to them, After you enter the land I am giving you as a home, and you present to the Lord food offerings from the herd or the flock,
if I was
as
playing
an
a God, some
aroma
of my guys hated me
pleasing
from
to
day
the
one,
Lord,
I'd probably
whether
flood 'em.
burnt offerings or sacrifices,
Well,
for special
it was
vows
claimed
or
that
free-will
that the
offerings
people
or
had
festival
become
offerings.
wicked or whatever,
Then
but
the person who brings an offering
is
shall
that not your
present
fault?
to the Lord a grain offering of a tenth of an ephah of
Do
the
you not
finest
accept personal
flour
responsibility?
mixed with a quarter of a hin
You made them
of
like
olive
this.
oil. With each lamb for the burnt offering or the sacrifice, prepare a quarter of a hin of wine as a drink offering. With a ram, prepare a grain offering of 2/10 of an ephah of the finest flour, mixed with a third
They're actually
of a
made
hin
in your
of
image.
olive oil, and
Oh.
a third of a hin of wine
Like,
as a
do
drink
better.
offering. Offer it as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. When you prepare a young bull as a burnt offering or sacrifice, for a special vow or a fellowship
Offerings for
offering to the
unintentional
Lord,
sins.
bring with the bull a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the
God, it's
finest
too complex to
flour,
understand.
mixed
Now let me
with
explain
half
why
a
he
hin
hates
of
gay
olive
people.
oil, and also bring half a hin of wine as a drink offering. This will be a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. Each bull or ram, each lamb or young goat is to be prepared in this manner. Do this for each one, for as many as you prepare. Everyone who is native born must do these things in this way when they present a food offering as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. For the generations to come, whenever a foreigner or anyone else living among you presents a food offering as an aroma pleasing to the Lord, they must do exactly as you do. The community is to have the same rules for you and for the foreigner residing among you. This is a lasting
Israelites were
ordinance for the
comically
generations
impatient.
to come.
Well,
you and the foreigner shall be the same before the Lord.
I don't know.
The same laws and regulations
It's kind of a large pill to swallow, you know.
To the foreigner residing
if you're the
among
Israelites,
the Lord
in
said
my
to
opinion.
Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land to which I am taking you, and you eat the food of the land, present a portion as an offering to the Lord. Present a loaf from the first of your ground meal and present it as an offering from the threshing floor. Throughout the generations to come, you are to give this offering to the Lord from the first of your ground meal. Now, if you, as a community, unintentionally fail to keep any of these commands the Lord gave Moses, any of the Lord's commands to you through him, from the day the Lord gave them and continuing through the generations to come, and if this is done unintentionally,
glossed over that aspect pretty fast.
then
like
the whole community is
there's like
to
one
offer
chapter
a
of
young
Genesis
bull
where he made
for a
everything,
burnt
and then in the next
offering
chapter
as
he
an
made
aroma
man,
pleasing
and then
to
we
the
fast
Lord,
forwarded like
along with its
a couple of
prescribed
thousand
grain
of
offering and
thousand
drink
of
offering,
years.
and a male goat for a sin offering. The priest is to make atonement for the whole Israelite community, and they will be forgiven, for it was not intentional, and they have presented to the Lord for their wrong a food offering and a sin offering. The whole Israelite community and the foreigners residing among them will be forgiven, because all the people were involved in the unintentional wrong. But if just one person sins unintentionally, that person must bring a year-old female goat for a sin offering.
Did we kill? Is this post us killing everybody for too much grumbling? They were bitching and moaning too hard, so we killed them all except for two guys.
One and the same law applies to everyone who sins unintentionally, whether a native-born Israelite or a foreigner residing among you. But anyone who sins defiantly,
he's like, oh yeah, you didn't mean it, but you know, I'm mad nonetheless,
and must be cut off from the people of Israel, because they have despised the Lord's word and broken his commands. They must surely be cut off. Their guilt remains on them.
The Sabbath
While
breaker.
the Israelites were in the wilderness, a man was found gathering wood on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering wood brought him to Moses and Aaron and the whole assembly, and they kept him in custody because it was not clear what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses,
"The man must die. The whole assembly must stone him outside the camp."
Gathering
so the
wood.
assembly took him outside the camp and stoned him to death, as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses,
"Speak to the Israelites and say to them, throughout the generations to come, you are to make tassels on the corners of your garments, with a blue cord on each tassel. You will have these
for gathering
tassels to
wood,
look at, and so you will remember all the commands of the Lord, that you may obey them and not prostitute yourselves by chasing after the lusts of your own hearts and eyes. Then you will remember to obey all my commands and will be consecrated to your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God."
We
Chapter
really
16.
like this phrasing.
Korah, son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and certain Reubenites, Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, and On, son of Peleth, became insolent, and rose up against Moses. With them were 250 Israelite men, well-known community leaders who had been appointed members of the council. They came as a group to oppose Moses and Aaron.
Man, a guy gathered wood on a Sunday, and we kill him.
The whole community is holy, every one of them, and the Lord is with them.
For picking up wood on a Sunday, we kill him?
Set yourselves above
Come
the Lord's
on,
assembly.
what's the difference?
When Moses heard this, he fell face
Who
down.
cares?
Then he said to Korah and all his followers,
"In the morning the Lord will show
Imagine
who
if we did
belongs
that,
to him
yeah.
and who is holy, and he will
That's why
have
Chick-fil-A
that
is
person
closed
come
on
near
Sunday.
him. The man he chooses he will cause to come near him. You, Korah, and all your followers are to do this. Take censers and tomorrow put burning coals and incense in them before the Lord. The man the Lord chooses will be the one who is holy. You Levites have gone too far."
Moses also said to Korah,
"Now listen, you Levites. Isn't it enough for you that the God of Israel has separated you from the rest of the Israelite community and brought you near himself to do the work at the Lord's tabernacle and to stand before the community and minister to them? He has brought you and all your fellow Levites near himself. but now you are trying to get the priesthood too. It is against the Lord that you and all your followers have banded together. Who is Aaron that you should grumble against him?
Then Moses summoned Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab. But they said,
We will not come. Isn't it enough that you have brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness? And now you also want to lord it over us? Moreover, you haven't brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey, or given us an inheritance of fields and vineyards. Do you want to treat these men like slaves? No, we will not come.
Then Moses became very angry and said to the Lord,
Do not accept their offering. I have not taken so much as a donkey from them, nor have I wronged
otherwise known
any
as
of
to
them.
treat them like slaves.
Moses said to Korah,
You and all your followers are to appear before the Lord tomorrow. You and they and Aaron. Each man is to take his censer and put incense in it, 250 censers in all, and present it before the Lord. You and Aaron are to present your censers also.
So each of them took his censer, put burning coals and incense in it, and stood with Moses
This seems
and
like a
Aaron
witch
at
trial.
the entrance to the tent of meeting. When Korah had gathered all his followers in opposition to them at the entrance to the tent of meeting, the glory of the Lord appeared to the entire assembly. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
Separate yourselves from this assembly so I can put an end to them at once.
But
God
Moses
is very
and Aaron
involved
fell face down
in
and
this
cried
particular
out,
group of people.
God, the God who gives breath to all living things. Will you be angry with the entire assembly when only one man sins?
Are we a
Then the
big
Lord said to
traveling
Moses,
group of people
Say
that
to
numbers
the
600,000
Move
currently,
away from
or
the tents
are a lot
of
of those
Korah,
tribe numbers that we
Dathan, and
described
Abiram.
at the start of the chapter
Moses got up
elsewhere?
and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him.
Are we
He warned
nomadic?
the assembly,
Move back from the tents of these wicked men.
The
Do not
Israelites
touch anything belonging to them,
and,
or
and
you
also
will be
the
swept
Levites,
away because of
I
all their
suppose.
sins.
So they moved away from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Dathan and Abiram had come out and were standing with their wives, children, and little ones at the entrances to their tents. Then Moses said,
This is how you will know that the Lord has sent me to do all these things, and that it was not my idea. If these men die a natural death and suffer the fate of all mankind, then the Lord has not
What
sent
is a
me.
natural death?
But if the Lord brings about something totally new, and the earth opens its mouth and swallows them with everything that belongs to them, and they go down alive into the realm of the dead, then you will know that these men have
This
treated
is not
the
a
Lord
concept
with
that we have
contempt.
established.
As
What
soon
is
as
the
he
realm of
finished
the
saying all
dead?
this, the ground under them split apart, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them and their households, and all those associated with Korah, together with their possessions. They went down alive into the realm of the dead, with everything they owned. The earth closed over them, and they perished and were gone from the community. At their cries, all the Israelites around them fled, shouting,
The earth is going to swallow us too!
And fire came out from the Lord and consumed the 250 men who
Holy
were offering
shit.
the incense. The Lord said to Moses,
Tell Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, to remove the censers from the charred remains and scatter the coals some distance away, for the censers are holy, the censers of the men who sinned at the cost of their lives. Hammer the censers into sheets to overlay the altar, for they were presented before the Lord and have become holy. Let them be a sign to the Israelites.
So Eleazar the priest collected the bronze censers brought by those who had been burned to death, and he had them hammered out to overlay the altar, as the Lord directed him through Moses. This was to remind the Israelites that no one except a descendant of Aaron should come to burn incense before the Lord, or he would become like Korah and his followers. The next day, the whole Israelite community grumbled against Moses and Aaron.
You have killed the Lord's people,
they said. But when the assembly gathered in opposition to Moses and Aaron and turned toward the tent of meeting, suddenly the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. Then Moses and Aaron went to the front of the tent of meeting, and the Lord said to Moses,
Get away from this assembly, so I can put an end to them at once.
And they fell face down. Then Moses said to Aaron,
Take your censer and put incense in it, along with burning coals from the altar, and hurry to the assembly to make atonement for them. Wrath has come out from the Lord. The plague has started.
So Aaron did as Moses said, and ran into the midst of the assembly. The plague had already started among the people, but Aaron offered the incense and made atonement for them. He stood between the living and the dead, and the plague stopped. But 14,700 people died from the plague, in addition to those who had died because of Korah. Then Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance to the tent of meeting.
In addition to those who died because of Korah. Dude, like...
Chapter 17.
I'm sorry. God, I'm sorry.
Speak to the Israelites and get 12
I didn't do it. It's
staffs
just
from
like
them,
that was just
one
the
from
guy
the
who
leader of
proclaims
each
to be
of
the
their
leader. Like I didn't do it.
tribes.
Why do I
Write
get
the
swallowed
name
into
of
the
each
earth?
man on his staff. On the staff
How
of
is this
Levi,
put on to
write
me?
Aaron's name, for there must be one staff
it's collective
for the
punishment
head
again.
Of each ancestral tribe. Place them in the tent of meeting in front of the ark of the covenant law, where I meet with you. The staff belonging to the man I choose will sprout, and I will rid myself of this constant grumbling against you by the Israelites.
So Moses spoke to the Israelites, and their leaders gave him 12 staffs, one for the leader of each of their ancestral tribes. And Aaron's staff was among them. Moses placed the staffs before the Lord in the tent of the covenant
only
law.
capable of AoE
The next
curse.
day Moses entered the tent and saw that Aaron's staff, which represented the tribe of Levi, had not only sprouted, but had budded, blossomed, and produced almonds.
Yo, almonds.
Then Moses brought out
Tasty.
all the staffs from the Lord's presence to all the Israelites. They looked at them, and each of the leaders took his own staff. The Lord said to Moses,
Put back Aaron's staff in front of the ark of the covenant law, to be kept as a sign to the rebellious. This will put an end to their grumbling against me, so that they will not
That one
die.
stuff that transformed into a snake.
Moses
Whatever happened to
did
that?
just as the Lord commanded him.
Ran out of mana
The
or
Israelites
something.
said
I don't
to
know.
Moses,
We will die.
We used it once.
We are lost. We are all lost. Anyone who even comes near the tabernacle of the Lord will die. Are we all going to die?
Chapter 18. The Lord said to Aaron,
You, your sons, and your family are to bear the responsibility for offenses connected with the sanctuary, and you and your sons alone are to bear the
The
responsibility
snake staff served
for
its
offenses connected
its
with
narrative
the
role,
priesthood.
so we can
Bring your fellow
don't gotta use it
Levites
anymore.
from your ancestral tribe to join you and assist you when you and your sons minister before the tent of the covenant law. They are to be responsible to you and are to perform all the duties of the tent. But they must not go near the furnishings of the sanctuary or the altar. Otherwise both they and you will die. They are to join you and be responsible for the care of the tent of meeting, all the work at the tent, and no one else may come near where you are. You are to be responsible for the care of the sanctuary and the altar, so that my wrath will not fall on the Israelites again. I myself have selected your fellow Levites from among the Israelites as a gift to you, dedicated to the Lord to do the work at the tent of meeting. But only you and your sons may serve as priests in connection with everything at the altar and inside the curtain. I am giving you the service of the priesthood as a gift. Anyone else who comes near the sanctuary
as a
is
gift
to be put to death.
Man,
Then the Lord said to Aaron,
we really don't want people to come near the place of worship,
in charge of the offerings presented
lest we
to
kill
me.
them.
All the holy offerings the Israelites give me, I give to you and your sons as your portion, your perpetual share. You are to have the part of the most holy offerings that is kept from the fire. From all the gifts they bring me as most holy offerings, whether grain or sin or guilt offerings, that part belongs to you and your sons. Eat it as something most holy. Every male shall eat it. You must regard it as holy. This also is yours,
Owned.
whatever is set aside from the gifts of all the wave offerings of the Israelites. I give this to you and your sons and daughters as your perpetual share. Everyone in your household who is ceremonially clean may eat it. I give you all the finest olive oil and all the finest
This means if you
wine
cummed,
and grain they give the Lord as the
if you've
first
camed
fruits
today,
of their
you can't
harvest.
have the wave offerings.
They bring to the Lord will be yours. Everyone in your household who is ceremonially clean may eat it. Everything in Israel that is devoted to the Lord is yours. The first offspring of every womb, both human and animal, that is offered to the Lord is yours. But you must redeem every firstborn son and every firstborn male of unclean animals. When they are a month old, you must redeem them at the redemption price set at 5 shekels of silver, according
The
to the
redemption
sanctuary
price.
shekel, which weighs 20
Yeah.
gerahs.
Yeah, you don't
But
get
you
any.
must
if
not
it-
redeem the firstborn of a cow,
25%
a
of the
sheep,
time,
or a
like,
goat.
oopsie whoopsie, sorry.
They are holy.
No offerings for
Splash
you.
their blood against the altar and burn their fat as a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord.
Aw, jeez, we're back to this. Oh, we've already been over this.
As the breast of the wave offering
I don't know,
and the
go
right
set people on
thigh
fire
are
again. That was more interesting.
Whatever is set aside from the holy offerings the Israelites present to the Lord, I give to you and your sons and daughters as your perpetual share. It is an everlasting covenant of salt before the Lord for both you and your offspring.
The Lord said to
I think
Aaron,
the church office
You will
part of
have
its very
no
inception.
inheritance
Well, why else
in
would you
their
make
land, nor will you have any share among them. I am your share and your inheritance among the Israelites. I give to the Levites all the tithes in Israel as their inheritance, in return for the work they do while serving at the tent of meeting. From now on, the Israelites must not go near the tent of meeting, or they will bear the consequences of their sin and will die. It is the Levites who are to do the work.
Do not
at
approach
the
the
tent of
tent.
meeting and bear the responsibility for any offenses they commit against it. This is a lasting ordinance for the generations to come. They will receive no inheritance among the Israelites. Instead, I give to the Levites as their inheritance the tithes that the Israelites present as an offering to the Lord. That is why I said concerning them, they will have no inheritance among the Israelites.
The Lord said to Moses,
Speak to the Levites and say to them, When you receive from the Israelites the tithe I give you as your inheritance, you must present 1/10 of that tithe as the Lord's offering. Your offering will be reckoned to you as grain from the threshing floor or juice from the winepress. In this way, you also will present an offering to the Lord from all the tithes you receive from the Israelites. From these tithes, you must give the Lord's portion to Aaron the priest. You must present as the Lord's portion the best and holiest part of everything.
Yo, what do I do
you.
if Aaron isn't around anymore?
Say to the Levites, when you present the best
Why is this
part,
why is this relevant to me?
You as the product of the threshing floor or the winepress. You and your households may eat the rest of it anywhere, for it is your wages for your work at the tent of meeting. By presenting the best part of it, you will not be guilty in this matter. Then you will not defile the holy offerings of the Israelites, and you will not die.
But don't mess up, otherwise you will die.
Chapter 19. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron,
This is a requirement of the law that the Lord has commanded. Tell the Israelites to bring you a red heifer without defect or blemish, and that has never been under a yoke. Give it to Eleazar the priest. It is to be taken outside the camp and slaughtered in his presence. Then Eleazar the priest is to take some of its blood on his finger and sprinkle it 7 times toward the front of the tent of meeting. While he watches, the heifer is to be burned, its hide, flesh, blood, and intestines. The priest is to take some cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet wool and throw them onto the burning heifer. After that, the priest must wash his clothes and bathe himself with water.
Why are we lighting
he may
a cow
then
on
come
fire?
into the camp, but he will be ceremonially unclean till evening. The man who burns it must also wash his clothes and bathe with water, and he too will be unclean till evening. A man who is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer and put them in a ceremonially clean place outside the camp. They are to be kept by the Israelite community for use in the water of cleansing. It is for purification from sin. The man who gathers up the ashes of the heifer must also wash his clothes, and he too will be unclean till evening. This will be a lasting ordinance both for the Israelites and for
I'm
the
just the guy who picks up the
residing among
ashes.
them.
I don't want to do that.
Whoever touches a human corpse will be unclean for 7 days. They must purify themselves with the water on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, then they will be clean. But if they do not purify themselves on the 3rd and 7th days, they will not be clean.
We're at numbers.
If they
We're in like the
fail
middle
to
of
purify
numbers.
themselves after touching a human corpse, they defile the Lord's tabernacle. They must be cut off from Israel. because the water of cleansing has not been sprinkled on them. They are unclean. Their uncleanness remains on them.
How is it?
This is the law that applies when a person
It's a bunch of really
dies
whack
in a tent.
census stuff followed by God just essentially setting up the Israelites for failure and then punishing them for it.
Open container
it's pretty messed up.
Fastened on it will be unclean. Anyone out in
Some
the
real
open
Garden of Eden kind of stuff.
Who has been killed with a sword, or someone who has died a natural death, or anyone who touches a human bone, or
and currently we're just like reiterating Leviticus stuff.
For the unclean person, put some ashes from the burned purification
I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
Into a jar and pour fresh water over them. Then a man
it's more so that like we go on an adventure through the desert and then people say, "Gee, sure wish I had some meat." They said, "Yeah, you want fucking meat? How about getting burned alive?"
He must also sprinkle anyone who has touched a human bone, or a grave, or anyone who has been killed, or anyone who has died a natural death. The man who is
How about
clean
experiencing
is to
the plague?
Those who are unclean on the 3rd and 7th days, and on the 7th day he is to purify them. Those who are being cleansed must wash their clothes and bathe with water, and that evening they will be clean. But if those who are unclean do not purify
or the people,
they must be cut off.
The people who
from
followed
the community,
Korah,
because they have defiled the sanctuary
who
of the Lord.
literally
The
just
water
gave
of
offerings to the
cleansing
Lord,
has
which was not
on them, and they are
his
unclean.
tribe's job,
This is
and
a
then
lasting
all of them got
ordinance for
eaten
them.
alive by the
The
earth.
man who sprinkles the water of cleansing must also wash his clothes.
Like
and
they
anyone who
didn't
touches
do it.
The water of cleansing will be unclean.
They got
till
punished for
evening.
something that somebody else
Anything
did.
that an unclean person touches becomes unclean, and anyone who touches it becomes
It's actually not their fault.
Till evening.
Chapter 20. In the first month, the whole Israelite community arrived at the desert of Zin, and they stayed at Kadesh. There Miriam died and was buried. Now there was no water for the community, and the people gathered in opposition to Moses and Aaron. They quarreled with Moses and said,
"If only we had died when our brothers fell dead before the Lord. Why did you bring the Lord's community into this wilderness, that we and our livestock should die here? Why did you bring us up out of Egypt to this terrible place? It has no grain or figs, grapevines or pomegranates, and there is no water to drink."
Moses and Aaron went from the assembly to the entrance to the tent of meeting and fell face down, and the glory of the Lord appeared to them. The Lord said to Moses,
Take the staff, and you and your brother Aaron gather the assembly together. Speak to that rock before their eyes, and it will pour out its water. You will bring water out of the rock for the community, so they and their livestock can drink.
So Moses took the staff from the Lord's presence, just as he commanded him. He and Aaron gathered the assembly together.
We grumble for water and we get it, but when we grumble for meat, he tells us to go fuck ourselves.
Must we bring you water out of this rock?
Then Moses raised his arm and struck the rock.
Is this not the same thing that we got punished for a couple of chapters ago?
Community and livestock drank. But the Lord said to Moses and
Aaron, it was so much better in Egypt, and then God said,
to honor me as holy in the sight of the Israelites. You will not bring this community into the land I give them.
These were the waters of Meribah, where the Israelites quarreled with the Lord, and where he was proved holy among them. Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom, saying,
"This is what your brother Israel says. You know about all the hardships that have come on us. Our ancestors went down into Egypt, and we lived there many years. The Egyptians mistreated us and our ancestors, but when we cried out to the Lord, he heard our cry and sent an angel and brought us out of Egypt. Now we are here at Kadesh, a town on the edge of your territory. Please let us pass through your country.
Please.
We will not go through any field or vineyard or drink water from any well. We will travel along the king's highway and not turn to the right or to the left until we have passed through your territory."
But Edom answered,
"You may not pass through here. If you try, we will march out and attack you with the sword."
The Israelites replied,
"We will go along the main road, and if we or our livestock drink any of your water, we will pay for it. We only want to pass through on foot, nothing else."
Again they answered,
You may not pass
They say,
through.
no.
Then Edom came out against them with a large and powerful army. Since Edom refused to let them go through their territory, Israel turned away from them. The whole Israelite community set out from Kadesh and came to Mount Hor.
Sad.
At Mount Hor, near the border of Edom, the Lord
No
said
passage.
to Moses and Aaron,
Aaron will be gathered to his people. He will not enter the land I give the Israelites, because both of you rebelled against my command at the waters of Meribah. Get Aaron and his son Eleazar and take them up Mount Hor. Remove Aaron's garments and put them on his son Eleazar, for Aaron will be gathered to his people. He will die there.
Moses did as the Lord commanded. They went up Mount Hor in the sight of the whole community. Moses removed Aaron's garments and put them on his son Eleazar. And Aaron died there on top of the mountain.
He just dies?
And Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain. And when the whole community learned that Aaron had died, all the Israelites mourned for him 30 days.
He just falls over?
Chapter 21. When the Canaanite king of Arad, who lived in the Negev, heard that Israel was coming along the road to Atharim, he attacked the Israelites and captured some of them. Then Israel made this vow to the Lord.
If you will deliver these people into our hands, we will totally destroy their cities.
The Lord listened to Israel's plea and gave the Canaanites over to them. They completely destroyed them in their towns, so the place was named Hormah. They traveled from Mount Hor along the route to the Red Sea to go around Edom, but the people grew impatient on the way. They spoke against God and against Moses and said,
Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread, there is no water, and we detest
Watch out with
this
that kind of
miserable
language.
food.
You know how he likes
Then
that.
the Lord sent venomous snakes among them. They bit the people, and many Israelites died. The people came to Moses and said,
We sinned when we spoke against the Lord and against you. Pray that the Lord will take the snakes away from us.
Aaron and Moses were
So
punished
Moses
for
prayed for
bitching.
the people.
Yeah, God has
The
a no
Lord said to
bitching
Moses,
policy.
Make a snake.
Just
and
do what
put
you're
it up
told.
on a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live.
So Moses made a bronze snake and put it up on a pole. Then when anyone was bitten by a snake and looked at the bronze snake, they lived.
Cool.
The Israelites moved on and camped at Oboth. Then they set out from Oboth and camped in Abarim, in the wilderness that faces Moab toward the sunrise. From there they moved on and camped in the Zered Valley. They set out from there and camped alongside the Arnon, which is in the wilderness extending into Amorite territory. The Arnon is the border of Moab between Moab and the Amorites. That is why the book of the Wars of the Lord says, Zahab in Suphah and the ravines, the Arnon and the slopes of the ravines that lead to the settlement of Ar and lie along the border of Moab. From there they continued on to Beer, the well where the Lord said to Moses,
Gather the people together, and I will give them water.
Then Israel sang this song.
What?
Spring up, O well, sing
You're
about
agreeing
it.
to give us water
About the
now?
well
Like
that the
after we
princes
bitched about,
dug,
like we
that
killed
the
the guy.
nobles of the people sank, the nobles with scepters and staffs.
Then they went from the wilderness to Mattanah. From Mattanah
We killed
to
the guy
Nahaliel,
because
from
they wanted
Nahaliel
water.
to Bamoth,
What do you mean?
And from Bamoth to the valley in Moab, where the top of Pisgah overlooks the wasteland. Israel sent messengers to say to Sihon, king of the Amorites,
Let us pass through your country. We will not turn aside into any field or vineyard or drink water from any well. We will travel along the king's highway until we have passed through your territory.
But Sihon would not let Israel pass through his territory. He mustered his entire army and marched out into the wilderness against Israel. When he reached Jahaz, he fought with Israel. Israel, however, put him to the sword and took over his land from the Arnon to the Jabbok, but only as far as the Ammonites, because their border was fortified. Israel captured all the cities of the Amorites and occupied them, including Heshbon and all its surrounding settlements. Heshbon was the city of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and had
That's
taken
crazy.
from him all
He
his
said
land
nah,
as far
and
as
then
the Arnon.
And then we just fought, and then we owned him.
Say,
Come to Heshbon and let it be rebuilt. Let Sihon's city be restored. Fire went out from Heshbon, a blaze from the city of Sihon. It consumed Ar of Moab, the citizens of Arnon's heights. Woe to you, Moab! You are destroyed, people of Chemosh. He has given up his sons as fugitives and his daughters as captives to Sihon, king of the Amorites. but we have overthrown them. Heshbon's dominion has been destroyed all the way to Dibon. We have demolished them as far as Nophah, which extends to Medeba.
So Israel settled in the land of the Amorites. After Moses had sent spies to Jazer, the Israelites captured its surrounding settlements and drove out the Amorites who were there. Then they turned and went up along the road toward Bashan, and Og, king of Bashan, and his whole army marched out to meet them in battle at Edrei. The Lord said to Moses,
"Do not be afraid of him, for I have delivered him into your hands, along with his whole army and his land. Do to him what you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon."
So they struck him down, together with his sons and his whole army, leaving them no survivors, and they took possession of his land.
Cool.
Chapter 22.
And then we fucked them up in the war.
Then the Israelites traveled
killing
to the
all
plains
of them.
Moab and camped along the Jordan across from Jericho. Now Balak, son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites.
It's pretty tight.
Moab was terrified because there were so many people. Indeed, Moab was filled with dread because of the Israelites. The Moabites said to the elders of Midian,
"This horde is going to lick up everything around us, as an ox licks up the grass of the field."
So Balak, son of Zippor, who was king of Moab at that time, sent messengers to summon Balaam, son of Beor,
I don't
who
know,
was at Peor,
is war
near
and
the
murder
Euphrates
the
River,
same thing?
in his native land. Balak said,
Is that not against the commandments?
They cover the face of the land and have settled next to me. Now come and put a curse on these people, because they are too powerful for me. Perhaps then I will be able to defeat them and drive them out of the land. For I know that whoever you bless is blessed, and whoever you curse is cursed.
The elders of Moab and Midian left, taking with them the fee for divination. When they came to Balaam, they told him what Balak had said.
"Spend the night here,"
Balaam said to them,
"and I will report back to you with the answer the Lord gives me."
So the Moabite officials stayed with him. God came to Balaam and asked,
"Who are these men with you?"
Balaam said to God,
"Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, sent me this message. A people that has come out of Egypt covers the face of the land. Now come and put a curse on them for me. Perhaps then I will be able to fight them and drive them away."
But God said to Balaam,
"Do not go with them. You must not put a curse on those people, because they are blessed."
The next morning Balaam got up and said to Balak's officials,
"Go back to your own country, for the Lord has refused to let me go with you."
So the Moabite officials returned to Balak and said,
"Balaam refused to come with us."
Then Balak sent other officials, more numerous and more distinguished than the first. They came to Balaam and said,
"This is what Balak, son of Zippor, says. Do not let anything keep you from coming to me, because I will reward you handsomely and do whatever you say. Come and put a curse on these people for me."
But Balaam answered them,
"Even if Balak gave me all the silver and gold in his palace, I could not do anything great or small to go beyond the command of the Lord my God. Now spend the night here so that I can find out what else the Lord will tell me."
That night God came to Balaam and said,
"Since these men have come to summon you, go with them, but do only what I tell you."
Balaam got up in the morning, saddled his donkey, and went with the Moabite officials. But God was very angry when he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the road to oppose him. Balaam was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with a drawn sword in his hand, it turned off the road into a field. Balaam beat it to get it back on the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow path through the vineyards with walls on both sides. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, it pressed close to the wall, crushing Balaam's foot against it, so he beat the donkey again. Then the angel of the Lord moved on ahead and stood in a narrow place where there was no room to turn, either to the right or to the left. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, it lay down under Balaam, and he was angry and beat it with his staff. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and it said to Balaam,
"What have I done to you to make you beat me these 3 times?
Balaam answered the donkey,
"You have made a fool of me. If only I had a sword in my hand, I would kill you right now."
The donkey said to Balaam,
Am I not your own donkey, which you have always ridden to this day? Have I been in the habit of doing this to you?
I'm just a donkey.
Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with his sword drawn. So he bowed low and fell face down. The angel of the Lord asked him,
Why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times? I have come here to oppose you, because your path is a reckless one before me. The donkey saw me and turned away from me these 3 times. If it had not turned away,
I
would certainly have killed
when the meaning is uncertain.
But I would have spared it.
Balaam said to the angel of the Lord,
I have sinned. I did not realize you were standing in the road to oppose me. Now if you are displeased, I will go back.
The angel of the Lord said to Balaam,
Go with the men, but speak only what I tell you.
So Balaam went with Balak's officials. When Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at the Moabite town on the Arnon border at the edge of his territory. Balak said to Balaam,
Did I not send you an urgent summons? Why didn't you come to me? Am I really not able to reward you?
Well, I have come to you now,
Balaam replied.
But I can't say whatever I please. I must speak only what God puts in my mouth.
Then Balaam went with Balak to Kiriath-Huzoth. Balak sacrificed cattle and sheep, and gave some to Balaam and the officials who were with him.
Imagine you're trying to
morning,
talk to
Balak
somebody
took
and they
Balaam
hit
up
you with
to
this
Bamoth
line.
Baal, and from there he could see the outskirts of the Israelite camp.
Just imagine somebody using this in conversation.
Chapter 23. Balaam said,
Build me 7 altars here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me.
Balak did as Balaam said, and the 2 of them offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Then Balaam said to Balak,
Stay here beside your offering while I go aside. Perhaps the Lord will come to meet with me. Whatever he reveals to me, I will tell you.
Then he went off to a barren height. God met with him, and Balaam said,
I have prepared 7 altars, and on each altar I have offered a bull and a ram.
The Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth and said,
Go back to Balak, and give him this word.
So he went back to him, and found him standing beside his offering with all the Moabite officials. Then Balaam spoke his message.
Balak brought me from Aram, the king of Moab from the eastern mountains. Come, he said,
Aram?
Curse Jacob for me. Come, denounce Israel. How can I curse those whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce those whom the Lord has not denounced? From the rocky peaks I see them. From the heights I view them. I see a people who live apart and do not consider themselves one of the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number even a fourth of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and may my final end be like theirs.
Balak said to Balaam,
What have you done to me? I brought you to curse my enemies, but you have done nothing but bless them.
He answered,
Must I not speak what the Lord puts in my mouth?
Then Balak said to him,
Come with me to another place where you can see them. You will not see them all, but only the outskirts of their camp. And from there, curse them for me.
So he took him to the field of Zophim on the top of Pisgah, and there he built 7 altars, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar.
And
Balaam said to Balak,
Stay here beside your offering while I meet with him over there.
The Lord met with Balaam and put a word in his mouth and said,
Go back to Balak and give him this word.
So he went to him and found him standing beside his offering with the Moabite officials. Balak asked him,
What did the Lord say?
Then he spoke his message.
Arise, Balak, and listen. Hear me, son of Zippor. God is not human that he should lie, not a human being that he should change his mind. Does he speak and then not act? Does he promise and not fulfill? I have received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I cannot change it. No misfortune is seen in Jacob, no misery observed in Israel. The Lord their God is with them. The shout of the king is among them. God brought them out of Egypt. They have the strength of a wild ox. There is no divination against Jacob, no evil omens against Israel. It will now be said of Jacob and of Israel, See what God has done. The people rise like a lioness. They rouse themselves like a lion that does not rest till it devours its prey and drinks the blood of its victims.
Then Balak said to Balaam,
Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all.
Balaam answered,
Did I not tell you I must do whatever the Lord says?
Then Balak said to Balaam,
Come, let me take you to another place. Perhaps it will please God to let you curse them for me from there.
And Balak took Balaam to the top
He
of
says,
Peor,
another
overlooking
one.
the wasteland. Balaam said,
Build me 7 altars here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me.
Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Chapter 24. Now when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not resort to divination as at other times, but turned his face toward the wilderness. When Balaam looked out and saw Israel encamped tribe by tribe, the Spirit of God came on him, and he spoke his message.
The prophecy of Balaam, son of Beor, the prophecy of one whose eye sees clearly, the prophecy of one who hears the words of God, who sees a vision from the Almighty, who falls prostrate, and whose eyes are opened. How beautiful are your tents, Jacob, your dwelling places, Israel. Like valleys they spread out, like gardens beside a river, like aloes planted by the Lord, like cedars beside the waters. Water will flow from their buckets. Their seed will have abundant water. Their king will be greater than Agag. Their kingdom will be exalted. God brought them out of Egypt. They have the strength of a wild ox. They devour hostile nations and break their bones in pieces. With their arrows they pierce them. Like a lion they crouch and lie down. Like a lioness, who dares to rouse them? May those who bless you be blessed, and those who curse you be cursed.
Then Balak's anger burned against Balaam. He struck his hands together and said to him,
I summoned you to curse my enemies, but you have blessed them these 3 times. Now leave at once and go home. I said I would reward you handsomely, but the Lord has kept you from being rewarded.
Balaam answered Balak,
Did I not tell the messengers you sent me? Even if Balak gave me all the silver and gold in his palace, I could not do anything of my own accord, good or
it's out of my
bad,
hands.
to go beyond the command of the Lord. And I must say, only what the Lord says? Now I am going back to my people. But come, let me warn you of what this people will do to your people in days to come.
Then he spoke his message.
The prophecy of Balaam, son of Beor, the prophecy of one whose eye sees clearly, the prophecy of one who hears the words of God, who has knowledge from the Most High, who sees a vision from the Almighty, who falls prostrate and whose eyes are opened. I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob. A scepter will rise out of Israel. He will crush the foreheads of Moab, the skulls of all the people of Sheth. Edom will be conquered. Seir, his enemy, will be conquered, but Israel will grow strong. A ruler will come out of Jacob and destroy the survivors of the city.
Then Balaam saw Amalek and spoke his message.
Amalek was first among the nations, but their end will be utter destruction.
Then he saw the Kenites and spoke his message.
Your dwelling place is secure. Your nest is set in a rock. Yet you Kenites will be destroyed when Asher takes you captive.
Then he spoke his message.
Alas, who can live when God does this?
Oh my God.
Ships will come from the shores of Cyprus. They will subdue Asher and Eber, but they too will come to ruin.
Then Balaam got up and returned home, and Balak went his own way. Chapter 25. While Israel was staying in Shittim, the men began to indulge in sexual immorality with Moabite women, who invited them to the sacrifices to their gods. The people ate the sacrificial meal and bowed down before these gods. So Israel yoked themselves to the Baal of Peor, and the Lord's anger burned against them. The Lord said to Moses,
Take all the leaders of these people, kill them, and expose them in broad daylight before the Lord, so that the Lord's fierce anger may turn away from Israel.
So Moses said to Israel's judges,
Each of you must put to death those of your people who have yoked themselves to the Baal of Peor.
Then an Israelite man brought into the camp a Midianite woman right before the eyes of Moses and the whole assembly of Israel, while they were weeping at the entrance to the tent of meeting. When Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of
Murder
Aaron
is
the priest,
okay
saw
if
this,
God told
he
you
left
to
the
do
assembly, took a spear in his hand, and followed the Israelite into the tent. He drove the spear into both of them, right through the Israelite man and into the woman's stomach. Then the plague against the Israelites was stopped, but those who died in the plague numbered 24,000. The Lord said to Moses,
Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned my anger away from the Israelites. Since he was as zealous for my honor among them as I am, I did not put an end to them in my zeal. Therefore tell him I am making my covenant of peace with him. He and his descendants will have a covenant of a lasting priesthood, because he was zealous for the honor of his God and made atonement for the Israelites.
The name of the Israelite who was killed with the Midianite woman was Zimri, son of Salu, the leader of a Simeonite family. And the name of the Midianite woman who was put to death was Cosbi, daughter of Zur, a tribal chief of a Midianite family. The Lord said to Moses,
Treat the Midianites as enemies and kill them. They treated you as enemies when they deceived you in the Peor incident involving their sister Cosbi, the daughter of a Midianite leader, the woman who was killed when the plague came as a result of that incident.
Chapter 26. After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest,
Take a census of the whole Israelite community by family.
Aw, jeez, Rick.
All those 20 years old or more
no
who
shot.
are able to serve in the army of Israel.
So on the plains of Moab, by the Jordan, across from Jericho, Moses and Eleazar the priest spoke with them and said,
Take a census of the men 20 years old or more, as the Lord commanded Moses.
These were the Israelites who came out of Egypt.
No
the
shot.
descendants of Reuben, the firstborn son of Israel, were, through Hanok, the Hanokite clan, through Palu, the Paluite clan, through Hezron, the Hezronite clan, through Carmi, the Carmite clan.
Okay, so
these were the clans of Reuben. Those numbered were 43,730. The son of Palu was Eliab, and the sons of Eliab were Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. The same Dathan and Abiram were the community officials who rebelled against Moses and Aaron, and were among Korah's followers when they rebelled against the Lord. The earth opened its mouth and swallowed them, along with Korah, whose followers died when the fire devoured the 250 men, and they served as a warning sign. The line of Korah, however, did not die out. The descendants of Simeon by their clans were, through Nemuel, the Nemuelite clan, through Jamin,
why did we have to kill
the
them?
Jaminite clan, through Jachin, the Jachinite clan, through Zerah, the Zerahite clan, through Shaul, the Shaulite clan. These were the clans of Simeon. Those numbered were 22,200. The descendants of Gad by their clans were, through Zephon, the Zephonite clan, through Haggi, the Haggite clan,
it
through
stopped
Shunai,
the plague.
the Shunite clan,
Yeah, but
through Ozni,
why?
the Oznite clan, through Eri, the Erite clan, through Eridai, the Eridite clan, through Areli, the Arelite clan. These were the clans of
people
Gad.
God killed
Those numbered
go to
were
heaven.
40,500.
Is heaven a? Is that even established
Onan
yet?
Were sons of Judah, but they died in Canaan. The descendants of Judah by their clans were, through
I don't think we've gotten
the
that
Shilonite
far.
clan, through Perez, the Perezite clan, through Zerah, the Zerahite clan. The descendants of Perez were, through Hezron, the Hezronite clan, through Hamel, the Hamelite clan. These were the clans of Judah. Those numbered were 76,500.
I think pretty much the reward for following God at this point is that you get to have lots of babies.
Through Tola, the Tolaite clan.
And it's not necessarily positive reinforcement. It's like, if you don't, then I'm going
to
strike your entire people with a plague.
These were the clans of Issachar. Those numbered were 64,300. The descendants of Zebulun by their clans were, through Sered, the Seredite clan, through Elon, the Elonite clan. Through Jaliel, the Jalielite clan. These were the clans of Zebulun. Those numbered were 60,500. The descendants of Joseph by their clans through Manasseh and Ephraim were the descendants of Manasseh through Machir, the Machirite clan. Machir was the father of Gilead. Through Gilead, the Gileadite clan. These were the descendants of Gilead. Through Iezer, the Iezerite clan. Through Helek, the Helekite clan. Through Asriel, the Asrielite clan.
This look
through
at
Shechem,
it. Look
the
at
Shechemite
it.
clan.
Oh, no way.
Through Shemida, the Shemidaite clan. Through Hepher, the Hepherite clan. Zelophehad, son of Hepher, had no sons. He had only daughters, whose names were Mala, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah.
Noah?
These were the clans
but
of
the
Manasseh.
girl?
Those numbered were 52,700. These were the descendants of Ephraim by their clans. Through Shuthelah, the Shuthelahite clan.
Damn, no sons?
Through Becher,
Oops.
the Becherite clan.
Guess your clan's
Through
done.
Tahan, the Tahanite clan. These were the descendants of Shuthelah. Through Eran, the Eranite clan. These were the clans of Ephraim. Those numbered were 32,500. These were the descendants of Joseph by their clans. The descendants of Benjamin by their clans were, through Bela, the Belaite clan. Through Ashbel, the Ashbelite clan. Through Ahiram, the Ahiramite clan. Through Shupham, the Shuphamite clan. Through Hupham, the Huphamite clan. The descendants of Bela through Ard and Naaman were, through Ard, the Ardite clan. Through Naaman, the Naamite clan. These were the clans of Benjamin. Those numbered were 45,600.
Pretty surprising to me that to this
These
point,
were the descendants of Dan by
we've
their
talked so
clans.
much about childbearing,
Through
but we have not
the
given
Shuhamite clan.
any advice
These were the clans of Dan.
or ways of
All
being
of
as to
them were
how
Shuhamite
to
clans.
raise
Those
your
numbered
child.
were 64,400.
Because boy,
The descendants
people
of
be having
Asher by their
kids,
clans
but
were
I sure don't know how to
through
raise
Imnah,
them.
The Imnite clan. Through Ishvi, the Ishvite clan. Through Beriah, the Beriahite clan. And through the descendants of Beriah, through Heber, the Heberite clan. Through Malchiel, the Malchielite clan. Asher had a daughter named Serah. These were the clans of Asher. Those numbered were
Throwing letters on the
53,400.
page.
The descendants of Naphtali by their clans were, through Jaziel, the Jazielite clan. Through Gunai, the Gunite clan. Through Jezer, the Jezerite clan. Through Shillem, the Shillemite clan. These were the clans of Naphtali. Those numbered were 45,400.
We
the
fell
total
off.
number of men of Israel was 601,730. The Lord said to Moses,
The land is to be allotted to them as an inheritance based on the number of names. To a larger group give a larger inheritance, and to a smaller group a smaller one. Each is to receive its inheritance according to the number of those listed. Be sure that the land is distributed by lot. What each group inherits will be according to the names for its ancestral tribe. Each inheritance is to be distributed by lot among the larger and smaller groups.
These were the Levites who were counted by their clans.
Come on.
Through Gershon, the Gershonite clan. Through Kohath, the Kohathite clan. Through Merari, the Merarite clan. These also were Levite clans: the Libnite clan, the Hebronite clan, the Malite clan, the Mushite clan, the Korahite clan. Kohath was the forefather of Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, a descendant of Levi, who was born to the Levites in Egypt. To Amram she bore Aaron, Moses, and their sister Miriam. Aaron was the father of Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died when they made an offering before the Lord with unauthorized fire.
Unauthorized
All male Levites
fire.
a month old or more numbered 23,000. They were not counted along with the other Israelites because they received no inheritance among them. These are the ones counted by Moses and Eleazar the priest when they counted the Israelites on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. Not one of them was among those counted by Moses and Aaron the priest when they counted the Israelites in the desert of Sinai. For the Lord had told those Israelites they would surely die in the wilderness, and not one of them was left except Caleb son of Jephunneh and Joshua son of Nun. Chapter 27.
Right.
The daughters of Zelophehad, son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, belonged to the clans of Manasseh, son of Joseph. The names of the daughters were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah.
All the
They
Israelites,
came forward and stood
y'all
before
gonna
Moses,
die.
Eleazar
Like,
the priest,
okay.
the leaders, and the whole assembly at the entrance to the tent of meeting, and said,
I guess we'll do
Our
it anyways.
father died in the wilderness. He was not among Korah's followers who banded together against the Lord, but he died for his own sin and left no sons.
Is this?
Why should our father's name
Is this not
disappear from his
revisionist?
clan
Did
because
Korah's
he had
followers
no
band
sons?
together against the Lord?
Give us property among our father's relatives.
They just approached the worship tent when that wasn't their job, right? Are we calling that banding together against the Lord?
What are saying is right. You must certainly give them property as an inheritance among their father's relatives, and give their father's inheritance to them. Say to the Israelites, if a man dies and leaves no son, give his inheritance to his daughter. If he has no daughter, give his inheritance to his brothers. If he has no brothers, give his inheritance to his father's brothers. If his father had no brothers, give his inheritance to the nearest relative in his clan, that he may possess it. This is to have the force of law for the Israelites, as the Lord commanded Moses.
Then the Lord said to
reading the
Moses,
Bible, or is it just
Go
funny?
up this mountain in the
Partner.
Abarim range and see the land I have given the Israelites.
That's
After
a
you have
really
seen
long
it,
bit.
you
I don't
too
know.
will be gathered to your people, as
We've been
your
listening to the
brother
Bible for
Aaron
about
was.
12 hours
For
at this
when
point,
the community
and
rebelled at the waters in the desert of Zin,
we are.
both
There is a
of you
lot to go.
disobeyed my command to honor me as holy before their eyes.
These were the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the
That
desert
Allah
of Zin.
specific temple
Moses
still
said to
standing
the
at this
Lord,
point? No
May
shot.
the Lord, the God who gives breath to all living things, appoint someone over this community to go out and come in before them, one who will lead them out and bring them in, so the Lord's people will not be like sheep without a shepherd.
So the Lord said to Moses,
Take Joshua, son of Nun, a man in whom is the spirit of leadership, and lay your hand on him. Have him stand before Eleazar the priest and the entire assembly, and commission him in their presence. Give him some of your authority, so the whole Israelite community will obey him. He is to stand before Eleazar the priest, who will obtain decisions for him by inquiring of the Urim before the Lord. At his command, he and the entire community of the Israelites will go out, and at his command, they will come in.
Moses did as the Lord commanded him. He took Joshua and had him stand before Eleazar the priest and the whole assembly. Then he laid his hands on him and commissioned him, as the Lord instructed through Moses. Chapter
Daily
28.
offerings. Oh no,
The
more
Lord said to
offerings.
Moses,
Oh
Give this
no.
command to the Israelites,
Bruh, no
and
shot.
say to them,
Come on.
Make sure that you present to me
We already
at
did
the
this
appointed
so many
time my
times.
food
How many times
offerings
is enough?
as an aroma pleasing to me. Say to them, This is the food offering you are to present to the Lord, 2 lambs a year old.
Well, much like
without
this book
defect,
is,
as
I'm
a
going to go and
regular
take the
burnt
piss.
offering each day. Offer 1 lamb in
There's
the morning
like,
and the other
like,
at
man.
twilight, together with a grain offering of
Really
a
driving
tenth
it home,
of an
huh?
ephah of the finest flour, mixed with a quarter of a hin of oil from pressed olives. This is the regular burnt offering instituted at Mount Sinai as a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord. The accompanying drink offering is to be a quarter of a hin of fermented drink with each lamb. Pour out the drink offering to the Lord at the sanctuary. Offer the second lamb at twilight, along with the same kind of grain offering and drink offering that you offer in the morning. This is a food offering, an aroma pleasing to the Lord. On the Sabbath day, make an offering of 2 lambs a year old without defect, together with its drink offering and a grain offering of 2/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with olive oil. This is the burnt offering for every Sabbath, in addition to the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. On the first of every month, present to the Lord a burnt offering of 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With each bull there is to be a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour, mixed with oil. With the ram, a grain offering of 2/10 of an ephah of the finest flour, mixed with oil. and with each lamb a grain offering of 1/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. This is for a burnt offering, a pleasing aroma, a food offering presented to the Lord. With each bull there is to be a drink offering of 1/2 a hin of wine, with the ram 1/3 of a hin, and with each lamb 1/4 of a hin. This is the monthly burnt offering to be made at each new moon during the year. Besides the regular burnt offering with its drink offering, 1 male goat is to be presented to the Lord as a sin offering. On the 14th day of the first month, the Lord's Passover is to be held. On the 15th day of this month,
not
there
getting
is
the
to
full
be
experience
a
is
festival.
okay.
For
I was
7
imagining it
days,
while I was
eat
taking a
bread
piss.
made without yeast. On the first day, hold a sacred assembly and do no regular work. Present to the Lord a food offering consisting of a burnt offering of 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect.
Dude,
with each bull,
how many
offer
times
a
do we have to
grain
describe
offering of
this?
3/10 of an
Why is this
ephah
necessary?
of the finest flour mixed with oil. With the ram, 2/10, and with each of the 7 lambs, 1/10. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering to make atonement for you.
This
Offer
is like the
these
4th
in
time we've
addition to the
described
regular
this.
morning
Come
burnt
on.
offering. In this way, present the food offering every day for 7 days as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. It is to be offered in addition to the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. On the 7th day, hold a sacred assembly and do no regular work. On the day of first fruits, when you present to the Lord an offering of new grain during the Festival of Weeks, hold a sacred assembly and do no regular work. Present a burnt offering of 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, as an aroma pleasing to the Lord. With each bull, there is to be a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the
Not really.
finest flour.
We were
mixed
doing
with
some
oil.
stories.
With the ram, 2/10, and with each of the 7 lambs, 1/10. Include 1 male
But boy,
goat
how
to
do
make
they be
atonement
repeating
for you.
stuff?
Offer these together with their drink offerings, in addition to the regular burnt offering and its grain offering. Be sure the animals are without defect.
Chapter 29.
On the first day of the 7th month, hold a sacred assembly and do no regular work. It is a day for you to sound the trumpets. As an aroma pleasing to the Lord, offer a burnt offering of 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bull, offer a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with olive oil. With the ram, 2/10.
No way,
and with
man.
each of the
We're
7
just
lambs,
we're
1/10.
going down the list
Include
again.
1 male goat as a
You
sin
smell
offering to
what
make
Barack is
atonement for
cooking.
you. These are in addition to the
Louisma,
monthly
34
and
thinks
daily
the tier
burnt
1.
offerings, with their grain offerings and drink offerings as specified. They are food offerings
Bless.
presented to the Lord, a pleasing aroma. On the 10th day of
Dude,
this
there's no-
7th month,
why do we have
hold
to do
a
this all the
sacred assembly.
time?
You must deny yourselves and do no work. Present as an aroma pleasing to the Lord a burnt offering of 1 young bull.
Oh my God,
1 ram,
it's
and
actually time
7
to
male
do
lambs
the
a
12
year
days of
old,
Christmas,
all without
everybody.
defect.
This
With
is
the
the
bull,
original
offer a
copy
grain
pasta.
offering of 3/10 of an ephah of the finest flour mixed with oil. With the ram, 2/10, and with each of the 7 lambs, 1/10. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition
no
to
way,
the sin
dude.
offering for atonement and the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and their drink offerings. On the 15th day
I just
of
imagine
the 7th month, hold a sacred assembly.
We're up there
and do
doing
no
a
regular
sermon
work.
at
Celebrate
church
a
on
festival
Sunday, and
to
we
the
say,
Lord for 7 days.
Today I'm going to be
Present
reading a
as an
passage
aroma pleasing
from
to
Numbers
the Lord,
29,
a food
verse 12.
consisting of a burnt offering of 13
verses
young
12
bulls,
through 40.
2 rams,
This is
and
what I will
14
choose to
male
give a sermon
lambs
about.
A year old, all without defect. With each of the 13 bulls, offer a grain offering of
And then you
3/10
just
of
get
an
up
ephah
there
of the finest
in front of
flour
everybody on
mixed with
Sunday,
oil.
and you just
With
waste
each
an
of the
entire
2 rams,
hour,
2/10,
and then you say
and
goodbye.
with each of the 14 lambs, 1/10. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the second day offer 12 young bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering.
I attended one church service last Sunday
with its grain offering and their drink offerings.
They didn't actually teach me anything out of the
offer
Bible.
11 bulls, 2
they just talked about
rams,
missionary
and
work.
14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 4th day offer 10 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering.
It's just the same thing
On the
copy-pasted
5th day,
like
offer
10 times
9
in a row.
bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bulls, rams, and lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 6th day, offer 8 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs.
I really took Genesis
a year old,
for granted.
all without
That's all I'm
defect.
saying. Like,
With the bulls,
we got through Genesis,
rams,
I was like,
and
man, that was
lambs,
kind of boring.
Offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified.
It gets so much
Include
worse
1 male
instantly.
goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 7th day, offer 7 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old.
Can't believe y'all thought Genesis was bad. I mean, it's kind of sucks, but in comparison to this, it's actually really awesome.
Drink offerings according to the number specified. Include 1 male goat as a sin offering, in addition to
a lot
the
of
regular
Genesis
burnt
was
offering with its grain offering and drink offering.
It was just
On
like
the 8th
following
day,
Abraham
hold a
around,
closing
boring
special
style.
assembly and do no regular work. Present as an aroma pleasing.
There was a lot
to
of
the
genealogy,
Lord, a
just
food
listing off
offering
family
consisting of a
trees,
burnt
lest we
offering
forget.
of 1 bull, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old, all without defect. With the bull, the ram, and the lambs, offer their grain offerings and drink offerings according to the number specified.
Reason the
Include
color
1
highlights
male
for?
goat as a sin offering, in addition
Red is just
to the
stuff
regular
that we've
burnt
already-
offering with its
that we've
grain
already
offering
read,
and drink
pretty much.
offering. In addition to what you vow and your free
I'm
will
trying to help
offerings,
people at home.
offer these to the Lord at your appointed festivals.
Know where we're at on the page.
Your burnt offerings, grain offerings, drink offerings, and fellowship offerings.
Dude,
Moses told the
holy
Israelites
smokes!
all that the Lord commanded him.
It's so
Chapter
it's
30.
so trash.
Moses said to the heads of the tribes of Israel,
Oh my God, new
This
content.
is what the Lord commands.
No more
when a
reruns.
man makes a vow to the Lord or takes an oath to obligate himself by a pledge, he must not break his word, but must do everything he said. When a young woman still living in her father's household makes a vow to the Lord, or obligates herself by a pledge, and her father hears about her vow or pledge, but says nothing to her, then all her vows and every pledge by which she obligated herself will stand. But if her father forbids her when he hears about it, none of her vows or the pledges by which she obligated herself will stand. The Lord will release her because her father has forbidden her. If she marries after she makes a vow, or after her lips utter a rash promise by which she obligates herself, and her husband hears about it, but says nothing to her, then her vows or the pledges by which she obligated herself will stand. But if her husband forbids her when he hears about it, he nullifies the vow that obligates her or the rash promise by which she obligates herself, and the Lord will release her. Any vow or obligation taken by a widow or divorced woman will be binding on her. If a woman living with
have
her
to be
husband
subservient
makes a
to your
vow
husband.
or obligates herself by a pledge under oath, and her husband hears about it but says nothing to her and does not forbid her, then all her vows or the pledges by which she obligated herself will stand. But if her husband nullifies them when he hears about them, then none of the vows or pledges that came from her lips will stand. Her husband has nullified them, and the Lord will release her. Her husband may confirm or nullify any vow she makes, or any sworn pledge to deny herself. But if her husband says nothing to her about it from day to day, then he confirms all her vows, or the pledges binding on her.
RuneScape.
He confirms them by saying nothing to her when he hears about them. If, however, he nullifies them sometime after he hears about them, then he must bear the consequences of her wrongdoing.
These are the regulations the Lord gave Moses concerning relationships between a man and his wife, and between a father and his young daughter still living at home. Chapter 31. The Lord said to
the man
Moses,
has the final
Take
say.
vengeance on the Midianites for the Israelites. After that, you will be gathered to your people.
Oh,
So Moses said to the
now
people,
we're going to do vengeance.
Arm some of your
We
men
haven't
to
done
go
vengeance
to war
before.
against the Midianites, so that they may carry out the Lord's vengeance on them. Send into battle 1,000 men from each of the tribes of Israel.
So 12,000 men armed for battle, 1,000 from each tribe, were supplied from the clans of Israel. Moses sent them into battle, 1,000 from each tribe, along with Phinehas, son of Eleazar the priest, who took with him articles from the sanctuary and the trumpets for signaling. They fought against Midian, as the Lord commanded Moses, and killed every man. Among their victims were Evi,
Everyone.
Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. They
There are
also
no
killed
survivors.
Balaam, son of Beor, with a sword. The Israelites captured the Midianite women and children, and took all the Midianite herds, flocks, and goods as plunder. They burned all the towns where the Midianites had settled, as well as all their camps. They took all the plunder and spoils, including the people and animals, and brought the captives, spoils, and plunder to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and the Israelite assembly at their camp on the plains of Moab, by the Jordan across from Jericho. Moses, Eleazar the priest, and all the leaders of the community went to meet them outside the camp. Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, who returned from the battle.
Have you allowed all the women to live?
He asked them.
They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the Peor incident, so that a plague struck the Lord's people. Now, kill all the boys, and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man. Anyone who has killed someone or touched someone who was killed must stay outside the camp 7 days. On the 3rd and 7th days, you must purify yourselves and your captives. Purify every garment as well as everything
and
made
we're talking
of leather,
about us
goat hair,
raising a
or
town
wood.
and
Then
looting
Eleazar
it
the
as though
priest
it's
said to
Pog.
the soldiers who had gone into battle,
This is what is required by the law that the Lord gave Moses. Gold, silver, bronze, iron, tin, lead, and anything else that can withstand fire must be put through the fire, and then it will be clean. But it must also be purified with the water of cleansing, and whatever cannot withstand fire must be put through that water. On the 7th day, wash your clothes, and you will be clean. Then you may come into the camp.
The Lord said to Moses,
You and Eleazar the priest and the family heads of the community are to count all the people and animals that were captured. Divide the spoils equally between the soldiers who took part in the battle and the rest of the community. From the soldiers who fought in the battle, set apart as tribute for the Lord 1 out of every 500, whether people, cattle, donkeys, or sheep. Take this tribute from their half-share and give it to Eleazar the priest as the Lord's part. From the Israelites' half, select 1 out of every 50, whether people, cattle, donkeys, sheep, or other animals. Give them to the Levites, who are responsible for the care of the Lord's tabernacle.
So Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. The plunder
Thanks
remaining
God
from the
for
spoils that
permitting
the
us
soldiers took
to win
was
the battle.
675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 women who had never slept with a man. The half-share of those who fought in the battle was 337,500 sheep, of which
Yo,
the
we
tribute for the
plundered
Lord was
32,000
675.
virgins.
36,000 cattle, of which the tribute for the Lord was 72. 30,500 donkeys, of which the tribute for the Lord was 61. 16,000 people, of whom the tribute for the Lord was 32. Moses gave the tribute to Eleazar the priest as the Lord's part, as the Lord commanded Moses. The half belonging to the Israelites, which Moses set apart from that of the fighting men,
they sacrificed 32 people.
337,500 sheep, 36,000 cattle, 30,500 donkeys, and 16,000 people. From the Israelites' half, Moses selected one out of every 50 people and animals, as the Lord commanded him, and gave them to the Levites, who were responsible for the care of the Lord's tabernacle. Then the officers who were over the units of the army, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, went to Moses and said to him,
Your servants have counted the soldiers under our command, and not one is missing. So we have brought as an offering to the Lord the gold articles each of us acquired, armlets, bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and necklaces, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord.
Moses and Eleazar the priest accepted from them the gold, all the crafted articles. All the gold from the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds that Moses and Eleazar presented as a gift to the Lord weighed 16,750 shekels. Each soldier had taken plunder for himself. Moses and Eleazar the priest accepted the gold from the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds and brought it into the tent of meeting as a memorial for the Israelites before the Lord. Chapter 32. The Reubenites and Gadites, who had very large herds and flocks, saw that the lands of Jazer and Gilead were suitable for livestock. So they came to Moses and Eleazar the priest and to the leaders of the community and said,
Adaroth, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbon, Elealeh, Sebam, Nebo, and Beon, the land the Lord subdued before the people of Israel, are suitable for livestock, and your servants have livestock. If we have found favor in your eyes, they said, let this land be given to your servants as our possession. Do not make us cross the Jordan.
Moses said to the Gadites and Reubenites,
Should your fellow Israelites go to war while you sit here? Why do you discourage the Israelites from crossing over into the land the Lord has given them? This is what your fathers did when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to look over the land. After they went up to the valley of Eshcol and viewed the land, they discouraged the Israelites from entering the land the Lord had given them. The Lord's anger was aroused that day, and he swore this oath, Because they have not followed me wholeheartedly, not one of those who were 20 years old or more when they came up out of Egypt will see the land I promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Not one except Caleb, son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Joshua, son of Nun, for they followed the Lord wholeheartedly. The Lord's anger burned against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until the whole generation of those who had done evil in his sight was gone.
40 years?
And here you are, a brood of sinners, standing in the place of your fathers, and making the Lord even more angry with Israel. If you turn away from following him, he will again leave all this people in the wilderness, and you will be the cause of their destruction.
Then they came up to him and said,
We would like to build pens here for our livestock and cities for our women and children. But we will arm ourselves for battle and go ahead of the Israelites until we have brought them to their place. Meanwhile, our women and children will live in fortified cities for protection from the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our homes until each of the Israelites has received their inheritance. We will not receive any inheritance with them on the other side of the Jordan, because our inheritance has come to us on the east side of the Jordan.
Then Moses said to them,
If you will do this, if you will arm yourselves before the Lord for battle, and if all of you who are armed cross over the Jordan before the Lord until he has driven his enemies out before him, then when the land is subdued before the Lord, you may return and be free from your obligation to the Lord and to Israel. And this land will be your possession before the Lord. But if you fail to do this, you will be sinning against the Lord, and you may be sure that your sin will find you out. Build cities for your women and children, and pens for your flocks, but do what you have promised.
The Gadites and Reubenites
If you
said to
win,
Moses,
that would be
We,
pog,
your
but if you
servants, will do
lose,
as our Lord
that's bad.
commands. Our children and wives, our flocks and herds will remain here in the cities of Gilead. But your servants, every man who is armed for battle will cross over to fight before the Lord, just as our Lord says."
Then Moses gave orders about them to Eleazar the priest and Joshua son of Nun, and to the family heads of the Israelite tribes. He said to them,
"If the Gadites and Reubenites, every man armed for battle, cross over the Jordan with you before the Lord, then when the land is subdued before you, you must give them the land of Gilead as their possession. But if they do not cross over with you armed, they must accept their possession with you in Canaan."
The Gadites and Reubenites answered,
"Your servants will do what the Lord has said. We will cross over before the
Why
Lord
do we?
into Canaan
Why are we
armed,
in the war
but the
arc?
property we
Like,
inherit will be on
why
this
must
side
we
of the
fight?
Jordan."
Then Moses gave to
Can
the
God not
Gadites,
just like
the
strike them
Reubenites,
down
and
for
the
us?
half-tribe of Manasseh, son of Joseph, the kingdom
Instill
of Sihon,
upon them
king of the
sickness?
Amorites,
Do we have to do
and
the fighting
kingdom
ourselves?
of Og, king of Bashan, the whole land with its cities and the territory around them. The Gadites built up Dibon, Ataroth,
If we are the
Aroer,
holy army
Atroth
or whatever,
Shofet,
blessed
Jazer,
by the
Jotbaha,
Lord God,
Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran as fortified
like
cities.
why do we have
and
to
built
directly
pens
do the
for their
fighting?
flocks. And the Reubenites rebuilt Heshbon, Elealeh, and Kiriathaim, as well as Nebo and Baal-meon. These names were changed, and Sibmah. They gave names to the cities they rebuilt. The descendants of Machir, son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, captured
These
it,
names
and
were
drove out the
changed.
Amorites who were there. So Moses gave Gilead to the Machirites, the descendants of Manasseh, and they settled there. Jair, a descendant of Manasseh, captured their settlements and called them Havoth-Jair. And Nobah captured Kenath and its surrounding settlements and called it Nobah after himself. Chapter 33. Here are the stages in the journey of the Israelites when they came out of Egypt by divisions under the leadership of Moses and Aaron. At the Lord's command, Moses recorded the stages in their journey. This is their journey by stages. The Israelites set out from Ramesses
Here's the
on the
timeline.
15th day of the first month, the day after the Passover. They marched out defiantly in full view of all the Egyptians, who were burying all their firstborn, whom the Lord had struck down among them. For the Lord had brought judgment
While they were
upon
burying their
gods.
dead kids.
The Israelites left Ramesses and camped at Succoth. They left Succoth and camped at Etham on the edge of the desert. They left Etham, turned back to Pi-hahiroth, to the east of Baal-zephon, and camped near Migdol. They left Pi-hahiroth and passed through the sea into the desert. And when they had traveled for 3 days in the desert of Etham, they camped at Merah. They left Merah and went to Elim, where there were 12 springs and 70 palm trees, and they camped there. They left Elim and camped by the Red Sea. They left the Red Sea and camped in the desert of Sin. They left the desert of Sin and camped at Dophkah. They left Dophkah and camped at Alush. They left Alush and camped at Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. They left Rephidim and camped in the desert of Sinai. They left the desert of Sinai and camped at Kibroth-hattaavah. They left Kibroth-hattaavah and camped at Hazerath. They left Hazerath and camped at Rithmah. They left Rithmah and camped at Rimmon-Perez. They left Rimmon-Perez and camped at Libnah. They left Libnah and camped at Rissah. They left Rissah and camped at Kehelathah. They left Kehelathah and camped at Mount Shepher. They left Mount Shepher and camped at Haradah. They left Haradah and camped at Machelath. They left Machelath
that's
and
crazy,
camped
man.
at Tahath. They left Tahath and camped at Tirah. They left Tirah and camped at Mithkah. They left Mithkah and camped at Hashmonah. They left Hashmonah and camped at Mosirath. They left Mosirath and camped at Beni
No
Jaakon.
chance.
They left
Really
Beni
funny.
Jaakon and camped at Hor-Haggidgad. They left Hor-Haggidgad and
Hor-Haggidgad.
camped at Jotbathah. They left Jotbathah and camped at Abrona. They left Abrona and camped at Ezion-Geber. They left Ezion-Geber and camped at Kadesh in the desert of Zin. They
Oh my
left
God.
Kadesh
Oh my
and
God.
camped at Mount Hor on
It's
the
so
border
long.
of Edom. At the Lord's command, Aaron the priest went up Mount Hor, where he died on the first day of the 5th month of the 40th year after the Israelites came out of Egypt. Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. The Canaanite
Rip.
king of Arad, who
His
lived in the
people
Negev
were
of Canaan,
bitching too
heard
much,
that
so
the
Aaron had to
Israelites were
die.
coming. They left Mount Hor and camped at Zalmonah. They left Zalmonah and camped at Punon. They left Punon and camped at Oboth. They left Oboth and camped at Ie-Abarim on the border of Moab. They left Ie-Abarim and camped at Dibon-Gad. They left Dibon-Gad and camped at Almon-Diblathaim. They left Almon-Diblathaim and camped in the mountains of Abarim near Nebo. They left the mountains of Abarim and camped on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. There on the plains of Moab they camped along the Jordan from Beth-Jesimoth to Abel-Shittim. On the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho the Lord said to Moses,
"Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you cross the Jordan into Canaan, drive out all the inhabitants of the land before you. Destroy all their carved images and their cast idols, and demolish all their high places. Take possession of the land and settle in it, for I have given you the land to possess. Distribute the land by lot according to your clans.
Yo, it's mine
to
now.
A larger group, give a larger inheritance, and to a smaller group, a smaller one. Whatever falls to them by lot will be theirs. Distribute it according to your ancestral tribes.
It's
but
ours
if you
now.
do not drive out the inhabitants of the land, those you allow to remain will become barbs in your eyes and thorns in your sides. They will give you trouble in the land where you will live. And
we
then
have to.
I will do to you
I got
what
told.
I planned to do to them."
Chapter 34. The Lord said to Moses,
"Command the Israelites and say to them, when you enter Canaan, the land that will be allotted to you as an inheritance is to have these boundaries. Your southern side will include some of the desert of Zin along the border of Edom. Your southern boundary will start in the east from the southern end of the Dead Sea, cross south of Scorpion Pass,
Scorpion
continue
Pass?
on to
This is
Zin,
an RPG.
and go south of Kadesh Barnea. Then it will go to Hazer Adar and over to Asmon, where it will turn, join the Wadi of Egypt, and end at the Mediterranean Sea. Your western boundary will be the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. This will be your boundary on the west. For your northern boundary, run a line from the Mediterranean Sea to Mount Hor, and from Mount Hor to Lebo-Hamath. Then the boundary will go to Zedad, continue to Ziphron, and end at Hazer Enon.
Sorry, guys.
This is
the
boundary
Israel country
on the north. For your eastern boundary, run a line from Hazer Enon to Shepham. The boundary will go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain and continue along the slopes east of the Sea of Galilee. Then the boundary will go down.
It's weird
along
that
the
we're
Jordan
going through
and end
Moses
at
to
the
tell
Dead Sea. This
the
will
Israelites
be your
what belongs
land,
to
with its
them.
boundaries on every side.
Moses commanded the Israelites,
"Assign this land by lot as an inheritance. The Lord has ordered that it be given to the 9.5 tribes, because the families of the tribe of Reuben, the tribe of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. These 2.5 tribes have received their inheritance east of the Jordan across from Jericho toward the sunrise."
The Lord said to Moses,
"These are the names of the men who are to assign the land for you as an inheritance: Eleazar the priest and Joshua, son of Nun, and appoint one leader from each tribe to help assign the land. These are their names: Caleb, son of Jephunneh, from the tribe of Judah; Shemuel, son of Ammihud, from the tribe of Simeon; Elidad, son of Kislon, from the tribe of Benjamin; Bukai, son of Joglai, the leader from the tribe of Dan; Haniel, son of Ephod, the leader from the tribe of Manasseh, son of Joseph; Kemuel, son of Shiftan, the leader from the tribe of Ephraim, son of Joseph; Elizaphan, son of Parnak, the leader from the tribe of Zebulun; Paltiel, son of Azan, the leader from the tribe of Issachar; Ahihud, son of Shalomai, the leader from the tribe of Asher; Petahel, son of Ammihud, the leader from the tribe of Naphtali."
These are the men the Lord commanded to assign the inheritance to the Israelites in the land of Canaan. Chapter 35.
It was
on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho.
That it
the Lord said to
us.
Moses,
"Command the Israelites to give the Levites towns to live in from the inheritance the Israelites will possess, and give them pasture lands around the towns. Then they will have towns to live in, and pasture lands for the cattle they own, and all their other animals. The pasture lands around the towns that you give the Levites will extend 1,000 cubits from the town wall. Outside the town, measure 2,000 cubits on the east side, 2,000 on the south side, 2,000 on the west, and 2,000 on the north, with the town in the center. They will have this area as pasture land for the towns. 6 of the towns you give the Levites will be cities of refuge to which a person who has killed someone may flee. In addition, give them 42 other towns. In all, you must give the Levites 48 towns, together with their pasture lands. The towns you give the Levites from the land the Israelites possess are to be given in proportion to the inheritance of each tribe. Take many towns from a tribe that has many, but few from one that has few.
That's the
Then the
murderer
Lord said to
town.
Moses,
Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you cross the Jordan into Canaan, select some towns to be your cities of refuge, to which a person who has killed someone accidentally may flee. They will be places of refuge
It's an accidental
from
killing.
the avenger, so that anyone accused of murder may not die before they stand trial before the assembly. These 6 towns you give will be your cities of refuge. Give
It's
3
like,
on
you
this
just go
side
there
of
so
the
that way you
Jordan
don't get,
and 3 in
they don't
Canaan
revenge
as
kill you.
cities of refuge. These 6 towns will be a place of refuge for Israelites and for foreigners residing among them, so that anyone who has killed another accidentally can flee there.
It was an
if
accident.
anyone strikes someone a fatal blow with an iron object, that person is a murderer. The murderer is to be put to death. Or if anyone is holding a stone and strikes someone a fatal blow with it, that person is a murderer. The murderer is to be put to death. Or if anyone is holding a wooden object and strikes someone a fatal blow with it, that person is a murderer.
Iron or wooden. Can we not just like consolidate these statements?
The avenger of blood shall put the murderer to death. When the avenger comes upon the murderer, the avenger shall put the murderer to death. If anyone with malice aforethought shoves another, or throws something at them intentionally so that they die, or if out of enmity one person hits another with their fist so that the other dies, that person is to be put to death. That person is a murderer. The avenger of blood shall put the murderer to death when they meet. But if without enmity someone suddenly pushes another or throws something at them unintentionally, or without seeing them drops on them a stone heavy enough to kill them, and they die, then since that other person was not an enemy, and no harm was intended, the assembly must judge between the accused and the avenger of blood according to these regulations. The assembly must protect the one accused of murder from the avenger of blood and send the accused back to the city of refuge to which they fled. The accused must stay there until the death of the high priest, who was anointed with the holy oil. But if the accused ever goes outside the limits of the city of refuge to which they fled, and the avenger of blood finds them outside the city, the avenger of blood may kill the accused without being guilty of murder. The accused must stay in the city of refuge until the death of the high priest. Only after the death of the high priest may they return to their own property. This is to have the force of law for you throughout the generations to come, wherever you live. Anyone who kills a person is to be put to death as a murderer only on the testimony of witnesses. But no one is to be put to death on the testimony of only one witness. Do not accept a ransom for the life of a murderer who deserves to die. They are to be put to death.
There has to be more than one.
Do not accept a ransom for anyone who has fled to a city of refuge, and so allow them to go back and live on their own land before the death of the high priest. Do not pollute the land where you are. Bloodshed pollutes the land, and atonement cannot be made for the land on which blood has been shed, except by the blood of the one who shed it. Do not defile the land where you live and where I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell among the Israelites.
All right.
Chapter 36. The family heads of the clan
and
of
that's
Gilead,
the murder
son of Machir,
chapter
the son
about
of
what
Manasseh,
is and
who were
is
from
not
the clans
murder.
of the descendants of Joseph. came and spoke before Moses and
if
the
you
leaders,
oopsie-whoopsie
heads
it,
of the
it's fine.
Israelite families. They said,
When the Lord commanded my Lord to give the land as an inheritance to the Israelites by lot, he ordered you to give the inheritance of our brother Zelophehad to his daughters. Now, suppose they marry men from other Israelite tribes. Then their inheritance will be taken from our ancestral inheritance and added to that of the tribe they marry into. And so part of the inheritance allotted to us will be taken away. When the year of Jubilee for the Israelites comes, their inheritance will be added to that of the tribe into which they marry, and their property will be taken from the tribal inheritance of our ancestors.
Then, at the Lord's command, Moses gave this order to the Israelites.
What the tribe of the descendants of Joseph is saying is right. This is what the Lord commands for Zelophehad's daughters. They may marry anyone they please, as long as they marry within their father's tribal clan. No inheritance in Israel is to pass from one tribe to another, for every Israelite shall keep the tribal inheritance of their ancestors. Every daughter
Protecting
who
our
inherits land
funds.
in any Israelite tribe must marry someone in her father's tribal clan, so that every Israelite will possess the inheritance of their ancestors. No inheritance may pass from one tribe to another, for each Israelite tribe is to keep the land it inherits.
So Zelophehad's daughters did as the Lord commanded Moses. Zelophehad's daughters, Mahlah, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah, married their cousins on their father's side.
Let's go.
They married within the clans of the descendants of
Didn't
Manasseh,
we explicitly
son of Joseph,
say not to marry
and their
your cousins
inheritance
like not
remained
that
in
long
their father's
ago?
tribe and clan. These are the commands and regulations the Lord gave through Moses to the Israelites on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho.
And that's Numbers. How great. Holy smokes. I think they specifically mentioned cousins, actually. Yeah, it was like aunts and uncles and sister-in-laws and moms and dads. Can we get a notes update? Sure. My Numbers notes are pretty short because it kind of sucked. These are all of my notes for Numbers. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ, man. Those are awful. Those books are so bad. Wow. Jeez. We could really consolidate that 8.5 hour of listen down into like maybe 2 hours. It is so long-winded. What's after Numbers? It's Deuteronomy. We could skip a few filler arcs. No, we're reading. We're doing the whole thing. Minus the songs. We don't need songs. No point. Did someone drop a Bible filler? You know, for as awful as those books were, You know, it really didn't feel like 8.5 hours, you know? I feel like if I watched 8.5 hours straight of like of like Hell's Kitchen, it would have felt like it was way longer. Honestly didn't even feel like it was all that long. Despite how awful it truly was. Which is kind of remarkable in that regard, I suppose. Anyways, all I've eaten today so far is a bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios and those peanuts that I was snacking on earlier. So I'm gonna go eat something. Proverbs, Song of Songs, etc. Yeah, Proverbs, Song of Songs, Psalms. None of those. Taking a break tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow is for the patrons. Tomorrow's Saturday, patreon.com/Schwab. Where I do watch-alongs on the Patreon all day. So that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow on Saturday. Song of Songs is fire. It's also pretty short, so I mean, it's not that big of a time commitment. Song of Solomon. Yeah, I forget all of them. Not all of them are all that long. I don't know. We'll make that judgment call when we get there. But for right now, I'm turning the stream off. See y'all later. More Bible study later. It's so awesome. It's gonna get good. I promise. it'll get good for sure.